Chapter 1 I have survived day 3 post-Christian, and my first day at work it has been a welcome distraction. The time has flown by in a haze of new faces, work to do, and Jack Hyde _ he smiles down at me, his blue eyes twinkling, as he leans against my excellent QRK, Anna. I think we're going to make a great team. Somehow, I manage to curl my lips upward in a semblance of a smile. I'll be off, if that's okay with you, I murmur. Of course, it's 5:30. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Jack. Good night, Anna. Collecting my bag, I shrug on my jacket and head for the door. Out in the early evening air of Seattle, I take a deep breath. It doesn't begin to fill the void in my chest, a void that's been present since Saturday morning, a painful hollow reminder of my loss. I walk toward the bus stop with my head down staring at my feet and contemplating being without my beloved Wanda, my old Beetle or the Audi. I shut the on that thought immediately. No. Don't think about him. Of course, I can afford a car, a nice, new car. I suspect he has been overgenerous in his payment, and thought leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. But I dismiss it and to keep my mind as numb and as blank as _1 can't think about him. I don't want to stand crying again, not out on the street. The apartment is empty. I miss Kate, and I imagine her lying on a beach in Barbados sipping a cool. I turn on the flat screen television so there's noise to fill the vacuum and provide some semblance of company, but I don't listen or watch. I sit and stare blankly at the brick wall. I am numb. I feel nothing but the pain. How long must I endure this? The buzzer startles me from my anguish, and my heart skips a beat. Could that be? I press the intercom. Delivery for Miss Steele. A bored voice answers, and disappointment crashes through me. I listlessly make my way downstairs and find a young man noisily chewing gum, holding a large cardboard box, and leaning against the front door. I sign for the package and take it upstairs. The is huge and surprisingly light. Inside are 24 long-stemmed, white roses and a card. Congratulations on your first day at work. One, hope it went well. And thank you for the glider. That was very thoughtful. It has pride of place on my desk. Christian. I stare at the WPED card, the hollow in my expanding. No doubt, his assistant sent this. Christian probably had very little to do with it. It's painful to think about. Examine the roses, they are beautiful, and I can't bring myself to throw them in the trash. Dutifully, I make my way into the kitchen to hunt down a vase. And so a pattern develops: wake, work, cry, sleep. Well, try to sleep. I can't even escape him in my dreams. Grey bumming eyes, his lost look, his hair burnished and bright all haunt me. And the music, so much music, I cannot try to hear any music. I am careful one to avoid it at all costs. Even the jingles in commercials make me shudder. I have spoken to no one, not even my mother or Ray. I don't have the capacity for idle talk now. No, I want none of it. I harbor my own island state. A ravaged, war-torn land where nothing grows and the horizons are bleak. Yes, that's me. I can interact impersonally at work, but that's it. If I talk to Mom, I know I will break even finther, and I hail nothing left to break. I am finding it difficult to eat by Wednesday lunchtime. I manage a cup of yogurt, and it's the first thing I've eaten since Friday. I am surviving on a newfound tolerance for lattes and Diet Coke. It's the caffeine that keeps me going, but it's making me anxious. Jack has started to hover over me, irritating me, asking me personal questions. What CLNS he want? I'm polite, but I need to keep him at arm's length. I sit and begin trawling through a pile of correspondence addressed to him. And I'm pleased with the distraction of menial work. My email pings, and I quickly check to see who it's from. Holy shit, an email from Christian. Oh no, not here _ not at work from Christian Grey. Subject, tomorrow. Date, the 8th of June, 2011 14:05 Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, forgive this intrusion at work. I hope that it's going well. Did you get my flowers? I note that tomorrow is the gallery opening for your friend's show, and I'm sure you've not had time to purchase a car, and it's a long drive. I would more than happy to take you, should you wish. Let me know. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. Tears swim in my eyes. I hastily leave my desk and to the restroom to escape into one of the stalls. Jose's show. Crap _ I'd forgotten all it, and I promised him I'd go. Shit, Christian is right, how am I going to get there? I clutch my forehead. Why hasn't Jose phoned? Come to think of it, why hasn't anyone phoned? I've been so absent-minded, I haven't noticed that my cell phone has silent. Shit, I am such an idiot. I still have it on divert to the BlackBerry. Holy hell! Christian's been getting my calls, unless he's just thrown the BlackBerry away. How did he get my email address? He knows my size, an email address is hardly going to present him with many problems. Can I see him again? Could I bear it? Do one want to see him? One close my eyes and tilt my head back as grief and longing lance through me. Of course I do. Perhaps I can tell him I've changed my mind _ No, I cannot be with me who takes pleasure in inflicting pain on me, someone who can't lure me. Torturous memories flash through my mind, the gliding, holding hands, kissing, the bathtub, his gentleness, his humor, and his dark, brooding, sexy stare. One miss him. It's 5 days of agony that has felt like an eternity. I wrap my arms around my body, hugging myself tightly, holding myself together. I miss him, I really miss him _ one love him. Simple. I cry myself to sleep at night, wishing I hadn't walked out, wishing that he could different, wishing that we were together. How long will this hideous overwhelming feeling last? I am in purgatory. Anastasia Steele, you are at work. I must strong, but I want to go to Jose's show, and deep down, the in me wants to Christian. Taking a deep breath, I head back to my desk. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, the 8th of June, 2011 14:25 to Christian Grey. Hi Christian, thank you for the flowers, they are lovely. Yes, I would appreciate a lift, thank you. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. Checking my phone, I find that it is still switched to divert. Jack is in a meeting, so I quickly call Jose. Hi, Jose. It's Anna. Hello, stranger. His tone is so warm and welcoming it's almost enough to push me over the edge. L can't talk long. Hat time should I be there tomorrow for your show? You're still coming? He sounds excited. Yes, of course. I smile my first genuine smile in 5 days as I picture his broad grin. 7:30. See you then. Google. Bye, Jose. Bye, Anna. From Christian Grey. Subject, tomorrow. Date, the 8th of June, 2011 14:27 to Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, what time shall I collect you? Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, the 8th of June, 2011 14:32 to Christian Grey. Jose's show starts at 7:30. What time would you suggest? Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, tomorrow. Date, the 8th of June, 2011 14:34 to Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, Portland is some distance away. I shall collect you at 6:45. I look forward to seeing you. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, the 8th of June, 2011, 14:38 to Christian Grey. See you. Them Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. Oh my! I'm going to SE Christian. And for the first time in 5 days, my spirits lift a fraction and one. Allow myself to wonder how he's been. Has he missed me? Probably not like I've missed him. Has he found a new submissics from wherever they come from? The thought is so painful that I dismiss it immediately. Look at the pile of correspondence I need to sort for Jack and tackle it as I to push Christian out of my mind once more. That night in bed, I toss and turn, trying to sleep. It is the first time in a while I hackn't cried myself to SLNP. In my mind's eye, I visualize Christian's face the last time I saw him as I left his apartment. His tortured expression haunts me. I remember he didn't want me to go, which was odd. Would I stay when things had reached such an impasse? We were each skirting around our own issues, my fear of punishment, his fear of what? Love. Turning on my side, I hugged my pillow, fill with an overwhelming sadness. He thinks he doesn't deserve to be Lord. Why he feel that way? Is it something to do with his upbringing? His birth mom, the crackoo whore? My thoughts plagued me into the early hours until eventually one fell into a fiddle. One, exhausted sleep. The day drags and Jack is unusually attentive. I suspect it's Kate's plum dress and the black high-heeled I've stolen from her closet, but I don't dwell on the thought. I resolve to go clothes shopping with my first paycheck. The dress is looser on me than it was, but I pretend not to notice. Finally, it's 5:30, and one my jacket and purse, trying to quell my names. I'm going to see him. Do you have a date tonight? Jack asks as he strolls past my desk on his way out. Yes. No. Not really. He cocks an eyebrow at me, his interest clearly piqued. Boyfriend? I flush. No, a friend, an ex-boyfriend. Maybe tomorrow. You'd like to come for a drink after work? You've had a stellar first week, Anna. We should celebrate. He smiles and some known emotion flits across his face, making me uneasy. Putting his hands in his pockets, he saunters through the double. I frown at his retreating back. Drinks with thee, is that a good idea? I shake my head. I hail an evening of Christian Grey to get through first. How am I going to do this? I hurry into the restroom to make last-minute adjustments in the large mirror on the wall. I take a long, hard look at my face. I am my usual pale self, dark circles round my eyes. I get gaunt, haunted. Geez, I wish I knew how to use makeup. I apply some mascara and eyeliner and pinch my cheeks, hoping to bring some color their way. Tidying my hair so that it hangs all fully down my back, I take a deep breath. This have to do. Nervously I walk through the foyer with a smile and a wave to Claire at reception. Think she and I could become friends? Jack is talking to Elizabeth as I head for the doors. Smiling broadly, he hurries over to open them for me. After you, Anna, he murmurs. Thank you. I smile, embarrassed. Outside on the curb, Taylor is waiting. He opens the rear of the car. I glance hesitantly at Jack, who has followed me out. He's looking toward the Audi SUV in dismay. I turn and climb into the back, and there he sits, Christian Grey, wearing his grey suit, no tie, his white shirt open at the collar. His grey eyes are glowing. My mouth dries. He looks glorious, except he's scowling at me. Oh no. Man, did you last eat? He snaps as Taylor closes the behind me crap. Hello, Christian. Yes, it's nice to see you, too. Don't want your smart mouth now. Answer me. His eyes blaze. Holy shit, IJM __. I had a yogurt at lunchtime. Oh, and a banana. %en. Did you last have a proper meal? He asks acidly. Taylor slips into the driver's seat, stands the car, and pulls out into the traffic. I glance up and Jack is waving at me, though how he can see me through the dark glass, I don't know. I wave back. %% owes that. Christian snaps. My boss. One peek up at the beautiful man me, and his mouth is pressed into a hard line. Well? Your last meal. Christian, that really is none of your concern, I murmur, feeling extraordinarily motivated. You do concerns me. Tell me. No, TT doesn't. I groan in frustration, rolling my eyes heavenward, and Christian narrows his eyes. And for the first time in a long time, I want to laugh. I hard to stifle the giggle that threatens to bubble up. Christian's face softens as I struggle to keep a straight face, and I see a trace of a smile kiss his beautifully sculptured lips. Well, he asks, his voice softer. Pastor Alavongol, last Friday, I whisper. He closes his eyes as FTRY and possibly regret sweeps across his HCE_I see, he says, his voice expressionless. You look like you've lost at least 5 pounds, possibly more since then. Please eat, Anastasia, he scolds. I stare down at the knotted fingers in my lap. Why does he always make me feel like an errant child? He shifts and turns toward me. How are you? He asks, his voice still soft. Well, I'm shit really I swallow. If I told you I was fine, I'd be lying. He inhales sharply. Me, too, he murmurs and reaches over and clasps my hand. I miss yours, he adds. Oh no. Skin against skin, Christian, Anna, please. We need to talk, I'm going to No. Christian, please I've cried so much, I whisper, trying to keep my emotions in check. Baby, no. He tugs my hand, and before I know it I'm on his lap. He has his arms around me, and his nose is in my hair. I've missed you so much, Anastasia, he breathes. I want to struggle out of his hold, to maintain some distance, but his arms are wrapped around me. He's pressing me to his chest. I mellow. This is where I want to be. I rest my head against him, and he kisses my hair repeatedly. This is home. He smells of linen, fabric softener, BOD wash, and my favorite smell, Christian. For a moment, allow myself the illusion that all will be well, and it soothes my ravaged soul. A few minutes later Taylor pulls to a stop at the curb. Even though we're still in the city, Christian shins me off his here. Helipad, on the top of this building. Christian glances toward the building by way of explanation, of course. Charlie Tango. Taylor opens the and I slide out. He gives me a warm, oracular smile that makes me feel safe. I smile back. Elle should give you back your handkerchief. Keep it, Miss Stle, with my best wishes. I flush as Christian comes around the car and takes my hand. Hickney 77 ICA 11 Wyatt Taylor, who stares impassively back at him, revealing nothing. 9. Christian says to him. Yes, sir. Christian, as he turns and leads me through the double doors into the grandiose foyer, I revel in the feel of his large hand and his long, scaly fingers curled around mine. I feel the familiar pull. I am Dramble, Icarus to his sum. I have been burned already, and yet here I am again reaching the elevators. He presses the call button. I peek up at him, and he's wearing his enigmatic half smile. As the doors open, he releases my hand and ushers me in the close, and I risk a second peek. He glances down at me, grey eyes alive, and it's there in the air between us, that electricity it's palpable. I can almost taste it, pulsing between us, drawing us together. Oh my, I gasp as I bask briefly in the intensity of this primal attraction. I feel it, too, he says, his eyes clouded and intense. Desire PFLS dark and deadly in my groin. He clasps my hand and grazes my knuckles with his thumb, and all my muscles clench tightly, delicious, deep inside me. Holy cow! How can he still do this to me? Please don't bite your lip, Anastasia / he whispers. I gaze up at him, releasing my lip. I want him here, now, in the elevator. How could I not? You know what it to me, he murmurs _oh, I still affect him. My inner goddess stirs from her 5-day sulk abruptly the open, breaking the spell, and we're on it's windy, and despite my black jacket, I'm cold. Christian puts his arm around me, pulling me into his side, and we hurly across to where Charlie Tango stands in the center of the helipad with its rotor blades slowly spinning. A tall, blonde, square-jawed man in a dark suit leaps out and, ducking low, NMS toward us shaking hands with he shouts above the noise of the rotors, ready to go, sir. She's all yours. All checks done. Yes, sir. You'll collect her around 8:30. Yes, sir. Taylor's waiting for you out front. Thank you, NFR_Grey. Safe flight to Portland. He salutes me. Without releasing me, Christian ducks down, and leads me to the helicopter DR_. Once inside he buckles me firmly into my harness, cinching the straps tight. He gives me a knowing eye cock and his secret smile. This should keep you in your place, he murmurs. I must say I do like this harness on you, don't touch anything. I flush a deep crimson, and he runs his index finger down my cheek before handing me the headphones. I'd like to touch you, too, but you won't let me. I scowl at him. Besides, he's pulled the straps so tight I can barely move. He sits in his seat and buckles himself in. Then starts running through all his pre-flight checks. He's just so competent, it's very alluring. He puts on his headphones and flips a switch and the rotors speed up, deafening me. Turning, he gazes at me. Ready, baby. His voice through the headphones, he grins his boyish grin. Wow, I've not seen it for so long. CTAC Tower, this is Charlie Tango, Tango Echo Hotel, cleared for takeoff to Portland via PDX_. Please confirm, over. The disemxled voice of the air traffic controller answers, issuing instructions _Roger, Tower, Charlie Tango set, over and out. Christian flips 2 switches, grasps the stick, and the helicopter rises slowly and SMTHLY into the evening sky. Seattle and my stomach drop away from us, and there's so much to see. We've chased the dawn, Anastasia, now the dusk. His voice comes fruff on the headphones I turn to gape at him in surprise What does this mean? How is it that he can say the most romantic things? He smiles, and I can't help but smile shyly back at him. As well as the evening sun, there's more to see this time, he says. The last time we flew to Seattle it was dark, but this evening the view is spectacular, literally out office /vault We're up among the tallest buildings, going higher and higher. Escala is over there. He points toward the building. Boeing there, and you can just see the Space Needle. I crane my head. I've never been. T11 take you, we can eat there. What? Christian, we broke up I know. I can still take you there and feed you, he glares at me. I shake my head and flush before taking a less confrontational approach. It's very beautiful one up here, thank you. Impressive, isn't it? Impressive that you can do this. Flattery from you, Miss Steele. But I'm a man of many talents. I'm only aware of that, Nira. Grey. He turns and smirks at me, and for the first time in 5 days, I relax a little. Perhaps this won't be so bad. How's the new job, thank you? Interesting. M's you're like. He's okay. How can one tell Christian that Jack makes me uncomfortable? Christian turns and gazes at me _It's wrong, he asks. Aside from the obvious, nothing. The obvious. You really are very obtuse sometimes. Obtuse? Me? I'm not sure one appreciate your tone, Miss Stle. Well, don't then. His lips twitch into a smile. I have missed your smart mouth, I gasp, and I want to shout, 1ve missed you, all ofiao, not ust your mouth. But I keep quiet and gaze out the glass fishbowl that is Charlie Tango's windshield as we continue south. The dusk is to our right, the sun low on the horizon, large, blazing fiery orange, and I am Icarus again, flying far close. The dusk has followed us from Seattle, and the sky is awash with opal, pinks, and aquamarines woven seamlessly together as only Mother Nature knows how. It's a clear, crisp evening, and the lights of Portland twinkle and wink, welcoming us as Christian sets the helicopter down on the helipad. We are on top of the strange brown brick building in Portland we left less than 3 weeks ago. Geez, it's been hardly any time at all. Yet I feel like I've known Christian for a lifetime. He down Charlie Tango, flipping various switches so the rotors stop, and eventually all I hear is my own breathing through the headphones. Briefly it reminds me of the Thomas Tallis experience. I blanch, I so don't want to go there right now. Christian unbuckles his harness and leans across to undo mine. Trip, Miss Steele, he asks, his voice mild, his grey eyes glowing. Yes, thank you, N.FR_grey1 reply politely. Well, let's go see the boys' photos. He holds his hand out to me and taking it, I climb out of Charlie Tango _ a grey-haired man with a beard walks over to meet us, smiling broadly, and I recognize him as the old-timer from the last time we're here. Joe. Christian smiles and releases my hand to shake Joe's warmly. Keep her safe for Stefan, he'll be along around 8 or 9 will do, Gray. He says, nodding at me. Your car's waiting downstairs, sir. Oh, and the elevator's out of order, you'll need to use the stairs. Thank you, Joe. Christian takes my hand, and we head to the emergency stairs. Thing for you, this is only 3 in those heels, he mutters to me in disap. No kidding. Don't you like though? I like them very much, Anastasia. His gaze darkens and I think he might say something else, but he stops. Come. We'll take it slow. I don't want you filling and breaking your neck. We sit in silence as our driver takes us to the gallery. My MD5 has returned full force, and I realize that our time in Charlie Tango has the eye of the storm. Christian is quiet and broken _ apprehensive even, our lighter from earlier has dissipated. There's so much I want to say, but this journey is too short. Christian stares pensively out the window. Jose is just a friend, I murmur. Christian turns and gazes at me, his eyes dark and guarded, giving nothing away. His mouth is distracting, and unbidden. I remember it on me, everywhere _ my skin heats. He shifts in his seat and frowns _ those erotic flies too large in your face, Anastasia. Please tell me you'll eat. Yes, Christian, I'll eat, I answer automatically, a platitude. I mean it. Do you now? I cannot keep the disdain out of my voice. Honestly, the audacity of this man who has put me through hell over the last few days. No, that's wrong. I've put myself through hell. No. It's him. I shake my head, Conalst. I don't want to fight with you, Anastasia. I want you back, and I want you healthy, he says softly. What? That mean? But nothing's changed. You still 50 Shades. Let's talk on the way back. We're here. The car pulls up in front of the gallery, and Christian climbs out, leaving me speechless. He opens the car for me, and I clamber out. Do you do that? My voice is louder than I expected. Do what? Christian is taken aback. Say something like that and then just stop. Anastasia, we're here. Mia, you want to be, let's do this and then talk. I don't particularly want a scene in the street. I flush and glance around. He's right, it's too public. One, press my lips together as he glares down at me. Okay, I mutter sulkily. Taking my hand, he leads me into the building. We are in a convened warehouse, brick walls, dark walk KLFLCMS, white ceilings, and white pipe work. It's airy and modern, and there are several people wandering across the galley sipping wine and admiring Jose's QRK. For a moment, my troubles melt away as I grasp that Jose has realized his dream. Way to go, Jose. Gok KL evening and you'll come to Jose Rodriguez's show. A young woman dressed in black with very shone brown hair, bright RAI lipstick, and large HPED earrings greets us. She glances briefly at me, then much longer than is strictly at Christian, then turns back to me, blinking as she blushes. My brow creases. He mine, or was. I try hard not to scowl at her. As her eyes regain their fooze, she blinks again. It's you, Anna. We'll want your take on all this, too. Grinning, she hands me a brochure and directs me to a table laden with drinks and snacks. How she know my name? You know her. Christian frowns _ I shake my head, equally puzzled he shrugs, distracted. What would you like to drink? I'll have a glass of white wine, thank you. His brow all rose, but he holds his tongue and heads for the open bar. Jose comes barreling through a throng of people. Holy cow! He's wearing a suit. He looks GWD and he's beaming at me. He enfolds me in his arms, hugging me hard. And it's all I can do not to burst into tears. My friend, my only friend while Kate is away. Tears pool in my eyes. Anna, I'm so glad you made it, he whispers in my ear, then pauses and abruptly holds me at arm's length, staring at me. Hey, are you okay? Well, Dios mío, have you lost weight? I blink back my tears. Jose, I'm fine. I'm just so happy for you. Crap, not him, too. Congratulations on the show. My voice wavers as I see his concern etched on his oh-so-familiar face, but I have to hold myself together. How did you get here? He asks. Christian brought me, I say, suddenly apprehensive. Oh, Jose's face falls and he releases me. Where is he? His expression darkens. Over there, fetching drinks. I nod in Christian's direction and he's exchanging pleasantries with someone waiting in line. Christian glances up when I look his way and our eyes, and in that brief moment, I'm paralyzed, staring at the impossibly handsome man who gazes at me with some unfathomable emotion. His gaze hot, burning into me, and we're lost for a moment staring at each other. Holy cow _ this erotiful man wants me back, and deep down inside me sweet joy slowly unfurls like a morning glory in the early dawn _ Anna. Jose distracts me, and I'm dragged back to the here and now. I am so glad you. I should warn you. Suddenly, Miss Velly shone hair and red lipstick cuts him off. Jose, the journalist from the Portland Prince, is here to see you. Come on. She gives me a polite smile. How cool is this? The fame. He grins, and one can't help but grin back. He's so happy. Catch you later, Anna. He kisses my cheek, and I watch him stroll over to a young woman standing by a tall lanky photographer. Jose's photographs are even via, and in some cases, blown up onto huge canvases. There are both and colors _ there's an ethereal beauty to many of the landscapes _ in one taken out near the lake at Vancouver. It's early evening and pink clouds are reflected in the stillness of the water. Briefly, I'm transported by the tranquility and the peace. It's stunning. Christian joins me, and I take a deep breath and swallow, yielding to some of my earlier equilibrium. He hands me my glass of white wine. Does it come up to scratch? My voice sounds more normal. He quizzically at me the wine. No. Rarely at these kinds of events. The boy's quite talent, isn't he? Christian is admiring the lake photo _ else do you think I asked him to take your portrait? I can't help the pride in my voice. His eyes glide impassively from the photograph to me. Christian Grey. The photographer from the Portland Prince approaches Christian. Can I hire a picture, sir? Sure. Christian hides his scowl. I step back, but he grabs my hand and pulls me to his side. The photographer looks at us and can't hide his surprise. Near. Grey, thank you. He snaps a couple of photos. Miss _ he asks Steele. I reply. Thank you, Miss Steele. He scurries off. Looked for pictures of you with dates on the internet. There aren't any. That's why Kate thought you were gay. Christian's mouth twitches with a smile. That explains your inappropriate question. No, I don't do dates, Anastasia, only with you. But you know that. His eyes burn with sincerity _ so you never took your glance around nervously to check no one can overhear out. Sometimes. Not on dates. Shopping, you know. He shmgs, his eyes not leaving mine. Oh, so just in the playroom, his red of pain and his apartment _ I don't know what to feel that. Just you, Anastasia, he whispers. I blush and stare down at my fingers. In his own way, he does care me. Your friend here seems more of a landscape man, not portraits. Let's round. He holds his hand out to me, and I take it. We wander past a few more prints, and I notice a couple nodding at me, smiling broadly as if they know me. It must be because I'm with, but one young man is blatantly staring. Odd. We turn the corner, and I can see why. I've been getting strange. Hanging on the far wall are 7 huge portraits of me _ I stare blankly at Thor, stupefied, the blood draining from my face. Me, pouting, laughing, scowling, serious, amused. All in super close-up, all in black and white. Holy crap! I remember Jose messing with the camera on a couple of occasions when he was visiting and when I'd been out with him as driver and photographer's assistant. He took snapshots, also, I thought. Not these invasive candids. I glance up at Christian, who is staring, transfixed, at each of the pictures in turn. Seems I'm not the only one, he mutters cryptically, his mouth settling into a hard I think he's angry. Oh no. Excuse me, he says, pinning me with his bright grey gaze for a moment _ he turns and heads to the reception desk. What's his problem now? I watch mesmerized as he talks animate DLY with Miss Ven's short hair and red lipstick. He fishes out his wallet and produces his credit card. SHFT, he must have bought one of them _ hey _ you're the muse. These photographs are terrific. A young man with a of bright blonde hair startles me. I feel a hand at my elbow and Christian is back. You're a lucky guy. Blonde smirks at Christian, who gives him a cold stare. That he mutters darkly, as he pulls me over to one side. Did you just buy one of these? One of these, he snorts, not taking his eyes off them. You bought more than one. He rolls his eyes. Bought them all, Anastasia. I don't want some stranger ogling you in the privacy of the home. My first inclination is to laugh. You'd rather it was you. One scoff. He glares down at me, caught off guard by my audacity, one think, but he's dying to hide his frankly, yes pervert. I mouth at him and bite my lower lip to prevent my smile. His mouth drops open, and now his amusement is obvious _ he strokes his chin thoughtfully. Can't argue with that, Anastasia. He shakes his head, and his eyes soften with humor _ td discuss it with you, but I've signed an BDA _ he sighs, gazing at me, and his eyes darken. What I'd like to do to your smart mouth, he murmurs. I gasp, knowing he'll well what he means. You're very rude. One UY to sound shocked and succeed. Does he have no boundaries? He smirks at me, amused, and then he frowns. You very relaxed in photographs, Anastasia. I don't see you like that. Very what? You mower. Change of subject, talk about non sequitur, from playful to serious. I flush and glance down at my fingers. He tilts my head back, and I inhale sharply at the contact with his long fingers. I warned you that relaxed with me, he whispers. All trace of humor has gone deep inside me. That joy stirs again. But how can this be? We have issues. You have to stop intimidating me. If I want that, I snap. You have to learn to communicate and tell me how you feel. He snaps back, eyes blazing. I take a deep breath. Christian, you wanted me as a submissive. That's where the problem lies. It's in the definition of a submissive. You emailed it to me once. I pause, trying to recall the wording. I think the synonyms were, and I quote, compliant, pliant, amenable, passive, tractable, resigned, patient, docile, tame, subdued. I wasn't supposed to look at you. Not talk to you unless you gave me permission to do so. Do you expect? I hiss at him. He blinks, and his frown deepens as I continue. It's very convincing being with you. You don't want me to defy you, but then you like my smalt mouth. You won't accept when you don't, so you can punish me. Just don't know which way is up when I'm with you. He narrows his eyes. Point well made, as usual. Miss Steele. His voice is frigid. Come, let's go eat. We've only been here for half an hour. You've seen the photos, you've spoken to the boy. His name is Jose. You've spoken to Jose, the man who, the last time I met him, was trying to push his tongue into your reluctant mouth while you were drunk and ill. He snarls. He's never hit me. I spit at him. Christian scowls at me, filly emanating from every that's a low blow. Anastasia, he whispers menacingly. I flush, and Christian runs his hands through his hair, bristling with barely contained anger. I glare back at him. I'm taking you for something to eat. You're fading away in front of me. Find the say. Please, can we stay longer? No. Go. Now. Say goodbye. I glare at him, my boiling. Damned control freak. Angry is Google_angry is better than Terrell 1_. I drag my gaze away from him and scan the for Jose. He's talking to a group of young women. I stalk off toward him and away from 50. Just because he brought me here, I have to do as he says. You know the hell does he think he is? The girls are hanging on Jose's every word. One of them gasps as I approach, no doubt recognizing me from the portraits. Jose. Anna. Excuse me, girls. Jose grins at them and puts his arm around me, and on some level I'm amused. Jose, all smooth, impressing the you look mad, he says. I have to go, I mutter mulishly. You just got here. I know, but Christian needs to get back the pictures and day stick. Jose, you're very. He beams. It was so seeing you. Jose sweeps me into a big tra hug, spinning me so I can see Christian across the gallery. He's scowling, and I realize it's because I'm in Jose's arms. So in a very calculating move, I wrap my arms around Jose's neck. I think Christian is going to expire. His glare darkens to something quite sinister, and slowly he makes his way toward us. Thanks for the whaming about the portraits of me, I mumble. Sorry, Anna. I should have told you. Do you like them? I don't know, I answer truthfully, momentarily knocked off balance by his question. Well, they are all sold, so likes them. How is that? You're a poster girl. He hugs me tighter still as Christian reaches us, glowering at me now, though fortunately Jose releases me. Don't a stranger, Anna. Oh, NFR_Gray, good evening. Nira. At Xlriguez, very impressive. Christian sounds icily polite. I'm sorry we can't stay longer, but need to head back to Seattle, Anastasia. He subtly stresses we and takes my hand as he does so. Bye, Jose. Congratulations again. I give him a quick kiss on the cheek. And before I know it, Christian is dragging me out of the building. I know he's with silent wrath, but so am he. Looks quickly up and down the street, then heads left and suddenly sweeps me into a side alley, abruptly pushing me up against a wall. He grabs my face between his hands, forcing me to look up into his ardent, determined eyes. I gasp, and his mouth squats down. He's kissing me, violently. Briefly our teeth clash, then his tongue is in my mouth. Desire explodes like the Fountain of July throughout my body, and I'm kissing him back, matching his fervor, my hands knotting in his hair, pulling it hard. He groans, a low sexy sound in the back of his throat that reverberates through me, and his hand moves down my body to the top of my thigh glue, his fingers digging into my flesh through the plum dress. I pour all the angst and heartbreak of the last few days into our kiss, binding him to me, and it hits me, in this moment of blinding passion, he's doing the same. He breaks off the kiss, panting. His eyes are luminous with desire, firing the already heated blood that is through my body. My mouth is slack as I to drag precious air into my lungs. You are mine, he snarls, emphasizing each word. He pushes away from me and bends, hands on his knees as if he's in a marathon. For the IOR of God, Anna. I lean against the wall, panting, trying to control the riotous reaction in my body, trying to find my equilibrium again. I'm sorry, I whisper once my breath has returned. You should I know what you were doing? Do you want the photographer, Anastasia? He obviously has feelings for you. I flush and shake my head. No. He's just a friend. I have spent all my adult life trying to avoid any extreme emotion. Yet you you bring out feelings in me that are completely alien. It's very, he frowns, grasping for the unsettling. I like control, Anna, and around you that just, he stands, his gaze intense, evaporates. He waves his hand vaguely, then runs it through his hair and takes a deep breath. He clasps my hand. Come, we need to talk, and you need to eat. Chapter 2. He leads me into a small, intimate restaurant. This place will hard to do, Christian grumbles. We don't have much time. The restaurant looks fine to me. Wooden chairs, linen tablecloths, and walls the same color as Christian's playroom, deep block KL red, with small gilt mirrors randomly placed, white candles, and small vases of white roses. Ella Fitzgerald CRCKNS softly in the background about this thing called IOR_. It's very romantic. The waiter leads us to a table for two in a small alcove, and I sit, apprehensive and wondering what he's going to say. We don the hour long, Christian says to the waiter as we sit, so we'll each have sirloin steak cooked medium, béarnaise sauce if I have it, fries, and green vegetables, whatever the chef has, and bring me the wine list. Certainly, sir. The waiter, taken aback by Christian's come FCNC, scuttles off. Christian places his BlackBerry on the table. Geez, don't I get a choice? And if I don't like steak? He sighs. Don't stand, Anastasia, I am not a child, Christian. Well, stop acting like one. It's as if he's slapped me. I blink at him. So this is how it will, an agitated, fraught conversation, albeit in a very romantic setting, but certainly no hearts and flowers. I'm a child because I don't like steak. I mutter, trying to conceal my hum for deliberately making me jealous. It's a childish thing to do. Have you no regard for your friend's feelings, leading him on like that? Christian presses his lips together in a thin line and scowls as the waiter returns with the wine list. I blush. I hadn't thought of that poor Jose. I certainly don't want to encourage him suddenly. I'm mortified. Christian has a point. It was a thoughtless thing to do. He glances at the wine list. Would you like to choose the wine, he asks, raising his eyebrows at me expectantly, arrogance personified. He knows I know nothing about wine. Yukos, I answer, sullen but chastened. 2 glasses off Barossa Valley Shiraz, please. __. We only sell that wine by the sir. A bottle then. Christian snaps. Sir. He retreats, sumud, and one don't blame him. I frown at 50. What's eating him? Oh, me probably, and somewhere in the depths of my psyche, my inner goddess rises, sleeps, stretches, and smiles. She's been asleep for a while. You're very grumpy. He gazes at me impassively. I'll wonder why that is. Well, it's good to set the right tone for an intimate and honest discussion, the Alcher, wouldn't you say? I smile at him sweetly. His mouth presses into a hard line, but then, almost reluctantly, his lips lift, and I know he's trying to stifle his smile. I'm sorry, he says, apology acceptable, and I'm pleased to inform you I haven't decided to a vegetarian since we last ate, since that was the last time you ate. One think that's a point, there's that word mood. He mouths and his eyes soften with humor. He nms his hand through his hair, and he's serious again. Anna, the last time we spoke, you left me. I'm a little nervous. I've told you I want you back, and you've said nothing. His gaze is intense and expectant while his candor is totally disarming. What the hell do I say to this? I've missed you really missed you, Christian. The past few days have been difficult. I swallow, and a lump in my throat swells as I recall my desperate anguish since I left him. This last week has been the worst in my life, the pain almost indescribable. Nothing has come close. But reality hits home, winding me. Nothing's changed. One can't. What you want me to? I squeeze the words out past the lump in my throat. You are what I want you to, he says, his soft voice emphatic. No, I'm not. You're upset because of what happened last time. I stupidly, and you so did you, didn't you? Safe word, Anastasia. His tone changes, becoming accusatory. What? Whoa, change of direction. I flush, blinking at him. Answer me. I don't know. I was overwhelmed. I was trying to be what you wanted me to be, you whining to deal with and it went out of my mind. You know I forgot. One whisper, ashamed, and I shrugged gently. Perhaps we could have avoided all this heartache. You forgot, he gasps with horror, grabbing the sides of the table and glaring at me. I wither under his stare. Shit, he's furious again. My inner goddess glares at me. See, you brought all this on yourself. How can I trust you, he says, his voice low ever. The waiter arrives with our wine as we sit staring at each other, blue eyes to grey both of us filled with unspoken recriminations, while the waiter removes the cork with a new and necessary flourish and pours a little wine into Christian's glass. Automatically Christian reaches out and takes a sip. That's fine. His voice is cold. Gingerly the waiter fills our glasses, placing them on the table, beating a hasty retreat. Christian has not taken his eyes off me the whole time. I am the first to crack, breaking eye contact, picking up my glass and taking a large gulp. I barely taste it. I'm sorry, I whisper, suddenly feeling stupid. I left because I thought we were incompatible, but he's saying I could have stopped him? Sorry for what? He says, alarmed, not using the safe word. He closes his eyes, as if in relief we might have eluded all this suffering. He mutters. You look fine. More than fine. You look like you. Appearances can be deceptive, he says quietly. I'm anything but fine. I feel like the sun has set and not risen for 5 days, Anna. I'm in perpetual night here. I'm wink you by his admission. Oh my, like me. You said you'd never leave. Yet the going gets tough and you're out them. And did I say I'd never leave? In your sleep. It was the most comforting thing I'd heard in so long, Anastasia. It made me relax. My heart constricts and I reach for my wine. You said you love me, he whispers. Is that now in the past tense? His voice is low, laced with anxiety. No, it's not. He gazes at me, and he looks so vulnerable as he exhales. He murmurs. I'm shocked by his admission he's had a change of heart. Human, I told him I loved him. He was horrified. The waiter is back briskly. He places our plates in front of us and scuttles away. Holy hell, food, eat, Christian commands. Step down. I know I'm hungry, but right now, my stomach is in knots. Sitting across from the only man I have ever loved and debating our uncertain future not promote a healthy appetite, I look dubiously at my food. So help me God, Anastasia, if you don't eat, I will take you across my knee here in this restaurant, and it will have nothing to do with my sexual gratification. Eat. Geez, keep your hater on, grow. My subconscious stares at me over her specs. She is wholeheartedly in agreement with 50 Shades. Okay, I'll eat. Stow your twitching palm. Please. He doesn't smile but continues to glare at me. Reluctantly I lift my knife and fork and slice into my steak. Oh, it's mouth-wateringly Google_1 am hungry, really hungry. I chew and he visibly relaxes. We eat our supper in silence. The music's changed. A soft-voiced woman SMGs in the background, her words echoing my thoughts. I glance at 50. He's eating and watching me. Hunger, longing, amiety combined in one. Hot. Do you know who's singing? I try for some normal conversation. Christian pauses and listens. No, but she's good, whoever she is. I like her, too. Finally he smiles his private enigmatic smile. W% at's he planning? One ask. He shakes his head. Eat up, he says mildly. I have eaten half the on my plate. I cannot eat any more. How can one negotiate this? I can't manage any more. Have I eaten enough for sir? He stares at me impassively, not answering, then glances at his watch. I am really ill, I add, taking a sip of delicious wine. We have to go shortly. Taylor's here, and you have to be up for work in the morning. So do you. I'll function on a lot less sleep than you do, Anastasia. At least you've eaten omething. Aren't we going back near Charlie Tango? No, I thought I might hire a drink. Taylor will collect us. Besides, this way I hail you in the car all to myself for a few hours. At least what can we do but talk? Oh, that's his plan. Christian summons the waiter to ask for the check, then picks up his BlackBerry and makes a call. We're at Le Picotin, Southwest 3rd Avenue. He hangs up. Geez, his cuff over the phone. You're very brusque with Taylor. In fact, with most people I'll just get to the point quickly, Anastasia. You haven't gotten to the point this evening? Nothing's changed, Christian_. I have a proposition for you. This staffed with a proposition. A different proposition. The waiter returns, and Christian hands over his credit card without checking the bill. He gazes at me speculatively while the waiter swipes his card. Christian's phone buzzes once, and he peers at it. He has a proposition. What now? A couple of scenarios MN through my mind. Kidnap, working for him. No, nothing makes sense. Christian finishes paying. Come. Taylor's outside. We stand and he takes my hand. I don't want to lose you, Anastasia. He kisses my knuckles tenderly, and the touch of his lips on my skin resonates throughout my body. Outside the Audi is waiting. Christian opens my climbing in, one sink into the plush leather. He heads to the driver's side. Taylor steps out of the car and they talk briefly. This isn't their usual protocol. I'm curious. What are they talking? Moments later, they climb in, and I glance at Christian, who's wearing his impassive face as he stares ahead. I allow myself a brief moment to examine his godlike profile: straight nose, sculptured frill lips, hair filling deliciously oxer his forehead. This divine man is surely not meant for soft music. Suddenly fills the rear of the car, orchestral piece that I don't know, and Taylor pulls into the light traffic, heading for the 1-5 and Seattle. Christian shifts to face me. As I was saying, Anastasia, I have a proposition for you. I glance nervously at Taylor. Taylor, can't he hear you? Christian reassures me. Taylor, Christian calls. Taylor, respond. He calls, still no response. Christian leans over and taps his shoulder. Taylor removes an earbud. I hadn't noticed. Yes, sir. Thank you, Taylor. It's okay, resume your listening, sir. Happy now? He's listening to his Puccini. Forget he's here. One do. Did you deliberately ask him to do that? Yes. Oh. Okay, your proposition. Christian looks suddenly determined and businesslike. Holy shit, we're negotiating a deal. I listen attentively. Let me ask you something first. Do you want a regular vanilla relationship with no kinky orkery at all? My mouth drops open. Kinky orkery. I squeak. Kinky alk 1y_l can't. Earlier you said that. I glance nervously at Taylor. Well, I did answer me / he says calmly. I flush. My inner goddess is down on bended knee with her hands clasped in supplication, begging me. Ill like your kinky fiacre, I whisper. That's what I thought. So what don't you like? Not being able to touch you? You are eyeing my pain, the bite of the belt, the threat of cruel and unusual punishment. L%. Does that mean? Well, you have all those canes and whips and stuff in your playroom, and they fright the living daylights out of me. I don't want you to use them on me, okay? So no whips or canes, or belts, for that matter, Zed, he says sardonically. I gaze at him puzzled. Are you attempting to redefine the hard limits? Not as I'm just hooing to understand you, get a clearer picture of what you do and don't like. Fundamentally, Christian, it's your joy in inflicting pain on me that's difficult for me to handle. And the idea that you'll do it because I have crossed some arbitrary line, but it's not arbitrary, the rules are written down. Don't want a set of none at all. Gnome les _ I shake my head, but my heart is in my mouth. Where is he going with this? But you don't mind if I spank you? Spank me with what? This. He holds up his hand. I squirm uncomfortably. No, not really. Especially with those silver balls _ thank heavens it's dark. My face is flaming and my voice trails off as I that night. Yeah, 1D do that again, he smirks at me. Yes, that was fim _ more than I mutter. So you can deal with some pain? I shrug. Yes, I suppose. Oh, where is he going with this? My anxiety level has shot up several magnitudes on the Richter scale. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. Anastasia, I want to start again. Do the vanilla thing and then maybe, once you me more and I asked you to honest and to communicate with me, could move on and do some of the things that I like to do. I stare at him, stunned, with no thoughts in my head at all. Like a computer crash he gazes at me anxiously, but one can't see him clearly, as we're shrouded in the Oregon darkness _ it occurs to me, finally, this is it. He wants the light, but can I ask him to do this for me? And don't I like the dark? Some dark, sometimes. Memories of the Thomas Tallis night drift invitingly through my mind. But what about punishments? No punishments? He shakes his head. None. And the rules? No rules. None at all? But you have needs. I'll need you more, Anastasia. These last few days have been purgatory. All my instincts tell me to let you go, tell me I don't deserve you. Those photos, the boy TMK ______, I can see how he sees you. You're so untroubled and beautiful one, not that you're not erotiful now, but here you sit. I see your pain. It's hard knowing that I'm the one who has made you feel this way, but I'm a selfish man. I've wanted you sms. You fell into my offs _ you are ex-ski site, honest, warm, strong, witty, beguilingly innocent, the list is endless. I am in awe of you. I want you, and the thought of anyone else having you is like a knife twisting in my dark soul. My mouth goes dry _ holy shit. My soul anxious nods with satisfaction. If that isn't a declaration of love, I don't know what is. And the words tumble out of me, a damn, why do you think you have a dark soul? I would never say that, sad maybe, but you're a man. I can see that _ you're generous, you're kind, and you've never lied to me. And I haven't trioed very hard. Last Saturday was such a SHTNK to my system, it was my wake-up call. I realized that you'd been easy on me and that I couldn't be the person you wanted me to be. Then, after I left, it dawned on me that the physical pain you inflicted was not as bad as the pain of losing you. One do want to please you, but it's hard. You please me all the time, he whispers. How often do I have to tell you that? I'll never know what you're thinking. Sometimes you're so closed off _ like Island State. You intimidate me. That's why I keep quiet. I don't know which way your mood is going to go. It swings from north to south and back again in a nanosecond _ it's causing and let me touch you, and I want to so much to show you how much I love you. He blinks at me in the darkness, warily I think, and I can resist him no longer. I unbuckle my seat belt and scramble into his lap, taking him by surprise, and take his head in my hands. I love you, Christian Grey. And you're prepared to do all this for me. I'm the one who is undeserving, and I'm just sorry that I can't do all those things for you. Maybe with time _ I don't know _ but yes, I accept your proposition. Where do one sign? He snakes his arms around me and pushes me to him. Anna, he breathes as he buries his nose in my hair. We sit, our arms wrapped around each other, listening to the music, a soothing piano piece, mirroring the emotions in the car, the sweet tranquil calm after the storm. I snuggle into his arms, resting my head in the of his neck. He gently strokes my back. Touching is a hard limit for me, Anastasia, he whispers. No. I wish I understood why. After a while, he sighs, and in a soft voice he says, one had horrific one of the crack whores pimps _ his voice trails off, and his body tenses as he recalls some unimaginable horror. I can remember that, he whispers, shuddering. Abruptly, my hearing constricts as I remember the burn scars marring his skin. Oh, Christian _ I tighten my arms around his neck. Was she abusive? Your mother. My voice is low and soft with unshed tears. Not that I remember. She was neglectful _ she didn't protect me from her pimp _ he snuns _ I'll think it was me after her. When she finally killed herself, it took 4 days for Samame to raise the alarm and find us _ I remember that. I cannot contain my gasp of horror. Holy motherflack. Bile rises in my throat. That's pretty hicked up, I whisper. 50 Shades, he murmurs. I turn my head and press my lips against his neck, seeking and offering solace as I imagine a small, dirty, grey-eyed boy lost and lonely beside the body of his dead mother. Oh, Christian, I breathe in his scent. He smells heavenly, my favorite fragrance in the entire world _ he tightens his arms around me and kisses my hair, and I sit wrapped in his embrace as Taylor speeds into the night. When I wake, we're driving through Seattle. Hey, Christian says softly. Sorry, I murmur as I sit up, blinking and stretching. I am still in his arms, on his lap. I could watch you sleep forever, Anna. Did I say anything? No. We're nearly at your place. Oh? We're not going to yours. I sit up and gaze at him. Why not? Because you have work tomorrow. Oh, he smirks at me. Did you have something in mind? I flush. Well, maybe he Anastasia, I am not going to touch you again, not until you beg me to. So that you 11 start communicating with me next time we make love, you're going to have to tell me exactly what you want in fine detail. Oh, he shins me off his lap as Taylor pulls up outside my apartment. Christian climbs out and holds the car door open for me. I have something for you. He moves to the back of the car, opens the trunk, and pulls out a large gift wrapped. What the hell is this? Open it. Who hen you get inside? You're not come in? No, Anastasia. So when will I see you? Tomorrow. My boss wants me to go for a drink with him tomorrow. Christian's face hardens. Does he, now? His voice is laced with latent menace. To celebrate my first week, I add quickly, I don't know, I could pick you up from there. Okay ____, I'll email or text you. He walks me to the lobby and waits while I dig my keys out of my purse. As I unlock the door, he leans forward and cups my chin, tilting my head back. His mouth hovers over mine, and closing his eyes, he nms a trail of kisses from the corner of my eye to the corner of my mouth. A small moan escapes my mouth as my insides melt and unfill _ until tomorrow. He breathes goodnight, Chris J. I whisper, and I hear the Ned in my voice. He smiles _ in you go, he orders, and I walk through the lobby carrying my mysterious parcel. Latest, baby, he calls, then turns and with his easy grace, heads back to the car. Once in the apartment, I open the gift box and find my MacBook Pro laptop, the BlackBerry, and another rectangular IKWM%. It is this. I up the silver paper. Inside is a black, slim, leather case. Opening the case, I find an iPad. Holy shit _ An iPad. A white card is resting on the screen with a message written in Christian's handwriting, Anastasia, G is for real. Holy cow, I have a Christian Grey mixtape in the guise of a high-end iPad. I shake my head in disapproval because of the expense, but deep down I look so at Jack at the office has one, so I know how they work. I switch it on and gasp as the wallpaper image appears, a small model glider. Oh my! It's the Blanick L23 one gave him, mounted on a glass stand and sitting on what I think is Christian's desk at his office _ I gape at it. He built it. He really did build it. I remember now, he mentioned it in the note with the flowers. I'm reeling, and know in that instant that he's put a great deal of thought into this gift. I slide the arrow at the bottom of the screen to unlock it and gasp again. The background photograph is of Christian and me at my graduation in the marquee. It's the one that appeared in the Seattle Limes. Christian's so handsome and I can't help my BCE splitting grin, as my inner goggledess curls up hugging herself on her chaise longue. Yes, and he mine. With a swipe of my finger, the icons shift, and several new ones appear on the next screen. A Kindle app, words, Uhativa, that is. Holy shit! The British Library? I touch the icon and a menu appears, Historical Collection. Scrolling down, I select novels of the and One Piece century. Another menu. I tap on a title, The by Henry James. A new window opens, offering me a scanned copy of the To Read Wholly, an early edition, published in 1879, and it's on my iPad. He's bought me the British Library at a touch of a button. I exit quickly, knowing that I could be lost in this app for an eternity. One notice, a good food app that makes me roll my eyes and smile at the same time, a news app, a weather app, but his note mentioned music. I go back to the main screen, hit the IPCX1 icon and a playlist appears. I scroll through the songs, and the list makes me smile. Thomas Tallis, I'm not going to forget that in a hurry. I heard it twice, after all, while he flogged and flicked witchcraft my grin gets wider, dancing round the great the Bach Marcello piece, oh no, that's too sad for my mood right now him. Jeff Buckley, yeah I've heard of him Snow Patrol, my favorite band, and a song called Principles of Lust by Enigma. How Christian. I smirk another call to session __ oh yes, very 50 Shades. And a few more I have never heard selecting a song that catches my eye, one press play. It's called Try by Nelly Furtado. She starts to sing, and her voice is a silken scarf wrapping around me, enveloping me. I lie down on my bed. This mean Christian's going to you why? Try this new relationship? I drink in the lyrics, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand his turnaround. He missed me. I missed him. He must have some feelings for me. He must. This iPad, these songs, these apps, he cares. He really cares. My hand swells with hope. The song ends and tears spring to my eyes. I quickly scroll to another, A Scientist by Coldplay, one of Kate's favorite bands. I know the track, but I've never really listened to the lyrics before. I close my eyes and let the words wash over and through me. My tears start to flow. I can stem them. If this isn't an apology, what is it? Oh, Chris, or is this an invitation? Will he answer my questions? Am I reading too much into this? 1 a.m. probably reading too much into this. My subconscious at me, trying to hide her I dash my tears away. I have to email him to thank him. I leap off my to fetch the mean machine Coldplay continues as I sit cross-legged on my the Mac up and I log in from Anastasia Steele subject, iPad date, June G, 2011 23:56 to Christian Grey you've made me cry again I love the iPad. I love the songs. I love the British Library app. I love you. Thank you. Good night Anna XX from Christian Grey subject, iPad date, the 10th of June, 2011 0032, Anastasia Steele I'm glad you like it. I bought one for myself. Now, if were there, I would kiss away your tears. But I'm not, so go to sleep. Christian Grey CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. His response makes me smile, still so bossy, still so Christian. Will that change, Tin? And I realize in that moment that I hope not. I like him like this, commanding, as long as I can stand up to him without fear of punishment from Anastasia Steele subject, Mr. Grumpy date, the 10th of June, 2011 0072, Christian Grey you sound your usual bossy and possibly tense, possibly grumpy self, Mr. Grey. I know something that could ease that. But then, you're not here, you wouldn't let me stay, and you expect me to beg dream on, sir. Anna XXPS I also note that you included the Stalker's anthem, Every Breath You Take. I do enjoy your sense of humor, but does Dr. Flynn know? From Christian Grey subject, Zen-like calm date, the 10th of June, 2011 00.10 to Anastasia Steele my dearest Miss Steele spanking occurs in vanilla relationships, too, you know usually consensually and in a sexual context but I am more than happy to make an exception you'll be relieved to know that Dr. Flynn also enjoys my sense of humor now, please go to sleep as you won't get much tomorrow. Incidentally, you will beg, trust me. And I look forward to it. Christian Grey 10th CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele subject, Sweet Dreams date, the 10th of June, 2011 012 to Christian Grey well, since you ask so nicely, and I like your delicious threat, I shall curl up with the iPad that you have so kindly given me and fall asleep browsing in the British Library, listening to the music that says it for you XXX from Christian Grey subject, one more request date, the 10th of June, 2011 015 2, Anastasia Steele Dream of Me. Christian Grey CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated Dream of You, Christian Grey. Always. I change quickly into my pajamas, brush my teeth, and slip into BD. Putting my earbuds one pull the flattened Charlie Tango Baldwin from underneath my pillow and hug it. I am brimming with joy, a stupid, wide-mouthed grin on my face. What a difference a day can make. How am I ever going to sleep? Jose Gonzalez stalls to sing a soothing melody with a hypnotic guitar riff, and I drift slowly into sleep, marveling how the world has righted itself in one evening and wondering idly if I should make a playlist for Christium Chapter 3. The one good thing about being carless is that on the bus on my way to work, I can plug my headphones into my iPad while it's safely in my purse and listen to all the wonderful tunes Christian has given me. By the time I arrive at the office, I have the most ludicrous grin on my face. Jack glances up at me and a double take. Morning, Anna. You ____ radiant. His remark flusters me. How inappropriate. Elle slept well, thank you, Jack Gokri momming _ his brow crinkles _ can you read these for me and have reports on them by lunchtime, please? He hands me 4 manuscripts. At my horrified expression, he adds, just first chapters. Sure. I smile with relief, and he gives me a broad smile in return. I switch on the computer to start work, finishing my latte and eating a banana. There's an email from Christian. Christian Grey subject, so help me date, the 10th of June, 2011 8052, Anastasia Steele. I do. You've had breakfast? I missed you last night. Christian Grey CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele subject, old books date, the 10th of June, 2011 8:33 to Christian Grey. I am eating a banana as I type. I have not had breakfast for several days, so it is a step forward. I love the British Library app. Elle started rereading Robinson Crusoe. And of course, I love you. Now leave me alone, I am trying to work. Anastasia Steele assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey subject, is that all you've eaten? Date, the 10th of June, 2011 8:36 to Anastasia Steele. You can do better than that. You're going to need your energy for begging. Christian Grey CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele subject, pest date, the 10th of June, 2011 8:39 to Christian Grey. Mr. Grey, I am trying to work for a living, and it's you that will be begging. Anastasia Steele assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey subject, bring it on date, the 10th of June, 2011 8:36 to Anastasia Steele. Why Miss Steele, I love a challenge. Christian Grey CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. I sit grinning at the screen like an idiot, but I need to read these chapters for Jack and write reports on all of them. Placing the manuscripts on my desk, I begin. At lunchtime I head to the deli for a pastrami sandwich and listen to the playlist on my iPad. First up there's Nat and Sawney, some world music called Kid Grey has an authentic taste in music. I wander back, listening to a classical piece, Fantasia on a theme of Thomas Tales by Vaughan Williams. Oh, 50 has a sense of humour, and I love him for it. Will this stupid grin ever leave my BCE? The afternoon drags. I decide, in an unguarded moment, to email Christian. From Anastasia Steele subject, board date, the 10th of June, 2011 16:05 to Christian Grey. Twiddling my thumbs. How are you? What are you doing? Anastasia Steele assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey subject, your thumbs date, the 10th of June, 2011 16:15 to Anastasia Steele. You should have come to work for me. You wouldn't be twiddling your thumbs. I am sure I could put them to use. In fact, I can think of a number of options. I am doing the usual humdrum mergers and acquisitions. It's all very dry. Your emails at SIP are monitored. Christian Grey distracted CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. Oh shit, I had no idea. How the hell he know? I scowl at the screen and quickly the emails we've sent, deleting them as I do. Promptly at 5:30, Jack is at my desk. It is dress down Friday, so he's wearing jeans and a black shirt. He looks very casual. Drink, Anna? We usually like to go for a quick one at the bar across the street. One ask. Hope y'all _yeah, most of us go __ you coming. For some unknown reason, which I don't want to examine too closely, relief through me TD love to. You mad's the bar called 50s. You're kidding he ikes at me oddly. No. Some significance for you? No, sorry. I'll join you over there. Matt, would you like to drink? A beer please. Cool. I make my way to the powder and email Christian from the BlackBerry _from Anastasia Steele. Subject, you'll fit right in. Date, the 10th of June, 2011 17:36 to Christian Grey. We are going to a bar called 50s. The rich seam of humor that I could mine from this is endless. I look forward to seeing you there, Mr. Grey. From Christian Grey. Subject, hazards. Date, the 10th of June, 2011 17:38 to Anastasia Steele. Mining is a very, very dangerous. Christian Grey CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, hazard. So date, the 10th of June, 2011 17:42, Christian Grey. And your point is? From Christian Grey. Subject, merely. Date, the 10th of June, 2011 17:42 to Anastasia Steele. Making an observation, Miss Steele. I'll see you shortly. Sooners rather than laters, baby. Christian Grey CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. I check myself in the mirror. A difference a day can make. I have more color in my cheeks, and my eyes are shining. It's the Christian Grey effect. A little email sparring with him will do that to a girl. I grin at the mirror and straighten my pale blue shin, the one Taylor bought me. I am wearing my favorite jeans today, TM _ most of the women in the office wear either jeans or floaty skins. I will need to invest in a floaty skirt or two. Perhaps I'll do that this weekend and bank the check Christian gave me for Wanda, my beetle. As I head out of the building, I hear my name called Steele. I turn expectantly, and an ashen young woman approaches me cautiously. She like a ghost, so pale and strangely blank. Miss Anastasia Steele, she repeats, and her features stay static even though she's speaking _ She stops, staring at me from about 3 feet away on the sidewalk. And I stare back, immobilized. Who is she? You mad? Does she want? Can I help you? I ask. How does she know my name? No _ I just wanted to at you. Her voice is eerily soft. Like me, she has dark hair that starkly contrasts with her fair skin. Her eyes are brown, like but flat. There's no life in them at all. Her beautiful face is pale, and etched with sorrow. Sorry, you have me at a disadvantage, I say politely, trying to ignore the warning tingle up my spine. On closer inspection, she odd, disheveled and uncared for. Her clothes are 2 sizes too big, including her designer trench coat. She laughs, a strange, discordant sound that only feeds my anxiety. El percent do you have that I don't? She asks sadly. My anxiety turns to fear. I'm sorry, who are you? Me? I am nobody. She lifts her arm to drag her hand through her shoulder-length hair, and as she does, the sleeve of her trench coat rides up, revealing a soiled bandage around her urist _ holifuck gok kl day, Miss Steele. Turning, she walks up the street as I stand rooted to the spot. I watch as her slight frame disappears from view, lost amongst the workers pouring out of their various offices _ What was that about? Confused, I cross the street to the bar, oohing to assimilate what has just happened, while my rears her ugly head and hisses at me. She has something to do with Christian. 50s is a cavemas, impersonal bar myth, baseball pennants and posters hanging on the wall. Jack is at the bar with Courtney, the other commissioning editor, 2 guys from finance, and Claire from reception. She is wearing her trademark silver hooped high, Anna. Jack hands me a bottle of Bud. Cheers ____, thank you, I murmur, still shaken by my encounter with Ghost Girl. Cheers _ we clink bottles, and he continues his conversation with Elizabeth. Claire smiles sweetly at me. So, how has your first week been? Oh, she asks. KL, thank you. Everyone seems very friendly. You seem much happier today. I flush. It's Friday, I mutter quickly. So, have you any plans this weekend? My patented distraction technique works and I'm saved. Claire turns out to one of 7 kids, and she's going to a big family get-together in Tacoma. She becomes quite animated, and I realize I haven't spoken to any women my own age since Kate left for Barbados. Absently I wonder how Kate is ____ and Elliot. I must remember to ask Christian if he's heard from him. Oh, and Ethan, her brother, will be back next Tuesday, and he'll be staying in our apartment. I can't imagine Christian is going to be happy about that. My earlier encounter with strange Ghost Girl slips from my mind. During my conversation with Claire, Elizabeth hands me another __ thanks. I smile at her. Claire is very easy to talk to, she likes to talk, and for I know it, I am on my 3rd beer, courtesy of one of the guys from finance. When Elizabeth and Courtney leave, Jack joins Claire and me. Umir is Christian? One of the finance guys engages Claire in conversation. Anna, think you made the right decision coming here. Jack's voice is soft, and he's standing a bit too close. But I've noticed that he has a tendency to do this with everyone, even at the offs. My subconscious narrows her eyes. You reading too much into this, she admonishes me. _TVE enjoyed myself this week, thank you, Jack. Yes, I think I made the right decision. You're a very bright girl, Anna. You'll go our I blush. Thank you, I mutter, because I don't know what else to say. Do you live far? The Pike Market district, not far from me. Smiling, he moves even closer and leans against the bar, effectively trapping me. Do you have any plans this weekend? Well, ____, I file him before I see him. It's as if me whole body is highly attuned to his presence. It relaxes and ignites at the same time, a weird, internal duality, and I sense that strange pulsing electricity. Christian drapes his arm around my shoulder in a seemingly casual display of affection, but I know differently. He is staking a claim, and on this occasion, it's very welcome. Softly he kisses my hair. Hello, baby, he murmurs. I can't help but feel relieved, safe, and excited with his arm around me. He draws me to his side, and I glance up at him while he stares at Jack, his expression impassive. Turning his attention to me, he gives me a brief crooked smile followed by a swift kiss. He's wearing his navy pinstriped jacket over jeans and an open white shirt. He looks edible. Jack shuffles back uncomfortably. Jack, this is Christian, I mumble apologetically. Why am I apologizing? Christian, Jack _TM, the boyfriend, Christian says with a small smile that D&SNT reach his eyes as he shakes Jack's hand. I glance up at Jack, who is mentally assessing the fine specimen in front of him. TM, the boss, Jack replies arrogantly. Anna did mention an ex-boyfriend _oh, shit, you don't want to play this game with 50. Well, no longer ex Christian replies calmly. Come on, baby, time to go. Please, stay and join us for a drink, Jack says smoothly. I don't think that's a GD idea. Is this so uncomfortable? I glance at Claire, who is, of course, staring, open-mouthed and with frankly carnal appreciation at Christian. When will I stop caring about the effect he has on other women? We have plans, Christian replies with his enigmatic smile. We do. And a frisson of anticipation NMS through my body. Another time, perhaps, he adds. Come, he says to me as he takes my hand. See you Monday. I smile at Jack, Claire, and the guys from finance, trying hard to ignore Jack's less than pleased expression, and follow Christian out of the tailor is at the wheel of the Audi waiting at the curb. 1% Why did that feel like a pissing contest? I ask Christian as he opens the car door for because it was. He murmurs and gives me his enigmatic smile, then shuts my hello, Taylor, I say, and our eyes meet in the review mirror. Miss Steele, Taylor acknowledges with a genial smile. Christian slides in beside me, clasps my hand, and gently kisses my knuckles. Hi, he says softly. My cheeks turn pink, knowing that Taylor can hear us, Gratial one that he can't see the scorching, panty-combusting look that Christian is giving me. It takes all my self-restraint not to leap on him right here, in the back seat of the car. Oh, the back seat of the car __whom my inner goddess strokes her chin gently in quiet contemplation. Hi, I breathe, my mouth dry. L%, would you like to do this evening? L thought you said we had plans. I know what I'd like to do, Anastasia, I'm asking you what you want to do. I beam at him. I see, he says with a wickedly salacious grin, so ____ begging it is. Them, do you want to beg at my place or yours? He tilts his head to one side and smiles his oh so sexy smile at me. I think you're being very presumptuous, Mr. Gray. But by way of a change, we could go to my apartment. I bite my lip deliberately, and his expression darkens. Taylor, Miss Steele's, please. Sir Taylor acknowledges and he heads off into the traffic. So how has your day, he asks. Good. Yours? Gok KL, thank you. His ridiculously broad grin reflects mine, and he kisses my hand again. You look lovely, he says, as do you. You're Jack Hyde, is he good at his job? Whoa. That's a sudden change in direction. I frown _TV%. Why? This isn't tea about your pissing contest. Christian smirks. That man wants into your panties, Anastasia, he says DLYLY_. I go crimson as my mouth drops open, and I glance nervously at Taylor. My subconscious inhales sharply, shocked. Well, he can want all he likes ___. Why are we even having this conversation? You know I have no interest in him whatsoever. He's just my boss. That's the he wants what's mine. I need to know if he's good at his job. I shrug. I think so. Where is he going with this? Well, he'd better leave you alone, or he'll find himself on his ass on the sidewalk. Christian, what are you talking about? He hasn't done anything wrong. Yet he just stands too close. He makes one move, you tell me. It's called gross moral turpitude, or sexual harass. It was just a drink after work. I'll mean it. One move and he's out. You don't have that kind of power. Honestly. And I roll my eyes at him. The realization hits me with the force of a speeding freight truck. Do you, Christian? Christian gives me his enigmatic smile. You're buying the company, I whisper in horror. His smile slips in response to the panic in my voice. Not exactly, he says. You've bought it. Sip already. He blinks at me, warily. Possibly. You have or you haven't. Have. What the hell? Why? I gasp, appalled. Oh, this just is much because I can. Anastasia, I need you safe, but you said you wouldn't interfere in my career. And I won't. I snatch my hand out of his. Christian ___ words HIL me. Are you mad at me? Yes. Of course I'm mad at you. I seethe. Mean, what kind of responsible business executive makes decisions based on who they are currently? I blanch and glance nervously once more at Taylor, who is stoically ignoring us. Shit, what a time to have a brain-to-mouth filter malfunction Anastasia. My subconscious glares at me Christian opens his mouth, then closes it again and scowls at me. I glare at him. The atmosphere in the car plunges from warm with SWAT reunion to frigid with unspoken words and recriminations as we glower at each other. Fortunately, our uncomfortable car journey doesn't last long, and Taylor pulls up outside my apartment. I scramble out of the car quickly, not waiting for anyone to open the door. I hear Christian mutter to Taylor, "I think you'd wait here." I sense him standing close me as I struggle to find the front door keys in my Anastasia. He says calmly as if I'm some wild animal. I sigh and turn to face him. I am so mad at him, my anger is palpable, a dark entity threatening to choke me. I haven't flicked you for a while, a long while, it feels, and second, I wanted to get into publishing. Of 4 companies in Seattle, SIP is the most profitable, but it's on the cusp and it's going to stagnate. It needs to branch out. I stare frigidly at him. His eyes are so intense, threatening but sexy as hell. I could get lost in their steely depths. "So you're my boss now?" I snap. "Technically, I'm your boss's boss. And, technically, it's gross moral turpitude, the fact that I am thinking my boss's boss. At the moment, you're arguing with him." Christian scowls. "That's because he's such an ass," I hiss. Christian steps back in stunned surprise. "Oh shit, have I gone for an ass?" he murmurs as his expression changes to one of amusement. "Goddamn it! I am mad at you, do not make me laugh." "Yes." I struggle to maintain my look of moral outrage and ass. Christian says again, this time his lips twitch with a repressed smile. "Don't make me laugh when I am mad at you." I shout and he smiles, a dazzling, frill-toothed, all-American he smile, and one can't help it. I'm grinning and laughing. How could I not be affected by the joy I see in his smile? Just cause I have a stupid damn grin on my BCE doesn't mean I'm not mad as hell at you, I mutter breathlessly, trying to suppress my high CHCD cheerleader giggling. Though I was never cheerleader, the bitter thought crosses my mind. He leans in, and I think he's going to kiss me, but he DTRSNT_he my hair and inhales deeply. "As ever, Miss Steele, you are unexpected." He leans back and gazes at me, his eyes dancing with humor. "So are you going to invite me in, or am I to send packing for exercising my democratic right as an American citizen, entrepreneur, and consumer to purchase whatever one darn well please? Have you spoken to Dr. Flynn Alc-Ut this?" He laughs. "Are you going to let me in or not, Anastasia?" I try for a grudging, my lip helps, but I'm smiling as either Christian turns and waves to Taylor, and the Audi pulls away. It's having Christian Grey in the apartment. The place feels too small for him. I am still mad at him, his stalking knows no bounds, and it dawns on me that this is how he knew about the email being monitored at SIP. He probably knows more about SIP than I do. The thought is unsavory. What can I do? Does he have this need to keep me safe? I am a grown-up, sort of, for heaven's sake. What can I do to reassure him? I gaze at his erotiful face as he paces the RNN like a caged predator, and my anger subsides. Seeing him here in my space when I thought were over is heartwarming. More than heartwarming, I lure him, and my heart swells with a nervous, heady elation. He glances around, assessing his surroundings. "Nice place," he says. "Kate's parents bought it for her." He nods distractedly, and his bold grey eyes come to rest on mine, staring at me. Would you like a drink?" I mutter, flushing with nerves. "No, thank you, Anastasia." His eyes darken. "Oh crap, why am I so nervous?" "I percent it. Would you like to do, Anastasia?" he asks softly as he walks toward me, all feral and hot. One know what I want to do, he adds in a low voice. I back up until I bump against the concrete kitchen island. I'm still mad at you, I know. He smiles a lopsided LND10getic smile and I melt _____. Well, maybe not so mad, would you like something to eat? I ask. He slowly. Yes. You, he murmurs. Everything south of me waistline clenches. I'm seduced by his voice alone, but that hungry I want you now, my. He is standing in front of me, not quite touching, staring down into my eyes and bathing me in the heat that's radiating off his body. I'm stiflingly hot, flustered, and my legs are like jelly as dark desire courses through me. I want him. Have you eaten tar clay? He murmurs. I had a sandwich at lunch, I whisper. One don't want to talk FOD, he narrows his eyes. You need to eat, I'm really not hungry right now _____ for L% at are you hungry for, Miss Stele? L think you know, Nira. Grey. Z, he leans down, and again I think he's going to kiss me, but he D and SNT_ do you want me to kiss you, Anastasia? He whispers softly in my ear. Yes, I breathe everywhere. You're going to be a bit more specific than that. I told you I am not going to touch you until you beg me and tell me what to do. My inner goddess is writhing on her chaise longue. I am lost, he's not playing fair. Please, I whisper. Please do hat. Touch me. L% air, baby. He is so tantalizingly close, his scent intoxicating. I reach up, and immediately he steps back. No, he chides, his eyes suddenly wide and alarmed. No _. Come back, no. He shakes his head. Not at all. I can't keep the longing out of my choice _. He looks at me uncertainly, and I'm emboldened by his hesitation. One step toward him, and he steps back, holding up his hands in defense, but smiling. Anna. It's a warning, and he nms his hand through his hair, exasperated. Sometimes you don't mind, I obscene plaintively. Perhaps I should find a marker pen, and we could map out the no-go areas. Z, he raises an eyebrow. That's not a bad idea. Where's your bedroom? I nod in the direction. Is he deliberately changing the subject? Have you been taking your pill? Oh shit, pill. His face falls at my expression. No, I squeak. I see, he says, and his lips press into a thin line. Come, let's have something to eat. Oh no. I thought we were going to bed. One want to go to with you. L no, baby. He smiles, and suddenly darting toward me, he grabs my utists and pulls me into his arms so that his body is pressed against mine. You need to eat, and so do I, he murmurs, burning grey eyes gazing down at me. Besides ____ anticipation is the key to, and right now, I'm really into delayed gratification. Since when? I'm silenced and I want my gratification now. I'll beg, please. I sound whiny. My inner goddess is beside herself. He smiles at me tenderly. Eat, you're too slender. He kisses my forehead and releases me. This is a game, part of some evil plan. I scowl at him. I'm still mad that you sip, and now I am mad at you because you're making me wait. I pout. You are one angry little madam, aren't you? You'll feel better after a good meal. Know what I'll feel better after. Anastasia Streetler, I'm shocked. His tone is gently mocking. Stop teasing me. You don't fight fair. He stifles his grin by biting his lower lip. He looks simply adorable ____ playful Christian, toying with my libido. If only my seduction skills were, I'd know what to do, but not being able to touch him does hamper me. My inner goddess narrows her eyes and looks thoughtful. We need to work on this. As Christian and I gaze at each other, me hot and yearning and him, relaxed and amused at my realize I have no in the apartment. I could coax something, except we 11 have to go shopping. Shopping? For groceries. You have no here. His expression hardens. I shake my head. Crap, he quite angry. Let's go shopping, then he says sternly as he turns on his heel and heads for the opening it wide for me. When was the last time you were in a supermarket? Christian looks out of place, but he follows me dutifully, holding a shopping basket. I can't remember. Does Afas_Jones do all the shopping? I think Taylor helps her. I'm not sure. Are you happy with the stir-fry? It's quick stir-fry sounds good. Christian grins, no doubt figuring out my ulterior motive for a speedy meal. Have they worked for you long? Taylor, 4 years, I think. NFRS_Jones the same. Why didn't you have any in the apartment? You know why one murmur, flushing. It was you who left me, he mutters disapprovingly. No, I reply in a small voice, not wanting that reminder. We reach the checkout and silently stand in line. If I hadn't left, would he have offered the vanilla alternative? I wonder idly. Do you have anything to drink? He pulls me back to the present beer ___ I think _ I'll get some mine. Oh dear. I am not sure what sort of wine is available in Ernie's supermarket. Christian remerges empty hand, grimacing with a look of disgust. There's a GD liquor store next, I say quickly. I'll see what they have. Maybe we should just go to his place, then we wouldn't have all this hassle. I watch as he strolls purposefully and with easy grace out of the two women coming in. Stop and stare. Oh yes, I my 50 Shades, I think despondently. I want the memory of him in my bed, but he's playing hard to get. Maybe I should, too. My inner goddess NTXLS frantically in agreement, and as I stand in line, we come up with a plan. Christian carries the grocery bags into the apartment. He's carried them as we've walked back to the apartment from the store. He odd not his usual CEO demeanor at all. You look, no one has ever accused me of that for, he says dryly. He places the bags on the kitchen island as I start to unload them. He takes out a bottle of white wine and searches for a corkscrew. This place is still new to me. I think the opener is in that drawer there, I point with my chin. This feels so _ normal. Two people, getting to know each other, having a meal. Yet it's so strange. The fear that I'd always felt in his presence has gone. We've already done so much together, I blush just thinking it, and yet I hardly know him. Are you thinking? Christian interrupts my reverie as he shrugs out of his pinstripe jacket and places it on the couch. How little I know you, really. He gazes at me and his eyes soar an _ you know me better than anyone. Don't think that's TME _ Afas _ Robinson comes and very unwelcome, into my mind. It is, Anastasia, I am a very, very private person. He hands me a glass of white wine. $, he says. $, I respond, taking a sip as he puts the bottle in the fridge. Can I help you with that? He asks. No, it's fine _ sit, I'd like to help. His expression is sincere. You can chop the vegetables. Don't cook, he says, regarding the knife I hand him with suspicion. Imagine you don't need to. I place a chopping and some road peppers in front of him. He stares down at them. And you've never chopped a vegetable. I smirk at him. Are you smirking at me? It appears this is something that I can do and you can't. Let's face it, Christian, I think this is a first here. I'll show you. I BMSH up against him and he steps back. My inner goddess sits up and takes notice. Like this. I slice the red pepper, careful to remove the seeds. Simple enough. You shouldn't have any trouble with it, I mutter ironically. He gazes at me impassively for a moment, then sets about his task as I continue to prepare the diced chicken. He starts to slice, careful one slowly. Oh my, we'll even be here all day. I wash my hands and hunt for the wok, the oil, and the other ingredients I need, repeatedly brushing against him, my hip, my arm, my back, my hands. small, seemingly innocent touches. He stills each time I do. I know what you're doing, Anastasia, he murmurs darkly, still preparing the first pepper. I think it's called cooking, I say, fluttering my eyelashes. Grabbing another knife, I join him at the chopping, peeling and slicing garlic, shallots, and French beans, continually bumping against him. You're quite good at this, he mutters as he starts on his red pepper. Chopping? I bat my eyelashes at him, years of practice. One brush against him, this time with my Hind _ he stills once more. If you do that, Anastasia, I am going to take you on the kitchen. Oh, wow. It's working. You'll have to beg me first. Is that a challenge? Maybe. He puts down his knife and saunters slowly over to me, his eyes burning. Leaning past me, he switches the gas off. The oil in the wok quiets almost immediately. I'll think we'll eat later, he says. Put the chicken in the fridge. This is not a sentence I had ever expected to hear from Christian Grey, and only he can make it sound hot, really hot. I pick up the bowl of diced chicken, rather shakily place a plate on top of it, and stow it in the fridge. When I come back, he's beside me. So you're come to beg? I whisper, bravely gazing into his darkening eyes. No, Anastasia. He shakes his head. No begging. His voice is soft, seductix _ and we stand staring at each other, drinking each other in, the atmosphere charging between us, almost crackling. Neither saying anything, just I bite my lip as desire for this beautiful man seizes me with a vengeance, igniting my shallowing, my breath, pooling below my waist. I see my reactions reflated in his stance, in his eyes. He grabs me by my hips and pulls me to him as my hands reach for his hair and his mouth claims me. He pushes me against the fridge, and I hear the vague protesting rattle of bottles and jars from within as his tongue finds mine. I moan into his mouth, and one of his hands maws into my hair, pulling my head back as we kiss, savagely. %, do you want, Anastasia, he breathes. I gasp. Bed. He breaks free, scoops me into his arms, and carries me quickly and seemingly without any strain into my bedroom. Setting me on my feet beside my bed, he leans down and switches on my bedside lamp. He glances quickly round the RNN and hastily closes the pale cream cooltains _ Now what? He says softly. Make love to me. How? Geez, you have got to tell me, baby. Holy crap _ undress me. I am panting already. He smiles and hooks his index finger into my open shin, pulling me toward him. Gok KL girl, Z, he murmurs, and without taking his blazing eyes off mine, slowly starts to unbutton my shirt. Tentatively I put my hands on his arms to steady myself. He complain. His arms are a safe area. When he's finished with the buttons, he pulls my shirt over my shoulders, and I let go of him to let the shirt fall to the floor. He reaches down to the waistband of my jeans, pops the button, and pulls down the zipper. Tell me what you want, Anastasia. His eyes smolder and his lips part as he takes quick shallow breaths. Kiss me from here to here, I whisper, trailing my finger from the base of my ear, down my throat. He my hair out off line of fire and bends, leaving sweet soft kisses along the path. My finger cock and then back again. My jeans and panties, one murmur, and he smiles against my throat. He drops to his knees in front of me _ Oh, I feel so powerful. Hooking his thumbs into my jeans, he gently pulls them and my panties down my legs. I step out of me pumps and my clothes so that I'm left wearing only my bra. He stops and looks up at me expectantly, but he D&SNT get up _ now, Anastasia. Kiss me, I whisper, you know where _ Oh, he's taking no prisoners. Embarrassed I quickly point at the apex of my thighs, and he grins wickedly. I close my eyes, mollified, but at the same time beyond aroused. With pleasure he chuckles. He kisses me and unleashes his tongue, his joy-inspiring expert tongue. I groan and fist my hands into his hair. He doesn't stop, his tongue circling my clitoris, driving me insane, on and on, round and round. Underscore it only been. Underscore how long? Underscore. Oh please I beg. I don't want to come standing up. I don't have the strength please hat, Anastasia. Make love to me. I am, he murmurs, gently blowing against me. No, I want you inside me. Are you sure? Please. He doesn't stop his sweet, exquisite torture. I moan loudly. Christian underscore please. He stands and gazes down at me, and his lips glisten with the evidence of me arousal. Holy cow! Well, he asks, well what? I pant, staring up at him in frantic Ned underscore TM still dressed. I gape at him in conalsioin underscore undress him. Yes, I can do this. I reach for his shirt and he steps back. Oh no, Zed, he admonishes. Shit, he means his jeans. Oh, and this gives me an idea. My inner goddess chias loudly to the rafters, and I drop to my knees in front of him. Rather clumsily and with shaking fingers, I undo his waistband and fly, then yank down his jeans and boxers, and he springs free. Wow, I peek up at him through my lashes, and he's gazing at me with underscore what? Trepidation? Or surprise? He steps out of his jeans and pulls off his socks, and I take hold of him in my hand and squeeze tightly, pushing my hand back like he's shown me before. He groans and tenses, and his breath hisses through clenched teeth. Tentatively, one put him in my mouth and suck, hard. He tastes good. Anna whoa, gently. He cups my head tenderly, and I push him deeper into my, pressing my lips together as tightly as I can, sheathing my and sucking hard. Yuck, he hisses. Oh, that's a good, inspiring, sexy sound, so I do it again, pulling his length deeper, swirling my tongue around the end. I feel like Aphrodite. Anna, that's enough. No more. I do it again, beg Grey, beg, and again. Anna, you've made your point, he grunts through gritted teeth. I do not want to come in your mouth. I do it once more, and he bends down, grasps me by my shoulders, hauls me to my feet, and tosses me on the bed. Dragging his shirt over his head, he then reaches down to his discarded jeans, and like a good Boy Scout, produces a foil packet. He's panting, like me. Take your bra off / he orders. I sit up and do as I'm told. Lie down I want to at you. I lie down, gazing up at him as he slowly rolls the condom on one want him so badly. He stares down at me and licks his lips. You are a fine sight, Anastasia Stle. He bends over the bed and slowly crawls up and over me, kissing me as he goes. He kisses each of my breasts and teases my nipples in turn, while I groan and mithe beneath him, and he doesn't stop. No stop. I want you, Christian, please please what? He murmurs between my breasts. I want you inside me. Do you now? Please. Gazing at me, he pushes my legs apart with his and moves so that he is hovering me. Without taking his eyes off mine, he sinks into me at a deliciously slow pace. I close my eyes, relishing the frillness, the exquisite feeling of his instinctively tilting my pelvis up to meet him, to join with him, groaning loudly. He eases back and very slowly fills me again. My fingers find their way into his silken unruly hair, and he oh so slowly moves in and out again. Faster, Christian, faster please. He gazes down at me in triumph and kisses me hard, then really starts to move. Holy cow, a punishing relentless. Oh fuck, and I know it will not long. He sets a pounding rhythm. I start to quicken, my legs tensing beneath him. Come on, baby, he gasps. Get it to me. His words are my undoing, and I explode, magnificently, mind-numbingly, into a million pieces around him, and he follows calling out my name. Anna. Oh flick, Anna. He collapses on top of me, his head buried in my neck. Chapter 4. As sanity returns, I open my eyes and gaze up into the face of the man I love. Christian's expression is soft, tender. He strokes his nose against mine, bearing his weight on his elbows, his hands holding mine by the side of my head. Sadly, I suspect that's so I don't touch him. He plants a gentle kiss on my lips as he eases himself out of me. I've missed this, he breathes. Me too, I whisper. He takes hold of my chin and kisses me hard. A passionate, beseeching kiss, asking for what? I don't know. It leaves me breathless. Don't leer me again, he implores, looking deep into my eyes, his face serious. Okay, I whisper and smile at him. His answering smile is dazzling, relief, elation, and boyish delight combined into one enchanting look that would melt the coldest of hearts. Thank you for the iPad. You are most welcome, Anastasia. Your favorite song on there. Now that would be telling. He grins. Come me some wench, I'm famished, he adds, sitting up suddenly and dragging me with him. Wench. I giggle. Wench _now, please. Since you ask so nicely, sire, I'll get right onto it. As I scramble out of bed, I dislodge my pillow, revealing the deflated helicopter balloon underneath. Christian reaches for it and gazes up at me, puzzled. That's I say, feeling proprietary as I reach for my robe and wrap it round myself. Oh geez. Why did he have to find that? In your bed, he murmurs. Yes, I flush. It's been keeping me company. Lucky Charlie Tango, he says, in surprise. Yes, I'm sentimental, grey, because I love you. My balloon, I say again, and turn on my heel and head out to the kitchen, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Christian and I sit on Kate's Persian MG, eating stir-fry chicken and from white china bowls with chopsticks and sipping chilled white Pinot Grigio. Christian leans against the couch, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He's wearing his jeans and his shirt with his just alked hair, and that's all. The Buena Vista Social Club CRMS softly in the background from Christian's iPod. This is good, he says appreciatively as he digs into his. I sit cross-legged beside him, eating greedily, beyond hungry, and admire his naked. I usually do all the cooking. Kate isn't a great. Did your mother teach you? Not really, I scoff. By the time I was interested in learning, my mom was living with husband Trey in Mansfield, Texas. And Ray, well, he lived on toast and takeout if it wasn't for me. Christian gazes down at me. You didn't stay in Texas with your mom? No. Steve, her husband, and we didn't get along. And I missed Ray. Her marriage to Steve didn't last long. She came to her senses. I think she never talks about him, I add quietly. I think that's a dark part of her life, which we've never discussed. So you came back to Washington to live with your stepfather? Yes. Sounds like you ain't a hire, he says softly. I shrug. You're used to taking care of people. The edge in his voice attracts my attention, and I glance up at him. Percented is it? I ask, startled by his wary expression. I want to take care of you. His luminous eyes glow with some unnormal emotion. My health rate spikes I've noticed, I whisper. You just go about it in a strange way. His brow creases. It's the only way I know how, he says quietly. I'm still mad at you for buying Square. He smiles. I know, but you being mad, baby, wouldn't stop me. What am I going to say to my work colleagues, to Jack? He narrows his eyes. That f***er better watch himself. Christian. One admonish. He's my boss. Christian's mouth presses into a hard line. He like a recalcitrant schoolboy. Don't tell them, he says. Don't tell them what? That I own it. The heads of agreement was signed yesterday. The news is embargoed for 4 weeks while the management at SIP makes some changes. Oh ____ will I be out of a job? I ask, alarmed. Elle sincerely doubt it. Christian says ivrily, trying to stifle his smile. I scowl. If I leave and find another job, will you buy that company, too? You're not thinking of leaving, are you? His expression alters. Wally once more. Possibly. I'm not sure. You've given me a great deal of choice. Yes, I will buy that company, too. He is adamant. I scowl at him again. I am in a no-win situation here. Don't you think you're being a tad overprotective? Yes. I am fully aware of how this looks. Paging Dr. Flynn, I murmur. He puts down his empty and gazes at me impassively. One sigh. I don't want to fight. Standing up, I reach for his "Would you like dessert?" Now you're talking, he says, giving me a lascivious grin. Not me. Why not me? My inner goddess wakes from her doze and sits upright, all ears. We have ice cream. Vanilla. I snicker. Really? Christian's grin gets bigger. I'll think we could do something with that. What? I stare at him dumbfounded as he gracefully gets to his feet. Can I stay? He asks. What do you mean? The night. Am I that you were? I flush. Gok where's the ice cream? In the oven. I smile sweetly at him. He cocks his head to one side, sighs, and shakes his head at me. Sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, Miss Stele. His eyes glitter. Oh shit, what's he planning? I could still take you across my knee. I place thee in the sink. Do you have those silver ball things? He pats his hands down his chest, belly, and the of his jeans. Funnily, I don't carry a spare set around with me. Not much call for them in the offs _ I am very glad to hear it, NFR _ grey, and I thought you said that sarcasm was the lowest form of wit. Well, Anastasia, my new motto is if you can't beat M, join M. I gape at him. I can believe he just said that, and he's sickeningly pleased with himself as he grins at me. Tumming, he opens the freezer and takes out the cannon of Ben and Jeannie's finest vanilla. This will do just fine. He looks up at me, eyes dark. Ben and Jerry's and Anna. He says each word slowly, enunciating every syllable clearly. Oh fucking, I think my lower jaw is on the floor. He opens the cutlery drawer and grabs a SPC _. When he up, his eyes twinkle, and his tongue skims his top teeth. Oh, that tongue. I feel wind desire, dark, slug, and wanton Nan's hot froth my veins. We're going to have fun, ooth food. I'll hope you're warm, he whispers. I'm going to cool you down with this. Come. He holds out his hand, and I place mine in his. In my bedroom he places the ice cream on my bedside table, pulls the duvet off the bed, and removes both the pillows, placing them all in a pile on the floor. You have a change of shades, don't you? I know, watching him, fascinated _ he holds up Charlie Tango. Don't mess with my balloon, I warn. His lips quirk upward in half a smile. Wouldn't dream of it, baby, but one do want to mess with you and these sheets. My body practically convulses _ I want to tie you up. Oh okay, I whisper. Just your hands. To the bed, I need you still. Okay, I whisper again, incapable of anything more. He strolls over to me, not taking his eyes off mine. We'll use this. He takes hold of me robe sash and with delicious, teasing slowness, releases the bow, and gently pulls it free of the garment. My robe falls open while I stand paralyzed under his heated gaze. After a moment, he pushes the robe off my shoulders. It falls and pools at my feet so that I'm standing knackered before him. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles, and his touch resonates in the depths of me groin bending. He kisses my lips briefly. Lie on the BD. Face up, he murmurs, his eyes darkening, bumming into mine. I do as I'm told. My is shrouded in darkness except for the soft, insipid light from my lamp. Normally, I hate energy-saving bulbs. They are so dim, but being naked here, with Christian, I'm grateful for the muted light. He stands by the bed gazing down at me. I could look at you all day, Anastasia, he says, and with that crawls onto the bed, up my body, and straddles me. Arms above your head, he commands. I comply, and he fastens the end of my robe sash round my left wrist and threads the end through the metal bars at the head of me. He pulls it tight so my left arm is flexed above me. He then secures my right hand, tying the sash tightly. When I'm tied up, staring at him, he visibly relaxes. He likes me tethered. I can touch him this way. It occurs to me that none of his subs would have touched him either, and what's more, they mul'll never have the opportunity to. He would hail always iron in control and at a distance. That's why he likes his mles. He climbs off me and bends to give me a quick peck on the lips. Then he stands and lifts his shin over his head. He undoes his jeans and drops them to the floor. He is gloriously naked. My inner goddess is doing a triple axel dismount off the uneven bars, and abruptly my mouth is dry. He really is beyond beautiful. He has a physique drawn on classical lines, broad muscular shoulders, narrow hips, the inverted triangle. He obviously works out. I could at him all day. He moves to the end of bed and grasps my ankles, pulling me swiftly and sharply downwards so that my arms are stretched out and unable to move. That's better, he mutters. Picking up the tub of ice cream, he climbs smoothly back onto the to straddle me once more. Very slowly, he peels off the lid of the tub and dips the spoon in him. It's still quite hard, he says with a raised brow, scooping out a spoonful one of the vanilla. He pops it into his mouth. Delicious / he murmurs, licking his lips. Amazing how Google plain old vanilla can taste. He gazes down at me and smirks. Want some? He looks so freaking hot, young and carefree, sitting on me and eating from a tub of ice cream, eyes bright, face luminous. Oh, what the hell is he going to do to me? As if I can't tell. INTXL, shyly. He scoops out another spoonful and offers me the spoon, so I open my mouth, then he quickly pops it in his mouth again. This is too good to share, he says, smiling wickedly. Hey, I staff in protest, Miss Steele, do you like your vanilla? Yes, I say more forcefully than I mean, and you why in vain to buck him off. He laughs. Getting feisty, are we? One wouldn't do that if I envy you. Ice cream, I plead. Well, as you've pleased me so much, tar clay, Miss Steele. He relents and offers me another spoonful. This time he lets me eat it. I want to giggle. He's really enjoying himself, and his GTND humor is infectious. He scoops another spoonful and feeds me some more, then he does it again. Okay, enough HMRN, well, this is one way to ensure you eat, force-feed you. I could get used to taking another. He offers me more. This time I keep my mouth shut and shake my head, and he lets it slowly melt on the spoon so that the melted ice cream drips onto my throat, onto my. He dips down and very slowly licks it off. My body lights up with longing. NFRNM tastes eggs and better off you, Miss Steele. I pull against my restraints and the bed creaks ominous, but I don't care. I'm burning with desire, it's consuming me. He takes another spoonful and lets the ice cream dribble onto my breasts. Then with the back of the spoon, he spreads it over each breast and nipple. It cold. Each nipple peaks and hardens the cool of the vanilla. Cold. Christian asks softly and bends to lick and suckle all the ice cream off me once more. His mouth hot compared to the of the ice. Oh my, it's torture underscore as it starts to melt. The ice cream MNS off me in riulets onto the bed. His lips continue their slow torture, sucking hard, nuzzling, softly. Oh please, I'm panting, want some. And I can confirm or deny his offer. His tongue is in my mouth, and it's cold and skilled and tastes of Christian and vanilla. Delicious. And just as I am getting used to he sits up again and trails a spoonful of ice cream down the center of my body, across my stomach and into my navel. Here a large dollop of ice cream. Oh, this is chillier than before, but weirdly it burns. Now, you've done this before. Christian's eyes shine. You're going to have to stay still, or there will be ice cream all over the bed. He kisses each of my breasts and sucks each of my nipples hard, then follows the line of ice cream down my body, sucking and licking as he goes. And I try, to stay still despite the heady combination of cold and his inflaming touch. But my hips stand to move involuntarily, gyrating to their own rhythm. Caught up in his CL vanilla spell, he shifts lower and starts eating the ice cream in my belly, swirling his tongue into and around my navel. I moan, holy cow, it's cold, it's hot, it's tantalizing, but he stop. He trails the ice cream filter down my body, into my pubic hair, onto my clitoris underscore. I cry out, loudly. Hush now, Christian says softly as his magical tongue sets to work lapping up the vanilla, and now I'm keening quietly. Oh underscore please underscore Christian will know, baby. I know he breathes as his tongue works its magic underscore. He doesn't stop, just D and SNT stop, and my body is climbing, higher, higher. He slips one finger inside me, then another, and he moves the move agonizing slowness in and out. Just here he murmurs, and he rhythmically strokes the front wall of me vagina while he continues the exquisite, relentless licking and sucking. Holy fucking cow, I erupt unexpectedly into a mind-blowing orgasm that stuns all my senses, obliterating all that's happening outside of me body as I tithe and groan. Geez, that was so quick. I am vaguely aware that he has stopped his ministrations. He's hovering over me, slitting on a condom, and then he's inside me, hard and fast. Oh yes. He groans as he slams into me. He's sticky, the residual melted ice cream spreading between us. It's a strangely distracting sensation, but one I can't dwell on for more than a few seconds as Christian suddenly pulls out of me and flips me over. This way, he murmurs, and abruptly is inside me once more, but he doesn't start his usual punishing rhythm straight away. He leans over, releases my hands, and pulls me upright so I am practically sitting on him. His hands move up to my breasts, and he palms them both, tugging gently on my nipples. I groan, tossing my head back against his shoulder. He nozzles my biting down, as he flexes his hips, deliciously slowly, filling me again and again. Do you know how much you mean to me? He breathes against my ear. No, I gasp. He smiles against my and his fingers curl around my jaw and throat, holding me fast for a moment. Yes, you do. I'm not going to let you go. I groan as he picks up speed. You are mine, Anastasia. Yes, yours. I pant. I take care of what's mine. He hisses and bites my ear. I cry out. That's right, baby, I want to hear you. He snakes one hand around my waist while his other hand grasps my hip, and he pushes into me harder, making me cry out again. And the punishing rhythm stalls. His breathing grows harsher and harsher, ragged, matching mine. The familiar quickening deep inside. Geez, again. I am just sensation. This is what he to me, takes my body and possesses it wholly so that I think of nothing but him. His magic is intoxicating. I'm a butterfly caught in his net, unable and unwilling to escape. I'm his underscore. Totally his. Come on, baby, he growls through gritted TTH, and on cue, like the sorcerer's apprentice I let go, and you find our release together. I am lying curled up in his arms on sticky shades underscore. His front is pressed to my back, his nose in my hair. "But I feel for you frightens me," I whisper. He stills. "Me tm, baby," he says quietly. "L% it if you leave me." The thought is horrific. I'm not going anywhere _ I don't think I could ever have my fill of you, Anastasia. I turn and gaze at him. His expression is serious, sincere. I lean over and kiss him gently. He smiles and reaches up to tuck my hair behind my ear. "I've never felt the way I felt when you left, Anastasia. I would move heaven and earth to avoid feeling like that again." He sounds so sad, dazed even. I kiss him again. I want to lighten our somehow, but Christian does it for me. "Will you come with me to my father's summer party tomorrow? It's an annual charity thing." I said I'd go. I smile, feeling suddenly shy. "Of course I'll come." "Oh shit, I have nothing to wear." "Nothing? Tell me," he insists. "I have nothing to wear." Christian LKS momentarily uncomfortable _ don't mad, but I still have all those clothes for you at home. I am sure there are a couple of dresses in there. I purse my lips. "Do you, now?" I mutter, my soy sardonic. I don't want to fight with him tonight. One need a shower. The girl who looks like me is standing outside. Sip, hang on, she's me. I am pale and unwashed, and all my clothes are tm big. I'm staring at her, and she's wearing my clothes, happy, healthy. "But do you have that I don't?" I ask her. "Mo, are you?" "I'm nobody _ who are you?" "Are you nobody, to _ Q then there's a pair of us, don't tell, they'd banish us, you know _ L." She smiles, a slow, evil grimace that spreads across her BCE, and it's so chilling that I stand to scream. "Jesus, Anna." Christian is shaking me awake. I am so disorientated. I'm at home _ in the dark TN bed. "Christian." One shake my head, doing to clear my mind. "Baby, are you okay? You were having a bad dream." He switches on the lamp so we're bathed in its dim light. He gazes down at me, his face etched with concern. "The girl," I whisper. "Mt is it?" "Mt girl?" he asks soothingly. "There was a girl outside Sip when I left this evening. She like me _ but not really." Christian stills, and as the light from the bedside lamp warms up, I see his HCE is ashen. L% En was this, he whispers, dismayed. He sits up, staring down at me. L% En I left this a remoon _ do you know who she is?" "Yes." He nms a hand through his hair. His mouth presses into a hard line, but he says nothing. One press, it's Layla. I swallow the X sub. I remember Christian talking alka _1 t her 4 we went gliding. Suddenly, he's radiating tension. Something is going on. "The girl who put toxic on your iPod?" He glances at me anxiously. "Yes," he says. "Did she say anything?" "She said, 'What do you have that I don't have?' and when I asked who she was, she said, 'Nobody.'" Christian closes his eyes as if in pain. "Oh no. What's happened? What does she mean to him?" My scalp prickles as adrenaline spikes through my body. "What if she means a lot to him? Perhaps he misses her?" I know so little about his past _ ton relationships. She must have had a contract, and she would have done what he wanted, given him what he needed. Oh no, when I can't, the thought makes me nose ms _ climbing out of Christian drags on his jeans and heads into the main room. A glance at my alarm clock shows it's 5 in the morning _ I roll out, putting his white shirt and follow him. Holy shit, he's on the phone. "Yes, outside Sip, yesterday _ early evening," he says quietly. He turns to me as I move toward the kitchen and asks me directly, "What time exactly?" About 10 to 6. I mumble, who on earth is he calling at this hour? What's Layla done? He relays the information to whoever's on the line, not taking his eyes off me, his expression dark and earnest. Yinned out how yes I wouldn't hail said so, but then one wouldn't hail thought she could do this. He closes his eyes as if he's in pain. I don't know how that will go down yes, I'll talk to her yes I know follow it up and let me know. Just find her, Welsh, she's in trouble. Find her he hangs up. Do you want some tea? I ask tea, Ray's answer to every crisis and the only thing he clands well in the kitchen. I fill the kettle with water. Actually, I'd like to go back to bed. His tells me that it's not to sleep. Well, I need some tea. Would you like to join me for a cup? I want to know what's going on. I will not be sidetracked by sex he nms his hand through his hair in exasperation. Yes, please he says, but I can tell he's irritated. I put the kettle on the stove and busy myself with teacups and my anxiety level has shot to DEFCON 1. Is he going to tell me the problem? Or am I going to have to? I sense his eyes on me, sense he's uncertain, and his anger is palpable. I glance up, and his eyes glitter with apprehension. %, is it? I ask softly. He shakes his head. You're not going to tell me? He sighs and closes his eyes. No. Because it shouldn't concern you. I don't want you tangled up in this. It shouldn't concern me, but it does. She found me and accosted me outside my office how does she know me? How she know where I work? I think I hail a right to know what's going on. He runs a hand through his hair again, radiating frustration as if waging some internal battle. Please. I ask softly. His mouth sets into a hard line, and he rolls his eyes at me. Okay, he says, resigned. I have no idea how she found you. Maybe the photograph of us in Portland, I don't know. He sighs again, and one sense his frustration is directed at himself. I wait patiently, pouring boiling water into the teapot as he paces back and forth. After a beat he continues. Meanwhile I was with you in Georgia, Layla up at my apartment unannounced and made a scene in front of Gail. Gail. NFRS_Jones. Do you mean, made a scene? He glares at me, appraising. Tell me. You're keeping something back. My tone is more forceful than I feel. He blinks at me, surprised. Anna, he stops. Please. He sighs in defeat. She made a haphazard attempt to open a vein. Oh no. That explains the bandage on her list. Gail got her to hospital but Layla discharged. One could get their crap. W hat CL and S. This mean? Suicidal? Why? The shrink who saw her called it a typical CLY for help. He didn't believe her to be truly at risk, one step from suicidal ideation, he called it, but I'm not convinced. I've trying to track her down since then to get her some help. Did she say anything to NFRS_Jones? He gazes at me. He really uncomfortable. Not much, he says eventually, but I know he's not telling me everything. I distract myself with tea into teacups. So Layla wants back into Christian's life and a suicide attempt to attract his attention? Whoa. Scary. But effective. Christian left Georgia to be at her side, but she disappears before he gets there. How you can't find her? What her family? They don't know where she is. Neither her husband. Yes, he says distractedly, she's been married for 2 years. What? So she was with you while she was married? Holy fuck, he really has no boundaries. No. Good GTXL, no. She was with me nearly 3 years ago. Then she left and married this guy shortly afterward _oh, so why is she trying to get your attention now? He shakes his head sadly. Don't know. All we've managed to find out is that she ran out on her husband about 4 months ago _ let me get this straight. She hasn't been your submissive for 3 years. About 2.5 years _ and she wanted more. Yes. But you didn't. You know this. So she left you. So why is she coming to you now? I don't know, and the tone of this voice tells me that he at least has a theory, but you suspect _ His eyes narrow perceptibly with anger. I suspect it has something to do with me. You mad would she want with me? W7 do you have that I don't? I stare at 50, magnificently knackered from the waist up. I have him, he's mine. That's what I have, and yet she like me, same dark hair and pale skin. I frown at the thought. Yes _ What do I have that she doesn't? Didn't you tell me yesterday? He asks softly. Forgot about her _ I shrug apologetically. You know, drinks after knock, at the end of my first week. You tumming up at the bar and your _ testosterone rush with Jack, and then when we were here. It slipped my mind. You have a habit of making me forget things. Testosterone rush. His lips twitch. Yes. The pissing contest. I'll show you a testosterone rush. Wouldn't you rather have a cup of tea? Oh no, Anastasia, one wouldn't. His eyes burn into me, scorching me with his I want you and I want you now fuck _ it's so hot, forget her. Come. He holds out his hand. My inner goddess does th _ a backflips over the gym as I grasp his hand. I wake, too warm, and I'm tapped around a naked Christian Grey. Even though he's fast asleep, he's holding me close. Soft morning light filters through the curtains. My head is on his chest, my leg tangled with his, my arm across his stomach. I raise my head slightly, scared that I might wake him. He's so young, so relaxed in sleep, so utterly beautiful _ I can't quite believe this Adonis is mine, all mine. Reaching up, I tentatively stroke his chest, running my fingertips through the smattering of hair, and he stir. Holy cow! I can't quite believe it, he's really mine, for a few more precious moments. I lean over and tenderly kiss one of his scars. He moans softly but doesn't wake, and I smile. I kiss another and his eyes open high. I grin at him, guiltily. Hi, he answers warily. What are you doing? Looking at you. I run my fingers down his happy trail _ he captures my hand, narrows his eyes, then smiles a brilliant Christian at ease smile, and I relax _ my secret touching stays secret oh _ why one hour let me touch you? Suddenly he moves on top of me, pressing me into the mattress, his hands on mine, warning me. He strokes my nose with his. Think you're up to no good, Miss Stle, he accuses, but his smile remains. Like being up to no good near you. You do, he asks and kisses me lightly on the lips. Sex or breakfast, he asks, his eyes dark but ftll of humor _ his erection is digging into me, and I tilt my pelvis up to meet choice. He murmurs against my throat, as he trails kisses down to my breast. I stand at my chest of drawers, staring at my mirror, trying to my hair into some semblance of style. Really, it's just too long. I'm in jeans and a t-shirt, and Christian, freshly showered, is dressing behind me. I gaze at his body hungrily. How often do you work out? I ask. Every weekday, he says, buttoning his fly. Percent do you do? Run, weights, kick _ he shrugs. Kickbox. Yes, I hire a personal trainer, an X01 Olympic contender who teaches me. His name is Claude. He's very GWD, you'd like him. I turn to gaze at him as he starts to button up his white shirt. L% it, do you mean I'd like him? You'd like him as a trainer. 1% why would I need a personal trainer? I have you to keep me fit. I smirk at him. He saunters over and I wraps his arms around me, his darkening eyes meeting mine in the mirror. But one want you fit, baby, for what I have in mind I'll need you to keep up I flush as memories of the playroom my mind. Yes the red room of pain is exhausting. Is he going to let me back in there? Do I want to go back in? Of course you do. My inner goddess screams at me from her chaise longue. I stare into his unfathomable, mesmerism grey eyes. You know you want to, he mouths at me. And the undesirable thought that Layla could probably keep up slithers invidious and unwelcome into my mind. I press my lips together and Christian frowns at me. L% it, he asks, concerned nothing. I shake my head at him. Okay, I'll meet Claude you will. Christian's face lights up in astounded disbelief. His expression makes me smile. He LTNKS like he's won the lottery, though Christian's probably never even bought a ticket. He has no yes, geez, if it makes you that happy I scoff. He tightens his arms around me and kisses my cheek. You have no idea, he whispers. So, what you like to do, Clay? He nuzzles me, sending delicious tingles through my body. Dear, like to get my hair cut, and I need to bank a check and buy a car. And he says knowingly and bites his lip. Taking one hand off me, he reaches into his jeans pocket and holds up the key to my little Audi. It's here, he says quietly, his expression uncertain. Do you mean, it's here? Boy. I sound angry crap I am angry my soul-anxious glares at him. How dare he? Taylor brought it back yesterday. I open my mouth, then close it and repeat the process twice, but I have been rendered speechless. He's giving me back the car. Double crap why didn't I foresee this? Well, two can play at that game. One fish in the back pocket of my jeans and pull out the envelope with his "Here, this is yours." Cries in at me quizzically, then recognizing the envelope, raises both his hands and steps away from me. Oh no. That's your money. No, it isn't. I'd like to buy the car from you. His expression changes completely. Fury, yes, Philly, sweeps across his face. No, Anastasia. Your money, your car, he snaps at me. No, Christian, my money, your car. I'll buy it from you. Elle gave you that car for your graduation present. If you'd given me a pen, that would a suitable graduation present. You gave me an Audi Do you really want to argue about this? Are the keys? He puts them on the chest of drawers That's not what one meant. End of discussion. Anastasia, don't push me. I scowl at him, then inspiration hits me. Taking the envelope, I rip it in two, then two again and drop the contents into my waste bin. Oh, that feels gay. Christian gazes at me impassively, but I know I've just lit the blue touch paper and should stand well back. He strokes his chin. You are, as ever, challenging, Miss Stele, he says DLYLY_. He turns on his heel and stalks into the other run That is not the reaction I expected. I was anticipating heel scale Armageddon. I stare at myself in the mirror and shrug, deciding on a ponytail. My curiosity is piqued. What is doing? I follow him into and he's on the phone. Yes, $24,000. Directly he glances up at me, still impassive. Monday? Excellent No, that's all, Andrea. He snaps the phone shut. Deposited in your bank account, Monday. Don't play games with me. He's boiling mad, but I don't care. $24,000. I'm almost screaming. And how do you know my account? My eye takes Christian by surprise. I'll know everything you, Anastasia, he says quietly. There's no way my car was worth $5,000 to $4,000. Elle would agree with you, but it's knowing your market, whether you're buying or selling. Some lunatic out there wanted that death trap and was willing to pay that amount of money. Apparently, it's a classic. Ask Taylor if you don't believe me. I glower at him and he glowers back, two angry stubborn fools glaring at each other. And I feel it, the pull, the electricity urge in us, tangible, drawing us together. Suddenly he grabs me and pushes me up against the door, his mouth on mine, claiming me hungrily, one hand on my line pressing me to his groin and the other in the nape of my hair, tugging my head back my fingers are in his hair, misting hard, holding him to me he grinds his body into mine, imprisoning me, his breathing ragged I fell him. He wants me, and I'm heady and reeling with excitement as I acknowledge his need for me. Why do you for me, he mumbles between his heated kisses. My sings in my veins. He always have this effect on me? And I on him? Because I can. I'm breathless I feel rather than see his smile against mine and he presses his forehead to mine. Lord, I want to take you now, but I'm out of condoms. I can never get enough of you you're a maddening woman and you make me mad I whisper. In evilly way. He shakes his head. Come. Let's go out for breakfast. And I know a place you can get your hair cut _okay I acquiesce and just like that, our fight is over. I get this. I pick up the tab for breakfast for he days _ he scowls at me. You have to quick around here, Gray. You're right, I do he says sourly, though I think he's teasing. Don't so cross. I'm $24,000 richer than I was this morning I can afford, I'll glance at the check, $20.67 for thank you he says grudgingly. Oh, the sulky SCH boy is back mere to now. You really want your hair cut? Yes, look at it you look lovely to me. You always do. I blush and stare down at my fingers knotted in my lap. And there's your father's function this evening. Remember, it's black tie. OGs _L% is it? At my parents' house they have a marquee you know, the works the charity. Christian nubs his hands down his thighs, look you, King uncomfortable _ it's a DMG rehab program for parents with young kids called Coping Together. Sounds like a good cause I say softly. Come, loose go _ he stands, effectively halting the topic of conversation and holds out his hand as I take it, he tightens his fingers around mine. It's strange. He's so demonstrative in some ways and yet so closed in others. He leads me out of the restaurant, and we walk down the street. It is a lovely, mild morning. The sun is shining, and the air smells of coffee and freshly baked bread. Are we going? Surprise oh, okay. I don't really like surprises. We walk for 2 blocks, and the stores become decidedly more exclusive. I haven't yet had an opportunity to explore, but this really is just around the corner from where Isla _Kate will be pleased. There are plenty of small boutiques to feed her fashion passion. Actually, I need to buy some floaty skins for Christian stops outside a large, slick-looking beauty salon and opens the for me. It's called Esclava _, the interior is all white and leather. At the stark white reception desk sits a young blonde woman in a crisp white uniform. She glances up as we enter. Gok KL morning, Gray she says brightly, color rising in her cheeks as she bats her eyelashes at him. It's the Gray effect, but she knows him. How? Hello Greta and he knows her. It is this? Is this the usual, sir? She asks politely. She's wearing very pink lipstick. No he says quickly, with a nervous glance at me. The usual? What does that mean? Holy fuck. It's rule no 6, the damned beauty salon all the waxing nonsense. _SHTT. This is where he brought all his subs. Maybe Layla, too. What the hell am I supposed to make of this? Miss Steele will tell you what she wants. I glare at him. His intro. Duchaying the rules by stealth. I've agreed to the personal trainer, and now this? Here. I hiss at him. I'll own this place, and 3 more like it. You own it? I gasp in surprise. Well, that's unexpected, yes. It's a sideline. Anyway, whatever you want, you can hail it here, on the house. All sorts of massage, Swedish, shiatsu, hot stones, reflexology, coe.d baths, facials, all that stuff that women like, everything _ it's done here. He waves his long-fingered hand dismissively. Waxing? He laughs. Yes, waxing, everywhere, he whispers conspiratorially, enjoying my eye blush and glance at Greta, who is looking at me expectantly. I'd like a haircut, please. Certainly, Miss Steele. Greta is all pink lipstick and bustling Germanic efficiency as she checks her computer. Franco is free in 5 minutes. Franco's fine / says Christian reassuringly to me. I am trying to wrap my head around this. Christian Grey CEO owns a chain of beauty salons. I peek up at him, and suddenly he blanches. Something, or someone, has caught his eye. I turn to SE where he's looking, and right at the back of the salon a sleek platinum blonde has appeared, closing behind her and speaking to one of the hairstylists. Platinum blonde is tall, tanned, lovely, and in her late 30s or 40s, it's difficult to tell. She's wearing the same uniform as Greta, but in black. She's stunning. Her hair shines like a halo, cut in sharp. As she turns, she catches sight of Christian and smiles at him, a dazzling smile of warm recognition. Excuse me, Christian mumbles hurriedly. He strides quickly through the Sam past the hairstylists all in white, past the apprentice at the sinks, and over to her, too far away for me to hear their conversation. Platinum blonde greets him with obvious affection, kissing his cheeks, her hands resting on his upper arms, and they talk animatedly together. Miss Steele. Greta the receptionist is trying to get my attention. Hang on a moment, please. I watch Christian, sinated _ platinum blonde turns and at me, and gives me the same dazzling smile, as if she knows me. I smile politely back. Christian upset about something. He's reasoning with her, and she's acquiescing, holding her hands up and smiling at him. He's smiling at her, clearly they know each other well. Perhaps they've worked together for a long time. Maybe she NMS the place. After all, she has a certain of authority. Then it hits me like a wrecking ball, and I know, deep down in my gut on a level, I know who it is. It's her. Stunning, older, beautiful. It's NFRS _ Robinson. Chapter 5 Greta, who is NFR _ Grey talking to? My scalp is trying to leer the building. It's prickling with apprehension, and my subconscious is screaming at me to follow it. But I sound nonchalant enough. That's NFRS _ Lincoln. She owns the place with Mr. Grey. Greta seems more than happy to share. NFRS _ Lincoln. I thought Mrs. Robinson was divorced. Perhaps she's remarried to some poor sap. Yes. She's not usually here, but one of our technicians is sick. Clay, so she's filling in. Do you know Mrs. Lincoln's first name? Greta up at me, frowning, and purses her bright pink lips, questioning my curios for _ shit. Perhaps this is a step too far. Elena, she says, almost reluctantly. I'm swamped by a strange sense of relief that my spidey sense has not let me down. Spidey sense. My subconscious snarls, pedo sense. They are still deep in discussion. Christian is talking rapidly to Elena, and she looks worried, nodding, grimacing, and shaking her head. Reaching out, she rubs his arm soothingly while biting her lip. Another nod, and she glances at me and offers me a small reassuring smile. I can only stare at her stony-faced. I think I'm in shake _ how could he bring me here? She murmurs something to Christian, and he my way briefly then turns back to her and replies. She nods, and one thinks she's wishing him luck. But my lip-reading skills aren't highly developed. 50 strides back to me, amiety etched on his face. Damn right. Mrs. Robinson returns to the back room, closing the door behind her. Christian frowns. Are you okay? He asks, but his voice is strained, cautious. Not really. You didn't want to introduce me. My voice sounds cold, hard. His mouth drops open. He looks as if I've pulled the rug from under his feet, but I thought for a bright man, sometimes words fail me. I'd like to go, please, you know why. One, roll my eyes. He gazes down at me, his eyes burning. I'm sorry, Anna. I didn't know she'd be here. She's never here. She's opened a new branch at the Braven Center, and that's where she's normally based. Someone was sick. I turn on my heel and head for the door. We won't need Franco, Greta / Christian snaps as we head out of the. I have to suppress the impulse to in. I want to run fast and far away. I have an overwhelming urge to cry. I just need to get away from all this. Christian walks wordlessly beside me as I try to mull all this over in my head. Wrap PMG my arms protectively around myself. I keep my head down, avoiding the trees on Sozond Avenue. Wisely, he makes no move to touch me. My mind is boiling with unanswered questions. Will Nira evasive fess up? You used to take your subs there. I snap. Some of them, yes, he says quietly, his tone clipped. Layla. Yes. The place LTNKS very new. It's been refurbished recently. I see. So NFRS Robinson met all your subs. Did they know about her? No. None of them did. Only you. But I'm not your sub. No, you most definitely are not. I stop and face him. His eyes are wide, fearful. His lips are pressed into a hard, uncompromising line. Can you see how alked up this is? I glare up at him, my voice low. Yes. I'm sorry. And he has the grace to look contrite. I want to get my hair cut, preferably somewhere where you haven't flacked either the staff or the clientele. He flinches. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're not running. Are you? He asks. No, I just want a damn haircut somewhere I can close my eyes, have me wash my hair, and forget all this baggage that accompanies you. He runs his hand through his hair. One can have Franco come to the apartment, or your place, he says quietly. She's very attractive. He blinks. Yes, she is. Is she still married? No. She divorced about 5 years ago. 1%. Why aren't you with her? Because that's over between us. I've told you this. His brow creases suddenly. Holding his finger up, he fishes his BlackBerry out of his jacket. It must vibrating because I don't hear it ring. Well, clue, he snaps, then listens. We are standing on 2nd Avenue, and I gaze in the direction of the large sapling in front of me. Its leaves the newest green. People bustle past us, lost in their Saturday morning chores. No doubt contemplating their own personal dramas. I wonder if they include stalker ex-submissives, stunning ex-doms, and a man who has no concept of privacy under United States law killed in a car crash. Ume.n. Christian interrupts my reverie. Oh no. Mho? I listen more closely. That's twice that bastard's not been forthcoming. He must know. Does he have no feelings for her whatsoever? Christian shakes his head in disgust. This is beginning to make sense. No explains why, but not where. Christian glances around us as if searching for something, and I find myself mirroring his actions. Nothing catches my eye. There are just the shoppers, the traffic, and the trees. She's here, Christian continues. She's watching us underscore yes underscore number 2 or 4, 24/7 underscore I haven't broached that yet. Christian looks at me directly. Broached what? I frown at him and he regards me warily. Mt underscore he whispers and pales, his eyes widening. I see. When? Underscore that recent lie? But how? Underscore no background underscore ise. Email the name, address, and photos if you have them underscore 5 and 247. From this afternoon. Liaise with Taylor. Christian hangs up. Well? I ask, exasperated, is he going to tell me? That was Welsh. My security advisor. Okay. So hat's happened. Layla left her husband about 3 months ago and ran off with a guy who was killed in a car accident 4 weeks ago. The asshole shrink should have found that out, he says angrily. Grief, that's what this is. Come. He holds out his hand, and I automatically place mine in his before I snatch it away again. Wait a minute, we were in the middle of a discussion, alqt us. Her, you're Mrs. Robinson. Christian's HCE hardens. She's not my NFRS underscore Robinson. We can talk it at my place. I don't want to go to your place. I want to get my hair cut. I shout. If you can just focus on this one thing. He grabs his BlackBerry from his pocket again and dials a number. Greta, Christian Grey. I want Franco at my place in an hour. Ask Mrs. Lincoln underscore. He puts his phone away. He's coming at 1. Christian underscore I splutter, exasperated Anastasia. Layla is obviously suffering a psychotic break. I don't know if it's you or me she's after, or a hat lengths she's prepared to go to. We'll go to your place, pick up your things, and you can stay with me until we've tracked her down. I want to do that. So I can keep you safe. But he glares at me. You are coming back to my apartment if I have to drag you there by your hair. I gape at him underscore. This is beyond belief. 50 Shades in glorious technicolor. I think you're overreacting. Don't. We can continue our discussion back at my place. Come. I fold my arms and glare at him. This has gone too far. No, I state stubbornly underscore I have to make a stand. You can walk or I can cane you. I don't mind either way. Anastasia, you wouldn't dare. I scowl at him. Surely he wouldn't make a scene on 2nd Avenue. He half smiles at me, but the smile reach his eyes underscore ch baby. We both know that if I throw down the gauntlet I'll only too happy to pick it up. We glare at each other, and abruptly he sweeps down underscore clasps me round my thighs, and lifts me. Before I know it, I am over his shoulder. Put me down. I scream. Oh, it feels good to scream. He stalls, striding along St. Avenue, ignoring me. Clasping his arm firmly around my thighs, he swats my hind with his free hand. Christian! I shout. People are staring. Could this be any more humiliating? I'll walk. I'll walk. He puts me down, and before he's even upright, I stomp off in the direction of my apartment, seething, ignoring him of course. He's by my side in moments, but I continue to ignore him. What am I going to do? I am so angry, but I'm not even sure what I am angry about, there's so much. As I stalk back home, I make a mental list. 4 shoulder car wing, unacceptable for anyone over the age of 6 taking me to the salon that he owns with his ex-lover. How stupid can he? The same place he his submissive RS, same stupidity at QRK here. Not even realizing that this was a bad idea, and he's supposed to be a bright guy. Having crazy ex-girlfriends underscore, can I blame him for that? I am so furious, Yes, I cam knowing my bank account number, that's just stalk Kelly by half buying sip, he's got more money than sense. Insisting I stay with him, the threat from Layla must worse than he feared. He mention that yesterday. Oh no, realization dawns _ something's changed. But could that be? I halt, and Christian halts with me. %, at's happened? I demand. He knits his brow. What do you mean? With Layla TVE told you no, you haven't. There's something else. You didn't insist that I go to your place yesterday. So what's happened? He shifts uncomfortably. Christian. Tell me. I snap. She managed to obtain a concealed weapons permit yesterday. Oh shit, I gaze at him, blinking, and feel the blood draining from my face as I absorb this news. The 1st of May feint. She wants to kill him? No. That means she can just buy a gun, I whisper. Anna, he says, his voice free of concern. He places his hands on my shoulders, pulling me close to him. Don't think she'll even do anything stupid, but I'll just don't want to take that risk with you, not me ____. What about you? I whisper. He frowns down at me, and I wrap my arms around him and hug him hard, my face against his chest. He doesn't seem to mind. Let's get back, he murmurs, and he reaches down and kisses my hair, and that's it. All my filly is gone, but not forgotten. Dissipated under the threat of some harm coming to Christian. The thought is unbearable. Solemnly unpack a small case and place my Mac, the BlackBerry, my iPad, and Charlie Tango in my backpack. Charlie Tango's coming, too? Christian asks. I nod and he gives me a small, indulgent smile. Ethan is back Tuesday, I mutter. Ethan? Kate's brother. He's staying here until he finds a place in Seattle. Christian gazes at me blankly, but I notice the frostiness creep into his eyes. Well, it's good that you'll be staying with me. Give him more Oru, he says quietly. I don't know that he's got keys. I'll need to back then. Christian gazes at me impassively but says nothing. That's everything. He grabs my case, and we head out the door. As we walk around to the back of the building to the parking lot, I'm aware that I am looking over my shoulder. One don't know if my paranoia has taken over or if someone really is watching me. Christian opens the passenger door of the Audi and looks at me expectantly. Are you getting in? He asks. Thought I was driving. No. I'll drive. Something new wrong with my driving? Don't tell me you know what I scored on my driving test ____. I wouldn't be surprised with your stalking tendencies. Maybe he knows that I just scraped through the urine test. Get in the car, Anastasia, he snaps angrily. Okay. I hastily climb in. Honestly, chill, will you? Perhaps he has the same uneasy feeling, too. Some dark sentinel watching us, well, a pale brunette with brown eyes who has an uncanny resemblance to yours TMLY, and quite possibly a concealed firearm. Christian sets off into the traffic _. Were all your submissive splits? He frowns and glances at me quickly. Yes, he mutters. He sounds uncertain, and I imagine him thinking, where's she going with this? Elle just wondered. Elle told you I prefer brunettes _NFRS Robinson isn't a brunette. That's probably why, he mutters. She put me off blondes for air _ You're kidding, I gasp. Yes. I'm kidding, he replies, exasperated. I stare impassively out the window, spying brunettes everywhere, none of them Layla, though. So, he only likes brunettes. One wonder why? Did NFRS _ extraordinarily glamorous LN spite CF being old Robinson really put him off blondes? I shake my head. Christian Mindalk Grey. Tell me about her. Do you want to know? Christian S. brow throws, and his tone of voice tries to warn me off. Tell me about your business arrangement. He visibly happy to talk about work. I am a silent partner. I'm not particularly interested in the beauty business, but she's built it into a successful venture. I just invested and helped get her started. I owed it to her _Zedman. I dropped out of Harvard, she lent me $100,000 to start my business. She rich, too. You dropped out. It wasn't my thing. I did 2 years. Unfortunately, my parents were not so understand. I frown. NFR_Gray and Dr. Grace Trevelyan disapproving. I can't picture it. You don't seem to have done badly dropping out. What was your major? Politics and economics. Figures. So she's rich. I murmur. She was a board trophy wife, Anastasia. Her husband was wealthy, big in timber. He smirks. He wouldn't let her work. You know, he was controlling. Some men are like that. He gives me a quick sideways grin. Really? A controlling, surely a mythical creature. I don't think I can any more sarcasm into my response. Christian S. grin gets bigger. She lent you her husband's money. He nods and a small mischievous smile appears on his lips. That's terrible. He got his own back. Christian says darkly as he pulls into the underground garage at Escali. Christian shakes his head as if recalling a particularly sour memory and parks the Audi Quattro SUV. Come, Franco will be here shortly. In the elevator, Christian peers down at me. Still mad at me, he asks Matt Frofactly_very. He nods. Okay, he says, and stares straight ahead. Taylor is waiting for us when we arrive in the foyer. How he always know? He takes my case. Has Welsh been in touch? Christian asks. Yes, sir. And? Everything's arranged excellent. How's your daughter? She's fine, thank you, sir. GokKL_ we have a hairdresser arriving at 1, Franco DeLuca. Miss Steele. Taylor nods at me. Hi, Taylor. You have a daughter? Yes, ma'am. How old is she? She's 7. Christian gazes at me impatiently. She lives with her mother, Taylor clarifies. Taylor smiles at me. This is unexpected. Taylor's a father? I follow Christian into the great room, intrigued by this inform. I glance around. I haven't been here since I walk out. Are you hungry? I shake my head. Christian gazes at me for a beat and decides not to argue. I have to make a few calls. Make yourself at home. Okay. Christian disappears into his study, leaving me standing in the huge 8 gallery he calls home and wondering what to do with myself. Clothes. Picking up my backpack, I wander upstairs to my bedroom and check out the walk-in closet. It's still full of clothes, all brand new with price tags still attached. THRE long evening dresses, THRE style dresses, and 3 more for everyday wear. All this must have cost a fortune. I check the tag on one of the evening dresses, $2,998. Holy fuck, I sink to the FLR_, this isn't me. I put my head in my hands and try to process the last few hours. It's exhausting. Why, oh why have I fallen for some aim who is plain crazy, beautiful one, sexy as Alk, richer than Croesus, and crazy with a capital I. Fish my BlackBerry out of my backpack and call my mom. Anna, honey. It's been so long. How are you, darling? You know Mom? Still not worked it out with Christian? Mom, it's complicated. I think he's nuts _ that's the problem. Tell me about it. Men, there's just no reading them sometimes. Bob's wondering if our move to Georgia was a good one. Yeah, he's talking ALK_1T going back to Vegas. Oh, someone else has problems. I'm not the only one. Christian appears in the doorway. There you are. I thought you'd run off. His relief is obvious. I hold my hand up to indicate that I'm on the phone. Sony, Mom, I hail to go. I'll call again soon. Okay, honey, take care of yourself. Love you. Love you, Mom. I hang up and gaze at 50. He frowns, strangely awkward. Are you hiding in here? He asks. I'm not hiding. I'm despairing. Of all this, Christian I wave my hand in the general direction of the clothes. Can I come in? It's your closet. He frowns again and sits down, cross-legged, facing me. They are just clothes. If you don't like them, I'll send them back. You're a lot to take, you know. He blinks at me and scratches his chin. His stubbly chin. My fingers itch to touch. I know. I'm trying. He murmurs. You're very ooeying. As are you, Miss Steele. 1%. Why are you doing this? His eyes widen and his worry returns. You know why? No, I don't. He nms a hand through his hair. You're one frustrating female. You could have a nice net submissive one who'd say, how high, every time you said jump, provided of course she had permission to speak. So why me, Christian? Just don't get it. He gazes at me for a moment, and I have no idea what he's thinking. You make me look at the world differently, Anastasia. You don't want me for my money. You give me __hope, he says softly. Ullet. Cryptic is back. Hope of what? He shmgs. More. His voice is low and quiet. And you're right. I am used to women doing exactly what I say. When I say, doing exactly what I want, it gets old quickly. There's something new, Anastasia, that calls to me on some deep level I don't understand. It's a siren's call. I can't resist you, and I don't want to lose you. He reaches forward and takes my hand. Don't run, please, have a little faith in me and a little patience. Please. He's so vulnerable. Jez, it is disturbing. Leaning up on my knees, I bend forward and kiss him gently on his lips. Okay. Faith and patience, I can live with that. God, because Franco's here. Franco is small, dark, and gay. I love him. Such beautiful hair, he gushes with an outrageous, probably fake Italian accent. I bet he's from Baltimore or somewhere here, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Christian leads us both into his exits hurriedly, and re-enters carrying a chair from his Alia Uturo to it. He mutters. Grayly, NFR_Gray. Franco turns to me. Bean, Anastasia, what shall we do with you? Christian is sitting on his couch, plowing through what LK like spreadsheets. Soft, mellow classical music drifts through. The greater woman sings passionately, pouring her soul into the song. It's breathtaking. Christian glances up and smiles, distracting me from the music. See. I tell you, he like it. Franco enthuses. You look lovely, Annie, Christian says appreciatively. Mein Werk is done, Franco exclaims. Christian rises and strolls toward us. Thank you, Franco. Franco turns, grasps me in an overwhelming bear hug, and kisses my cheeks. Never let anyone else be cutting your hair, Buissima Anastasia. I laugh, slightly embarrassed by his familiarity. Christian shows him to the foyer and returns moments later. I'm glad you kept it long, he says as he walks toward me, his eyes bright. He takes a strand between his fingers. So soft, Zed, he murmurs, gazing down at me. Are you still mad at me? I nod and he %. At precisely. Are you mad at me? I roll my eyes. You want the list? There's a list. A long one. Can we discuss it in bed? No. I at him childishly. Over lunch, I'm hungry, and not just for he gives me a salacious smile. I am not going to let you dazzle me with your sexpertise _ he stifles a smile. What is bothering you specifically, Miss Steele? Spit it out. Okay, what is bothering me? Well, there's your gross invasion of my privacy, the fact that you took me to some place who hear your ex-mistress and you use I to take all your lovers to have their bits waxed, you handled me in the street like I was 6 years old, and to cap it all, you let your nearest _ Robinson touch you. My voice has risen to a crescendo. He raises his eyebrows, and his gawk humor vanishes. That's quite a list, but just to clarify once more, she is not my NFRS Robinson. She can touch yours, I repeat. He purses his lips. She knows where %. It does that mean? He runs hands through his hair and closes his eyes briefly, as if he's seeking divine guidance of some kind. He swallows. You and I don't have any mles _ I never had a relationship without rules, and I never know where you're going to touch me. It makes me nervous. Your touch complete lie. He stops, searching for the words. It just means more _ so much more. His answer's completely unexpected, throwing me, and there's that little word with the big meaning hanging between us again. My touch means more. Hob cow, how am one supposed to resist when he says this stuff? Grey eyes search mine, watching, apprehensive. Tentatively I reach out and apprehension shins to alarm. Christian steps back and I drop my hand hard. Limit, he whispers urgently, a pained, panicked look on his face. I can't help but feel a crushing disappointment _ how would you feel if you couldn't touch me and deprived? He says immediately. Oh, no FZFTY, shades shaking my head. I offer him a small, reassuring smile and you'll have to tell me exactly why this is a hard limit. One day, please. One day, he murmurs and seems to snap out of his vulnerability in a nanosecond. How can he switch so quickly? He's the most capricious person I know. So, the rest of your list. Invading your privacy. His mouth fists as he contemplates this. Because I know your bank account number. Yes, that's outrageous. I do background checks on all my submissives _ I'll show you. He turns and heads for his study. I dutifully follow him, dazed. From a leaked filing cabinet, he pulls a manila folder. Typed on the tab, Anastasia Rose Steele. Holy freaking shit, I glare at him. He shrugs apologetically. You can keep it, he says quietly. Well, gee, thanks, I snap. I flick through the contents. He has a copy of my birth certificate, for heaven's sake, my hard limits, the NDA, the contract, geez, my social security number, resume, employment records. So you knew I worked at Clayton's? Yes. It wasn't a coincidence. You didn't just drop by. I don't know whether to be angry or flattered. This is hicked up _ you know that. Don't see it that way. What I do, I hard to care real, but this is private. Don't misuse the information. Anyone can get hold of it if they have half a mind to, Anastasia. To have control, I need information. It's how I've always operated. He gazes at me, his expression guarded and unreadable. You do misuse the information you twin your $4,000 that I didn't want into my account. His mouth presses in a hard line. I told you. That's what Taylor managed to get for your car. Unbelievable, I know, but there you go. But the Audi, Anastasia, do you have any idea how much money I make? I flush, of course not. My should I? One don't need to know the line of your bank account, Christian. His eyes soften. I know. That's one of the things I love you. I gaze at him. Love about me? Anastasia, I earn roughly $100,000 an hour. My mouth drops open. That is an obscene amount of money. $24,000 is nothing. The car, the test books, the clothes, they are nothing. His voice is soft. I gaze at him. He really has no idea. Extraordinary. If you were me, how would you feel about all this largesse coming your way? He stares at me blankly, and there it is, his problem in a nutshell, empathy or the lack thereof. The silence stretches between us. Finally, he shmgs. Don't know, he says, and he lks genuinely bemused. My heart swells. This is it, the crux of his 50 Shades, surely. He can't put himself in my shoes. Well, now I know. It d and snt feel great. I mean, you're very generous, but it makes me uncomfortable. Have told you this enough times. He sighs. I want to give you the world, Anastasia. Just want you, Christian. Not all the add-ons. They're part of the deal. Part of what I am. Oh, this is going nowhere. Shall we eat? I ask. This tension in us is draining. He frowns. Sure, I'll God, otherwise there's in the fridge. NFRS_Jones is off on the weekends. So you eat cold cuts most weekends? He sighs. My submissixes, Anastasia ch, of course. I flush. How could I so stupid? I smile sweetly at him. What would sir like to eat? He smirks. Whatever madam can find, he says darkly. Inspecting the impressive contents of the fridge, I decide on Spanish omelette _ there are even cold. It's quick and easy. Christian is still in his study, no doubt invading some poor, unsuspecting fool's privacy and compiling information. The thought is unpleasant and leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. My mind is reeling. He really knows. No, I need music if I'm going to, and I'm going to unsubmissively. I wander over to the dock beside the fireplace and pick up Christian's iPod. I bet there are more of LAEW's choices on. Dread the very idea. Where is she? I wonder. What does she want? I shudder. What a legacy. I can't wrap my head around it. I scroll through the extensor list. I want something upbeat. HRNM, Beyoncé, doesn't sound like Christian's taste. Kraz TN Love. Oh yes. How apt. I hit the repeat button and put it on loud. I sashay back to the kitchen and find a bowl, open the fridge, and take out the eggs. I crack them open and begin to whisk, dancing the whole time. Raiding the fridge once more, I gather patatas, ham, and, yes, peas from the phrase all of these will do. Finding a pan, I place it on the stove, put in a little olive oil. And go back to whisking. No empathy, I muse. Is this unique to Christian? Maybe all men are like this, baffed by women. I just don't know. Perhaps it's not such a revelation. I wish Kate were home. She mulkle no. She's been in Barbados far too long. She should back at the end of the week after her additional vacation with Elliot. I wonder if it's still lust at first sight for them. One of the things I rove about you. I stop whisking. He said it. Does that mean there are other things? I smile for the first time since seeing NFRS_Robinson, a genuine, Felt, BCE splitting smile. Christian slips his arms around me, making me jump. Interesting choice of music, he purrs as he me below my ear. Your hair smells cuxle_. He nozzles my hair and inhales deeply. Desire uncurls in my belly. Number one shrug out of his embrace. I'm still mad at you. He frowns. How long are you going to keep this up? He asks, dragging a hand through his hair. ISHMG_ at least until I've eaten. His lips twitch with imment. Turning, he picks up the remote control from the counter and itches off the music. Did you put that on your iPod? One ask. He shakes his head, his expression, and I know it was her. Ghost girl, don't you think she was trying to tell you something back then? Well, with hindsight, probably, he says quietly. QED_no empathy. My subconscious folds her arms and smacks her lips in disgust. Why's it still on there? Quite like the song. But if it offends you, I'll remove it. No, it's fine. I liked it to music. Percent it would you like to hear? Surprise me. He smirks at me and heads over to the Ipcree dock while I go back to my whisking. Moments later the heavenly suet, soulful voice of Nina Simone fills the It's one of Ray's favorites, Put a Spell on You. I flush, turning to gape at Christian. What is he trying to tell me? He put a spell on me a long time ago. Oh my underscore. His look has changed, the levity gone, his eyes darker, intense. I watch him, enthrall as slowly, like the predator he is, he stalks me in time to the slow sultry beat of the music. He's wearing just an untucked white shirt, jeans, and a smouldering look. Nina sings, You're mine, as Christian reaches me, his intention clear. Please, I whisper, the whisk redundant in my hand. Please, you hat. Don't do this. Do what? He is standing in front of me, gazing down at me. Are you sure? He breathes, and reaching over, he takes the whisk from my hand and places it back in the bowl with the eggs. My heart is in my mouth. I don't want this, I do want this, badly. He's so frustrating. He's so hot and desirable. I tear my gaze away from his spellbinding I want you, Anastasia. He murmurs, I love and I hate, and I love arguing with you. It's very new. I need to know that we're okay. It's the only way I know how. My F and Lings for you haven't changed, I whisper. His proximity is overwhelming, exhilarating. The familiar pull is there, all my synapses goading me toward him, my inner at her most libidinous. Staring at the patch of hair in the V of his shirt, I bite my lip, helpless, driven by desire. I want to taste him there. He's so close, but he doesn't touch me. His heat is warming my skin. I'm not going to touch you until you say yes, he says softly. But right now, after a really shitty momming, I want to bury myself in you and just forget everything but us. Oh my, us, a magical combination, a small potent pronoun that clinches the deal. I raise my head to stare at his beautiful yet serious face. I'm going to touch your face, I breathe, and see his surprise reflected briefly in his eyes before his acceptance registers. Lifting my hand, I caress his cheek, and run my fingertips across his stubble. He closes his eyes and exhales, leaning his face into my touch. He leans down slowly, and my lips automatically leafy to meet his. He hovers over me. Yes or no, Anastasia, he whispers. Yes. His mouth softly closes on mine, coercing my lips apart as his arms fold around me, pulling me to him. His hand moors up my back, fingers tangling in the hair at the back of my head and tugging gently, while his other hand flattens on my behind, forcing me against him. I moan softly. Near. Grey. Taylor coughs, and Christian releases me immediately. Taylor, he says, his voice frigid. I whirl round to see an uncomfortable Taylor standing on the threshold of the great room. Christian and Taylor stare at each other, some unspoken communication passing between them. My study, Christian snaps, and Taylor walks briskly across the room. Rain check, Christian whispers to me before following Taylor out of the. I take a deep, steadying breath. Holy hell! Can I not resist him for 1 minute? I shake my head, disgusted at myself, grateful for Taylor's interruption, embarrassing though it is. I wonder a hat Taylor has had to intimate in the past. What's he seen? I don't want to think that. Lunch. I'll make lunch. I busy myself slicing potatoes. What days Taylor want? My mind races. Is this about Layla? 10 minutes later, they emerge just as the omelette is ready. Christian preoccupied as he glances at me. I brief them into you, he says to Taylor. We'll ready, Taylor answers and leaves the grate. I produce 2 warmed plates and place them on the kitchen island. Lunch. Please, Christian says as he perches on one of the bar. Now he's watching me carefully. Problem? I scowl. He's not telling me. I dish out lunch and sit down beside him, resigned to staying in the dark. This is Google, Christian murmurs appreciatively as he takes a bite. Would you like a glass of wine? No, thank you. I need to keep a clear head around you, grow. It does taste even though I'm not that hungry. But I eat, knowing Christian will nag if I don't eventually. Christian disrupts our broxling silence and switches on the classical piece I heard earlier. This. I ask Cantaloupe, Songs of the Auvergne. This is called Bailero _ it's lovely. What language is it? It's in old in HCT _ you speak French, do you understand it? Memories of the flawless French he spoke at his parents' dinner come to mind. Some words, yes. Christian smiles, visibly relaxing. My mother had a mantra, musical instrument, foreign language, manial alt. Elliot speaks Spanish, MIA, and I speak French. Elliot plays guitar, I play piano, and MIA the cello. Wow. And the martial arts. Elliot does judo. MIA put her down at age 12 and Reefy _ he smirks at the I wish my mother had been that organized. Dr _ Grace is formidable when it comes to the accomplishments of her children. She must be very proud. Ophiao _ I would be. A dark thought flashes across Christian's face, and he momentarily uncomfortable. He regards me warily as if he's in uncharted territory. Have you decided what you'll wear this evening? Or do I need to come and pick something for you? His tone is suddenly BMSQUE _ woe. He sounds angry. Why? W% at have I said? _ not yet. Did you choose all those clothes? No, Anastasia, I didn't. I gave a list and your size to a personal shopper at Neiman Marcus. They should fit. Just so that you know, I ordered additional security for this evening and the next few days. With Layla unpredictable and unaccounted for somewhere on the streets of Seattle, I think it's a wise precaution. I don't want you going out unaccompanied. Okay. I blink at him. Okay, happened to I must have you now, Gray? God, I'm going to brief them. I shouldn't long. They're here. Yes. Where? Collecting his plate, Christian places it in the sink and disappears from the UMAT. The hell was that? He's like several different people in one body. Isn't he that a symptom of schizophrenia? I must Google that. I clear my plate, wash up quickly, and head back up to my carrying the Astasia Rose Steele dossier. Back in the walk-in closet, I pull out the 3 long evening dresses _ now, which one? Lying down on the bed, I gaze at my Mac, my iPad, and my BlackBerry. I am overwhelmed with technology. I set transferring Christian's playlist from my iPad to the Mac, then fire up Google to surf the net. I'm lying across the bed looking at my Mac as Christian enters L% at. Are you doing? He inquires softly. I panic briefly, wondering if I should let him see the website I'm on, multiple personal for disorder, the symptoms stretching out beside me. He eyes the web page with amusement. On this site for a reason, he asks nonchalantly. Brusque Christian has gone, Playle 1 Christian is back. How the hell am I supposed to keep up with this? Research. Into a difficult personality. I give him my most deadpan. His lips twitch with a suppressed smile. A difficult personality. My own pet project. I'm a pet project now? A sideline. Science experiment maybe. When I thought one was everything. Miss Steele, you wound me. How do you know it's you? Wild guess. He smirks. It's TME that you are the only finked up, mercurial, control freak that I know. Intimately _ thought I was the only person you know intimately. He arches a brow. I flush. Yes. That. Have you reached any conclusions yet? I tum and gaze at him. He's on his side stretched out beside me with his head resting on his elbow, his expression soft, amused. "I'll think you're in need of intense therapy." He reaches up and gently tucks my hair my ears. "I'll think I'm in need of you. Here." He hands me a tube of lipstick. I frown at him, perplexed. It's Harlot Road, not my color at all. "You want me to wear this?" I squeak. He laughs. "No, Anastasia, not unless you want to." "Not sure it's your color," he finishes dryly. He sits up on the cross-legged and drags his shirt off over his head. "Oh no. I like your road map idea." I stare at him blankly. "Road map?" "The no-go areas," he says by way of explanation. "Oh, I was kidding." "TM not. You want me to draw on you, with lipstick. It washes off eventually." This means one could touch him freely. A small smile of wonder plays on my lips, and I smirk at him at something more permanent like a Sharpie. I could get a tatco. His eyes are alight with humor. Christian Grey with a tat? Marring his lovely body, when it's marked in so many ways already. No way. No to the I laugh to hide my horror. "Lipstick, them," he grins. Shutting the Mac, I push it to the side. This could become. He holds his hands out to me. "Sit on me." I push my flats off my feet, scramble into a sitting and crawl over to him. He lies down on the bed but keeps his knees flexed lean against my legs. I clamber over him and sit astride as instructed. His eyes are wide and cautious. But he's amused, enthusiastic for this. He comments smiley. "I'm always eager for informatic Grey, and it means you'll relax. Course I'll know where the boundaries lie." He shakes his head, as if he can't quite believe that he's to let me draw all over his body. "Open the lipstick," he orders. Oh, he's in uber bossy mode, but I don't care. "Gimme your hand." I give him my other hand. "The one with the lipstick." He rolls his eyes at me. "Are you rolling your eyes at me?" "Yep." That's very rude, NFR Grey. I know some people who get violent at eye rolling. Do you now? His tone is ironic. I give him my hand with the lipstick, and suddenly he sits up so we are nose to nose. "Ready?" he asks in a low, soft murmur that makes everything tighten and tense inside me. "Oh wow." "Yes," I whisper. His proximity is alluring, his tone flesh close, his Christian smell mixed with my body wash. He guides my hand up to the curve of his shoulder. "Press down," he breathes, and my mouth goes dry as he directs my hand down, from the top of his shoulder, around his arm socket, then down the side of his chest. The lipstick leers a broad, livid ray. I streak it in its wake. He stops at the bottom of this rib cage, then directs me across his stomach. He tenses and stares, seemingly impassive, into my eyes, but his careful blank look, I see he's restrained. His alertion is held in strict check, the line of his jaw is strained, and there's tension around his eyes. Midway across his stomach he murmurs, "And up the other side." He releases my hand. I mirror the line I've drawn on his left side. The trust he's giving me is heady but impaired by the fact that I count his pain 7 small, round white scars dot his chest, and it's deep, dark purgatory to see this hideous, evil disarration of his beautiful body. Who would do this to a child? "There, done," one whisper, containing my emotion. "No, you're not," he replies and traces a line with his long index finger around the base of his neck. I follow the line of his finger with a scarlet streak. Finishing, I gaze into the grey depths of his eyes. "Now my back," he murmurs. He shifts so I have to climb off him. Then he turns around on the bed and sits cross-legged with his back to me. "YOLO," the line from my chest, all the way round to the other side. His voice is low and husky. I do as he says until a crimson line runs across the middle of his back, and as I do, I count more scars marring his beautiful body. 9 in all. Holy fuck, I have to fight the overwhelming need to kiss each one and stop the tears PCU, ling in my eyes. What kind of animal mulk'll do this? His head is down, and his body tense as I complete the circuit round his back around your neck, too. I whisper he and I draw another line joining the first around the base of his neck, his hair. Unished, I murmur, and it looks like he's wearing a bizarre skin-colored vest with a harletrode trim. His shoulders slump as he relaxes, and he turns slowly to face me once again. Those are the boundaries, he says quietly, his eyes dark and pupils dilated ____ from fear? From lust? One want to hurl myself at him, but I restrain myself and gaze at him, and I can live with those. Right now I want to launch myself at yours, I whisper. He gives me a wicked smile and holds out his hands, a gesture of supplication. Well, Miss Stle, I'm all yours. I squeal with childish delight and catapult myself into his arms, canting him flat. He twists, letting out a boyish laugh filled with relief that the ordeal is over. Somehow, I end up him on the bed now. About that rain he breathes and his mouth claims mine once more. Chapter 6. My hands fist in his hair while my mouth is feverish against Christian's, consuming him, relishing the feel of his tongue against mine. And he's the same, devouring me. It's heavenly. Suddenly he drags me up and grasps the hem of my t-shirt, whipping it over my head and throwing it on the "I want to feel you," he says greedily against my mouth as his hands move behind me to undo my bra. In one move, it's off and he pitches it aside. He pushes me back down onto the bed, pressing me into the mattress, and his mouth and hand move to my breasts. My fingers curl into his hair as he takes one of my nipples between his lips and tugs hard. I cry out as the sensation sweeps through my body, spikes, and tightens all the muscles around my groin. Yes, baby, let me hear you, he murmurs against my overheated skin. Boy, I want him inside me, now. With his mouth, he toys with my nipple, pulling at it, making me squirm and lithe and yearn for him. I sense his longing mixed with, what? Veneration. It's as if he's worshipping me. He teases me with his fingers, my nipple growing hard and elongating under his skillful touch. His hand moves to my jeans, and he deftly undoes the button, tugs the zipper D0 / and slips his hand inside my panties, sliding his fingers against my sex. His breath hisses out as his finger glides into me. I push my pelvis up into the hell of his hand, and he responds, bing against me. "Ch baby," he breathes as he hovers over me, staring intently into my eyes. "You're so wet." His voice is filled with wonder. "I want you," I murmur. His mouth joins with mine again, and I feel his hungry desperation, his need for me. This is new, it's never been like this except perhaps when I came back from Georgia, and his words from earlier drift back to me ____ I need to know we Ryoko _ this is the only I know how. The thought unravels me. To know that one have such effect on him, that I can offer him so much solace, doing this, my inner goddess purrs with pure pleasure. He sits up, grasps the hem of my jeans, and tugs them off, followed by my panties. Keeping his eyes fixed on mine, he stands, takes a foil packet out of his pocket, and tosses it at me, then removes his jeans and in one swift motion. I rip the packet open greedily, and when he lies beside me again, I slowly roll the condom onto him. He grabs both my hands and rolls onto his back. "You on top," he orders, pulling me astride him. "I want to see you." Oh, he guides me, and hesitantly I ease myself down onto him. He closes his eyes and flexes his hips to meet me, filling me, stretching me, his mouth forming a perfect O as he exhales _O, that feels so guxl, possessing him, possessing me. He holds my hands, and I don't know if it's to steady me or keep me from touching him, even though I have my roadmap _ you feel so GTND, he murmurs. I rise again, heady with the power I have over him, watching Christian Grey slowly coming apart beneath me. He lets go of my hands and grabs my hips, and I place my hands on his arms. He thrusts into me sharply, causing me to cry out, "That's right, baby, file me," he says, his eyes strained. I tip my head back and do exactly that. This is what he does so well. I move, countering high S rhythm in perfect symmetry, numbing all thought and reason. I am just sensation lost in this lade of pleasure. Up and down underscore again and again. Underscore. Oh yes. Underscore opening my eyes, I stare down at him, my breathing ragged, and he's staring back at me, eyes blazing. My Anna, he mouths. Yes, I rasp. Always. He growls loudly, closing his eyes again, tipping his head back. Oh, seeing Christian undone is enough to seal my fate, and I come out of W, exhaustingly, spin down and around, collapsing on top of him. Baby, he groans as he finds his release, holding me still and letting go. My head is on his chest in the no-go area, my cheek nestled against the springy hair on his sternum. I am panting, glowing, and I resist the urge to pucker my lips and kiss him. I just lie on top of him, catching my breath. He smooths my hair, and his hand runs down my back, caressing me as his breathing comes. You are so beautiful. I lift my head to gaze at him, my expression skeptical. He frowns in and sits up quickly, taking me by surprise, his arms sweeping round to hold me in place. I clutch his biceps as we are nose to nose. You are, he says again, his tone emphatic. And you're amazingly sweet sometimes. I kiss him gently. He lifts me and eases out of me. I wince as he D&S leaning von var, he kisses me softly. You have no idea how attractive you are, do you? I flush. Why is he going on about this? All those boys pursuing you, that isn't enough of a clue. Boys? Boys. You want the list? Christian frowns. The photographer, his crew for about you, that boy in the hardware store, your roommate's older brother. He adds bitterly. That's just not true. Trust me. They want you, they want what's mine. He pulls me against him, and I lift my arms to his shoulders, my hands in his hair, regarding him with mine. He repeats, his eyes dotting possessively. Yes, yours. I reassure him, smiling. He looks mollified, and I feel perfectly comfortable naked in his lap on a bed in the frill light of a Saturday. Who would have thought? The lipstick marks remain on his exquisite. I note some smears on the diner cover though, and wonder briefly what Mrs. Jones will make of them. The line is still intact, I murmur, and bravely trace the mark on his shoulder with my index finger. He stiffens, blinking suddenly. Want to go exploring? He regards me skeptically. The apartment? No, I was thinking of the treasure map that we've drawn on you. My fingers itch to touch him. His eyebrows lift in surprise, and he blinks with uncertain. I rub my nose against his. And what mul'll that entail exactly, Miss Stele? I lift my hand from his shoulder and run my fingertips down this HCE_L. Just want to touch you everywhere I'm allowed. Christian catches my index finger in his teeth, biting down gently. 0W, I protest, and he grins, a low growl coming from his throat. Okay, he says, releasing my finger, but his voice is laced with apprehension. Wait. He leans behind me, lifting me again, and removes his condom, dropping it unceremoniously on the side the bed. I'll hate those things. I've a good mind to call Dr. Green around to give you a shot. You think the top of GYN in Seattle is going to come running? I can be very, he murmurs, hooking my hair behind my ear. Franco's done a great job on your hair. I like these layers. What? Stop changing the subject. He shifts me back so I'm straddling him, leaning on his propped-up knees, my feet on either side of his hips. He leans back on his arms. Touch away, he says without humor. He looks nervous, but he's trying to hide it. Keeping my eyes on his, I reach down and trace my finger underneath the lipstick line, across his finely sculptured muscles. He flinches and I stop. Don't hurt / I whisper. No, it's fine. Just takes some _ readjustment on my part. No one's touched me for a long time, he murmurs _NFRS _Robinson. The words pop unbidden out of my mouth, and amazingly, I manage to keep all bitterness and rancor out of my voice. He nods, his discomfort obvious. One don't want to talk, it'll sour your good, I can handle it. No, you can't, Anna. You see road whenever I mention her. My past is my past. It's a fact. One can't change it. I'm lucky that you don't have one, ors it would drive me crazy if you did. I frown at him, but I don't want to fight. Drive you for? More than you are already. I smile, hoping to lighten the atmosphere between us. His lips twitch. Crazy for you, he whispers. My heart swells with joy. Shall one call Flynn? Don't think that will be necessary, he says dryly shifting back so he drops his legs. One place my fingers back on his stomach and let them drift across his skin. He stills once more. Like touching you, my fingers skate down to his navel, then southward along his happy trail. His lips polt as his breathing changes, his eyes darken and his erection stirs and twitches beneath me. Holy cow! Round 2. Again? I murmur. He smiles. Oh yes, Miss Stle, again. What a delicious way to spend a Saturday afternoon. I stand beneath the shower, absent-mindedly washing myself, careful one not to wet my tied-back hair, contemplating the last couple of hours. Christian and Vanilla seem to going well. He's revealed so much today. It's staggering, trying to assimilate all the information and to on what I've learned, his salary details, he's stinking rich, and for someone so young, it's just extraordinary, and the dossiers he has on me and on all his brunette submissexes _ I wonder if they are all in that filing cabinet. My subconscious purses her lips at me and shakes her head, don't even go there. Frown _ just a quick peek. And there's Layla, with a gun, potentially, somewhere, and her crap taste in music still on his iPod. But even worse, Affers _ pedo Robinson, I cannot wrap my head around her, and I don't want to. I don't want her to be a shimmering-haired spectre in our relationship. He's right, I do go off the deep end when I think of her, so perhaps it's best if I don't. I step out of the shower and dry myself, and I'm suddenly seized by unexpected anger. But who wouldn't go off the deep end? What normal, sane person would do that to a 15-year-old boy? How much has she contributed to his alpjupness? I don't understand her. And worse still, he says she helped him. How? I think of his scars, the stark physical embodiment of a horrific and a sickening reminder of what mental scars he must bear. My swart, sad 50 Shades. He's said such loving things today. He crazy for me. Staring at I smile at the memory of his words, my heart brimming once more, and my face transforms with a ridiculous smile. Perhaps we can make this work. But how long will he want to do this without wanting to beat the crap out of me cause I cross some arbitrary line? My smile dissolves _ this is what I don't know, this is the shadow that hangs over us. Kinky fiackery, yes, one can do that, but more? My subconscious stares at me blankly, for once offering no snaky words of wisdom. Head back to my bedroom to dress. Christian is downstairs getting ready, doing whatever he's doing, so I have the bedroom to myself as all the dresses in the closet. I have drawers full of new underwear. I select a black bustier corset creation with a price tag of $440. It has silver trim like filigree and the briefest of panties to match. Thigh-high stockings, too, in a natural color, so fine, pure silk. Wow, they feel _slinky and kind of hot _. I am reaching for the dress when Christian enters unannounced. Whoa, you could knock. He stands immobilized, staring at me, grey eyes glimmering, hungrily. I blush crimson everywhere, it feels. He is wearing a white shirt and black suit pants, the neck of his shirt is open. I can see the lipstick lines still in place, and he's still staring. Can I help you, Mr. Gray? I assume there is some purpose to your visit other than to gawk mindlessly at me. I am rather enjoying my mindless gawk, thank you, Miss Steele, he murmurs darkly, stepping fi_Luther into the room and drinking me remind me to send a personal note of thanks to Caroline Acton. I frown _mo the hell is she? The personal shopper at Neiman's, he says, peakily answering my unspoken cues. Tm quite distracted. I can see that. Do you want, Christian? I give him my no-nonsense stare. He retaliates with his smile and pulls the silver ball egg things from his pocket, stopping me in my tracks. Holy shit! He wants to spank me? Now? TV%. Why? It's not what you think, he says quickly. Enlighten me, I whisper. Thought you could wear these tonight and the implications of that sentence hang between us as the idea sinks in. To this event. He nods slowly, his eyes darkening. Oh my, will you spank me later? For a moment, I feel a tiny fleeting stab of disappointment. He chuckles. You want me to? I swallow. I just don't know. Well, rest assured I am not going to touch you like that, not even if you begged me. Oh. This is news. Do you want to play this game? He continues, holding up the balls. You can always take them out if it's much. I gaze at him. He's so wickedly tempting, unkempt, recently flacked hair, dark eyes dancing with erotic thoughts, that beautiful sculptured mouth, lips raised in a sexy, amused smile. Okay, I acquiesce softly. Hell, yes. My inner goddess has found her voice and is shouting from the rooftops. Gok KL girl. Christian grins. Come here, and I'll put them in, once you've put your shoes on. My S. I turn and glance at the Doc's grey suede stilettos that match the dress I've chosen to wear. Humour him. My inner goddess barks at me. He holds out his hand to support me while I step into the Christian lube out in slurs, a steal at $3,295. I must be at least 5 inches taller. He leads me to the bedside and D&SNT sit, but walks Oxa to the only chair in the. Picking it up, he carries it over and places it in front of me. I you down and hold on to the chair. Understand? His voice is yes. God, now open your mouth, he orders, his voice still low. I do as I'm told, thinking that he's going to put the balls in my mouth again to lubricate them. No, he slips his index finger in. Oh suck, he says. I reach up and clasp his hand, holding him steady, and do as I'm told. See, I can be obedient, when I want. He tastes of soap _whom I suck hard, and I'm rewarded when his eyes widen and his lips part as he inhales. I'm not going to need any lubricant at this rate. He puts the balls in his mouth as I fillet his finger, twirling my tongue round it. When he tries to withdraw it, I clamp my teeth down. He grins, then shakes his head, admonishing me, so I let go. He and I down and grasp the sides of the chair. He moves my panties to one side and very slowly slides a finger into me, circling leisurely, so I feel him, on all sides. I can't help the moan that escapes from my lips. He withdraws his finger briefly and with tender care, inserts the balls one at a time, pushing them deep inside me. Once they are in position, he smooths my panties back into place and kisses my backside. Running his hands up each of my legs from ankle to he gently kisses the top of each thigh. Here my hold-ups finish. You have fine, Fine legs, Miss Steele, he murmurs. Standing, he grasps my hips and pulls my behind against him so I feel his erection. Maybe I'll have you this way or when we get home, Anastasia. You can stand now. I feel giddy, beyond aroused as the weight of the balls push and pull inside me. Leaning down from behind me, Christian kisses my shoulder. Elle bought these for you to wear to last Saturday's gala. He puts his arm around me and holds out his hand. In his palm rests a small red with Cartier inscribed on the lid. But you left me, so I never had the opportunity to give them to you. This is my second chance, he murmurs, his voice stiff with some emotion _ his nervous _ tentative. I reach for the box and open it. Inside a pair of drop earrings. Each has 4 diamonds, one at the base, then a gap, then 3 perfectly spaced diamonds hanging one after the other. They are beautiful, simple, and classic. What I would myself, if I were ever given the opportunity to shop at Cartier. They are lovely, one whisper, and because they are second chance earrings, I love them. Thank you. He relaxes against me as the tension leaves his body, and he kisses my shoulder again. You're wearing the silver satin dress, he asks. Yes. Is that okay? Of course. I'll let you get ready. He heads out the door without a backward glance. I hail enter an alternate universe. The young Itinan staring back at me, worthy of a road carpet. Her strapless, floor-length, silver satin gown is simply stunning. Maybe I'll tie it to Caroline Acton myself. It's fitted and flat as a hat little come S1 have. My hair falls in soft waves around my face, spilling over my shoulders to my breasts _ tuck one side behind my ear, revealing my second chance earrings. I kept my makeup to a minimum, a natural look. Eyeliner, mascara, a little pink blush, and pale pink lipstick. I don't really need the blush. I am slightly flushed from the constant movement of the silver balls. Yes, they'll guarantee I have some color in my cheeks tonight. Shaking my head at the audacity of Christian's erotic ideas, I lean down to collect my satin tap and silver clutch purse and go in search of my 50 shades. He is talking to Taylor and 3 other men in the hallway, his back to me. Their surprised, appreciative expressions alert Christian to my presence. He turns as I stand and wait awkwardly. Holy cow! My mouth dries. He looks stunning _ black dinner suit, black bow tie, and his expression as he gazes at me is one of awe. He strolls toward me and kisses my hair. Anastasia, you are breathtaking. I flush at this compliment in front of Taylor and the other men. A glass of champagne we go. Please, I murmur, far quickly. Christian nods to Taylor, who heads into the foyer with his 3 cohorts. In the grate, Christian retrieves a bottle of champagne from the fridge. Security team? I ask. Close protection? They are under Taylor's control. He's trained in that, too. Christian hands me a champagne flute _ he's very versatile. Yes, he is. Christian smiles. You lovely, Anastasia. Cheers. He raises his glass, and I clink it with mine. The champagne is a pale rose color _ it tastes deliciously crisp and light. How are you feeling? He asks, his eyes heated. Yin, thank you, I smile sweetly, giving nothing away, knowing full well he's referring to the silver balls. He smirks at me. Here, you're going to need this. He hands me a large silver pouch that was resting on the kitchen island. Open it, he says, between sips of champagne. Intrigued, I reach into the bag and pull out an intricate silver masquerade mask with cobalt blue feathers in a plume crowning the top. It's a masked ball, he states matter-of-factly. I see. The mask is beautiful _ a silver ribbon is threaded around the edges and exquisite silver filigree is etched around the eyes. This will show off your eyes, Anastasia. I grin at him, shyly. Are you wearing one? Of course. They are very liberating in a way, he adds, raising an eyebrow, and he oh this ts going to be fun come. I want to show you something. Holding out his hand, he leads me out into the hallway and to a CLCM beside the stairs. He opens it, revealing a large roughly the same size as his playroom, hic must be directly above us. This one is filled with wow, a library, every wall crammed floor to ceiling. In the center is a frill-size billiard table illuminated by a long triangular prism-shaped lamp. You have a library. I squeak in awe, overwhelmed with excitement. Yes, the ball's room as Elliot calls it. The apartment is quite spacious. I realized today, when you mentioned exploring, that I've never given you a tour. We don't have time now, but I thought I'd show you this and maybe challenge you to a game of billiards in the not too distant. I grin at him. Bring it on. I secretly hug myself with glee. Jose and I over pool we've playing for the last 3 years. I am ace with a Q. Jose has a Gotxl teacher. L% it. Christian asks, amused_o. I really must stop expressing EVO emotion. I feel the instant I feel it, I scold my nothing one say quickly. Christian narrows his eyes. Well, maybe Dr. Flynn can uncover your secrets. You'll meet him this evening. The expensive charlatan? Holy shit, the very same. He's dying to meet you. Christian takes my hand and gently skims his thumb across my knuckles as sit in the back of the Audi heading north. I squirm, and feel the sensation in my groin. I resist the urge to moan, as Taylor is in the front, not wearing his with one of the security guys whose name I think is Sawyer_. I am beginning to feel a dull, pleasurable ache deep in my belly, caused by the balls. Idly, I wonder, how long will I be able to manage without some, _. I cross my legs. As I do, something that's been niggling me in the back of my mind suddenly surfaces. L% air, did you get the lipstick? I ask Christian quietly. He smirks at me and points toward the front. Taylor, he mouths. I burst out laughing. Oh. And stop quickly, the balls. I bite my lip. Christian smiles at me, his eyes gleaming wickedly. He knows exactly what he's doing, sexy trass that he is. Relax, he breathes. If it's TM much __, his voice trails off, and he gently kisses each knuckle in turn, then gently sucks the tip of my little finger. Now I know he's doing this on purpose. I close my eyes as dark desire unfolds throughout my body. I surrender briefly to the sensation, my muscles clenching deep inside me. Oh my, when I open my eyes, Christian is regarding me closely, a dark prince. It must be the dinner jacket and tie, but he looks older, sophisticated, a devastatingly handsome roux with licentious intent. He simply takes my breath away. I'm in his sexual thrall, and if I'm to believe him, he's in mine. The thought brings a smile to my face, and his answering grin is blinding. So what can we expect at this event? The usual stuff, Christian says breezily. Not usual for me, I remind him. Christian smiles fondly and kisses my hand again. Lots of people flashing their cash, auction, raff, dinner, dancing, my mother knows how to throw a party. Here, and for the first time all day, I allow myself to feel a little excited about this Paul _. There is a line of expensive cars heading up the driveway of the grey mansion. Long, pale pink paper lanterns hang over the drive, and as we inch closer in the Audi, I can see they are everywhere. In the early evening light, they look magical, as if we're entering an enchanted kingdom. I glance at Christian. How suitable for my prince, and my childish excitement eclipsing all other feelings. Masks 0M. Christian grins, and as he dons his simple black mask, my prince becomes something darker, more sensual _. All one can see of his face is his chiseled mouth and strong jaw. Holy fuck _. My Hendel rat lurches at the sight of him. I fasten my mask and grin at him, ignoring the hunger deep in my body. Taylor pulls into the driveway, and a valet opens Christian's door. So I leaps out to open mine. Ready? Christian asks as I'll ever you look beautiful, Anastasia. He kisses my hand and exits the car. A dark green carpet runs along the lawn to one side of the house, leading to the impressive grounds at the rear. Christian has a protective arm around me, resting his hand on my waist, as you follow the green carpet with a steady stream of Seattle's elite dressed in their finery and wearing all manner of masks, the lanterns lighting the way. Two photographers marshal guests to pose for pictures against the backdrop of an arbor_near Gray. One of the photographers calls Christian NCDS in acknowledgement and pulls me close as we pose quickly for a photo. How do they know it's him? His trademark, unruly copper hair, no doubt. Two photographers. I ask Christian. One is from the Seattle Times, the other is for a souvenir. We'll be able to buy a copy. Oh, my picture in the press again. Layla briefly enters my mind. This is how she found me, posing with Christian. The thought is unsettling, though it's comforting that I am unrecognizable beneath my mask. At the end of the line, white-suited servers hold trays of glasses brimming with champagne, and I'm grateful when Christian passes me a glass, effectively distracting me from my dark thoughts. We approach a large white pergola hung with smaller versions of the paper lanterns. Beneath it, shines a black and white checkered dance floor surrounded by a low fence with entrances on three sides. At each entrance stand two ice sculptures of swans. The south side of the pergola is occupied by a stage where a string quartet is playing softly, a haunting, ethereal piece I don't recognize. The stage looks set for a big band, but as there's no sign of the musicians yet, I figure this must be for later. Taking my hand, Christian leads me between swans onto the dance fitten where the other guests are congregating, chatting over glasses of champagne. Toward the shoreline stands an enormous marquee, open on the side nearest to us so I can glimpse the formally arranged tables and chairs. There are so many. Zero. How many people are coming? I ask, thrown by the scale of the mark. I think about 300. You'll have to ask my mother. He smiles down at me, and maybe it's because one can only see his smile that lights up his face, but my inner goddess swoons. A young woman appears out of the throng and throws her arms around his neck, and immediately I know it's Mia. She's dressed in SL&K_pale pink, heel-length chiffon gov.n with a stunning, delicately detailed and Neshan mask to match. She amazing. And for a moment, one have never felt so grateful for the dress Christian has given me. Anna. Oh, darling, you gorgeous. She gives me a quick hug. You must come and meet my friends. None of them can believe that Christian finally has a girlfriend. I shoot a quick panicked glance at Christian, shrugs in a resigned I know she's impossible, I had to live with her 4 years way, and let Mia lead me oxer to a group of 4 young women, all expensively attired and impeccable. GRNNED. Mia makes hasty introductions. 3 of them are sweet and kind, but Lily, I think her name is, regards me sourly from beneath her road mask. Of course we all thought Christian was gay, she says snidely, concealing her answer with a large, fake smile. Mia pouts at her. Lily, behave yourself. It's obvious he has excellent taste in women. He was waiting for the right one to come along, and it wasn't you. Lily blushes the same color as her mask, as do Elle. Could this be any more uncomfortable? Ladies, if I could claim my date back, please. Snaking his arm around my waist, Christian pulls me to his side. All 4 women flush, grin and fidget, his dazzling smile doing what it always does. Mia glances at me and rolls her eyes, and I have to laugh. Lovely to meet you, I say as he drags me away. Thank you, I mouth at Christian. When we re some distance away, Elle saw that Lily was with Mia_. She is one nasty piece of UMK_. She likes yows, I mutter dryly. He shudders. Well, the feeling is not mutual. Come, let me introduce you to some people. I spend the next half hour in a whirlwind of instructions. One met 2 Hollywood AC tours, 2 more CEOs, and several eminent physicians. Holy shit! There is no way I'm going to remember everyone's name. Christian keeps me close at his side, and I'm grateful. Frankly, the wealth, the glamour, and the sheer lavish scale of the event intimidates me. I have never been to anything like this in my life. The white-suited savers move effortless through the growing crowd of guests with bottles of champagne, topping off my glass with worrying regularity. I must not drink too much, I must not drink too much, I repeat to myself, but I'm beginning to feel light-headed, and I don't know if it's the champagne, the charged atmosphere of mystery and excitement created by the masks, or the secret silver balls. The dull ache below my waist is becoming impossible to ignore. So you work at SIP? Asks a balding gentleman in a half-bear, or is it a dog mask? Heard rumors of a hostile takeover. I flush. There's a hostile takeover from a man who has more money than sense and is a stalker par excellence. I'm just a lowly assistant, near Eccles. I wouldn't know these things. Christian says nothing and smiles blandly at Eccles. Ladies and gentlemen. The master of ceremonies, wearing an impressive black and white harlequin mask, intimates us. Please take your seats. Dinner is served. Christian takes my hand, and we follow the chattering crowd to the large marquee. The interior is stunning. And enormous, shallow chandeliers throw rainbow-colored sparkles over the ivory silk lining of the ceiling and walls. There must be at least 30 tables, and they remind me of the private dining at the Heathman, crystal glasses, crisp white linen covering the tables and chairs, and in the center, an exquisite display of pale pink peonies gathered around a silver candelabra wrapped in gossamer silk. Beside it is a basket of goodies. Christian consults the seating plan and leads me to a table in the center. Mia and Grace are already deep in conversation with a young man I don't know. Grace is wearing a shimmering mint green gown with a Venetian mask to match. She radiant, not stressed at all, and she greets me warmly. Anna, how delightful one to see you again. And El King so beautiful, too. Mother Christian greets her stiffly and kisses her on both cheeks. So formal, she scolds him teasingly. Grace's parents, NFR_ and AFAS_ Trevelyan, join us at our table. They SEM and youthful, though it's difficult to tell beneath their matching bronze masks. They are delighted to see Christian grandmother, grandfather, may I introduce Anastasia Stle. Mrs. Trevelyan is all over me like a rash. He's finally found someone, how wonderful and so pretty. Well, I do hope you make an honest man of hire, she gushes, shaking my hand. Holy cow! I thank the heavens for my mask. Mother, don't embarrass Anna. Grace comes to my rescue. Ignore the silly old dear _Nera. Trevelyan shakes my hand. She thinks cause she's so old, she has a goggle given right to say whatever nonsense into that WLLY head of hers. Anna, this is my date, seem Mia shyly her young man. He gives me a wicked grin, and his brown eyes dance with amusement as you shake hands. Pleased to meet you, Sean. Christian shakes Sean's hand as he regards him shrewdly. Don't tell me that poor Mia suffers from her overbearing brother, TCO_. I smile at Mia in sympathy. Lance and Janine, Grace's friends, are the last couple at our table, but there is still no sign of Gray. Abruptly, there's the hiss of a microphone, and Gray's voice booms over the PAR system, causing the babble of voices to die down. Carrick stands on a small stage at one end of the marquee, wearing an impressive, gold, Punchinello mask. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our annual charity ball. I hope that you enjoy what we have laid out for you tonight and that you'll dig deep into your pockets to support the fantastic work that our team with coping together. As you know, it's a cause that is very close to my wife's Heian, and mine. I peek nervously at who is staring impassively, one think, at the stage. He glances at me and smirks. I hand you over now to our master of ceremonies. Please seated, and enjoy Carrick Feeney. She's polite applause follows, then the babble in the tent starts again. I am seated between Christian and his grandfather. I admire the small white place card with fine silver calligraphy that bears my name as a waiter lights the candelabra oodle along taper. Carrick joins us, kissing me on both cheeks, surprised me. To see you again, _na he murmurs. He really very striking in his extraordinary gold mask. Ladies and gentlemen, please nominate a table head. The MC calls out. Oh, me, says Mia immediately, bouncing enthusiastically in her seat. In the center of the table you will find an envelope. The MC continues. Would Eileen find, beg, borrow, or steal a bill of highest denomination you can manage, write your name on it, and place it inside the envelope. Table heads, please guard these envelopes carefully. We will need them later. Holy crap! I haven't brought any money with me. How stupid! TTS a charity event. Fishing out his wallet, Christian produces $200 bills. Here he says. What? T11 pay you back, I whisper. His mouth twists slightly, and I know he's not happy, but he doesn't comment. I sign my name using his fountain pen. It's black, with a white flower motif on the cap, and Mia passes the envelope round. In front of me I find another card inscribed with silksy calligraphy, our menu. A masked ball in aid or coping menu, salmon tartare with creme fraiche and cucumber on toasted brioche, Alban estate raisin roasted muscoved breast, creamy suncoke puree, thyme roasted Bing cherries, foie gras chateauneuf. Du pate viales vinster la Eunice sugared crusted walnut chiffon candied figs, sabayon, maple ice cream Enda Constance 2004 Klein Constantia selection of local cheeses and breads, Alban estate. Grenache 2006 coffee and petties. Fours well, that accounts for the number of crystal glasses in every size that crowd my place setting. Our waiter is back, offering wine and water. Behind me, the sides of the tent through which enter are being closed, Uhal at the front, servers pull back the canvas, revealing the sunset over Seattle and Maidenbower Bay. It's an absolutely breathtaking view, the twinkling lights of Seattle in the distance and the orange, dusky come-off bay reflecting the opal sky. Wow! It's so calm and peaceful. 10 servers, each holding a plate, come to stand between us. On a silent cue, they seam us our starters in complete synchronization, then vanish again. The salmon delicious, and I realize I am famished. Hungry. Christian murmurs so only I can hear. I know he's not referring to the food, and the muscles deep in my belly respond. Very, I whisper, boldly meeting his gaze, and Christian's lips pan as he inhales. Had C_2 can play at this game. Christian's grandfather engages me in conversation immediately. He's a wonderful old man, so proud of his daughter and 3 children. It isn't weird to think of Christian as a child. The memory of his burn scars come unbidden to my mind, but I quickly quash it. I don't want to think about that now, though ironically, it's the reason behind this party. I wish Kate was here with Elliot. She would fit in so well. The sheer number of forks and knives laid out before her wouldn't daunt Kate. She command the table. I imagine her duking it out with Mia over who should be table head. The thought makes me smiley. The conversation at the table ebbs and flows. Mia is entertaining, as usual, and quite eclipses Sean, who mostly stays quiet like me. Christian's grandmother is the most vocal. She, too, has a biting sense of humor, usually at the expense of her husband. I begin to feel a little sorry for Trevelyan. Christian and Lance talk animatedly. A device Christian's company is developing, inspired by Schumacher's principle small is beautiful _ it's hard to keep up. Christian seems intent on empowering impoverished communities all over the world with wind-up technology, devices that need no electricity or batteries and minimal maintenance. Watching him in Hill Flow is astonishing. He's passionate and committed to improving the lives of the less fortunate. Through his telecommunication company, he's intent on being first to market a wind-up mobile phone. Whoa! I had no idea. I mean, I knew his passion feeding the world, but Lance seems unable to comprehend Christian's plan to give the technology away and not patent it. I wonder vaguely how Christian made all his money if he's so willing to give it all away. Throughout dinner, a steady stream of men in smartly tailored dinner jackets and dark masks stop by the table, keen to meet Christian, shake his hand, and exchange pleasantries. He introduces me to some but not others. I'm intrigued to know how and why he makes the distinction during one such conversatique. Mia leans across and smiles. Anna, will you help in the auction? Of course, I respond, only too willing. By the time dessert is served, night has fallen, and I'm really uncomfortable. I need to get rid of the balls. Before I can excuse myself, the master of ceremonies appears at our table, and with him, if I'm not mistaken, is Miss European Pigtails. What her name? Hansel, Gretel _ Gretchen. She's masked, of course, but one knows it's her when her gaze D&SNT move beyond Christian _ she blushes, and selfishly I'm beyond pleased that Christian T acknowledge her at all. The MC asks for our envelope and with a very practiced and eloquent asks Grace to pull out the winning bill. It's Sean's, and the silk-wrapped basket is awarded to I applaud, but I'm finding it impossible to concentrate on any more of the proceedings. If you'll excuse me, I murmur to Christian. He at me intently. Do you need the powder room? I nod. T11 show you, he says darkly. When I stand, all the other men round the table stand with me. Oh, such manners. No, Christian. You're not taking Anna, I will. Mia is on her feet before Christian can protest. His jaw tenses. I know he's not pleased, quite frankly, neither will one have. Needs I shrug apologetically at him, and he sits down quickly, resigned. On our return, I feel a little better, though the relief of removing the balls has not as instantaneous as I'd hoped. They are now stashed safely in my clutch purse. Why did I think I could last the whole evening? 1 a.m. still yearning. Perhaps I can persuade Christian to take me to the boathouse later. I flush at the thought and glance at him as I take my seat. He stares at me, the ghost of a smile crossing his lips. Few _ he no longer mad at a missed opportunio, though maybe I am one fell frustrated, irritable. Even Christian squeezes my hand, and we listen attentively to Carrick, who is back on stage talking about coping together. Christian passes me another card, a list of the auction prizes. One, scan them quickly. Auction gifts and gracious donors for coping. Signed baseball bat from the Mariners, Dr. Emily Main wearing Gucci purse, wallet and keyring. Andrea Washington 1-day voucher for 2 at Esclava, Brayburn Center. Elena Lincoln landscape and garden design, GJA Mateo Cocoda Me Accord RET and perfume beauty selection. Elizabeth Austin Venetian mirror, Mr. and Mrs. J. Bailey 2 cases of wine or young choice from Alban Estates. 2 VIP tickets for In Concert, Mrs. Yegioth race day at Daytona, EMC Brit in Pride or Prejudice by Jane Austen 1st edition, Dr. AFM Lacefield Drive and Aston Martin DB7 for a day, Mr. and Mrs. W. Nora Oil Painting Into the Blue by J. Troughton, Kelly Troughton Gliding Lesson, Seattle Soarers Club Weekend Break for 2 at the Heathman, Portland, the Heathman 1 weekend stay in Aspen, Colorado, Sleep 6, Mr. Seagray 1 week stay aboard the Suzuki Yacht, 6 berths, MCX, Red in St. Luke 1, Dr. And Mrs. Lair in 1 week at Lake Adriana, Montana, sleeps 8, Mr. and Dr. Gray. Holy shit, I blink up at Christian. You own property in, I hiss. The auction is underway, and I have to keep my voice down he ntxls, surprised at my outburst and irritated, I think. He puts his finger to his lips to silence me. Do you have property elsewhere? I whisper he again, and his head to one side in a wartming . The whole room erupts with cheering and applause. One of the prizes has gone for $12,000 I tell you later, Christian says quietly. One wanted to come with you, he adds rather well, you didn't. I pout and I realize that I'm still quemless, and no doubt, it's the frustrating effect of the balls. My darkens after seeing NFRS_Robinson on the list of generous donors. I glance around the marquee to see if one can spot her, but I can't see her telltale hair. Surely Christian would have warned me if she was invited tonight. I sit and stew, applauding when necessary, as each lot is sold for astonishing amounts of money. The bidding moves to Christian's place in Aspen and reaches $70,000. Going once, going twice, the MC calls. And I don't know what possesses me, but I suddenly hear my own voice ringing out clearly over the throng. $24,000. Every mask at the table turns to me in shocked amazement, the biggest reaction of all coming from beside me. I hear his sharp intake of breath and feel his wrath washing over me like a tidal wave. $24,000, to the lovely lady in silver, going once, going twice sold. Chapter 7. Holy shim, did one really just do that? It must be the alcohol. I've had champagne plus 4 glasses of 4 different wines. I glance up at Christian, who is busy applauding. Crap, he's going to be so angry, and we've been getting on so well. My subconscious has finally decided to make an appearance, and she's wearing her Edvar Munch scream. Christian leans over to me, a large fake smile plastered across his face. He my cheek and then moves closer to whisper in my ear in a very cold, control-I voice. Don't know who Heather to worship at your feet or spank the living shit out of you. Oh, I know who hat I want right now. I gaze up at him, blinking through my mask. I just wish one could read what's in his eyes. I'll take option 2, please, I whisper frantically as the applause dies down. His lips part as he inhales sharply. Oh, that chiseled mouth, I want it on me, now I ache for him. He gives me a radiant, sincere smile that leaves me breathless. Suffering, are you? We'll have to see what we can do, that he murmurs as he runs his fingers along my jaw. His touch resonates deep, deep inside where that ache has spawned and grown. I want to jump him right here, right now, but we sit back to watch the auction of the next lot. I can barely sit still. Christian drapes an arm around my shoulders, his thumb rhyth mildly stroking my back, sending delicious tingles down my spine. His free hand clasps mine, bringing it to his lips, then letting it rest on his lap. Slowly and surreptitiously, so I don't realize his game until it's late, he eases my hand up his leg and against his erection I gasp, and my eyes dart in panic around the table, but all eyes are fixed on the stage. Thank heavens for NW Mask taking full advantage. I slowly caress him, letting my fingers explore. Christian keeps his hand over mine, hiding my bold fingers, while his thumb skates softly over the nape of my neck. His mouth opens as he gasps softly, and it's the only reaction I can see to my inexperienced touch. But it means so much. He wants me. Everything south of my nasal contracts. This is becoming unbearable. A week by Lake Adriana in Montana is the final lot for auction. Of course, and DL Gray have a house in Montana, and the bidding escalates rapidly, but I am barely aware of it. I feel him growing underneath my fingers, and it makes me feel so sold. For $110,000, the MC declares victoriously. The whole room bursts into applause, and reluctantly I follow, as does ruining our ALN_. He turns to me and his lips twitch. Ready, he mouths over the rapturous cheering. Yes, I mouth back Anna. MIA calls. It's time. What? No. Not again. Time for what? The first dance auction. Come on. She stands and holds out her hand. I glance at Christian, who is, I think, scowling at MIA, and I don't know whether to laugh or cry, but it's laughter that wins. I succumb to a cathartic bubble of schoolgirl giggles, as we are thwaned once more by the tall, pink powerhouse that is MIA Grey. Christian peers at me, and after a beat, there's a ghost of a smile on his lips. The first dance will be with me, okay? And it won't be on the dance, he murmurs lasciviously into my ear. My giggles subside as anticipation fans the flames of my need. Oh, yes. My inner goddess performs a perfect triple salchow in her ice skates. Elf on va to it. I lean over and plant a soft, chaste kiss on his mouth. Glancing around, I realize that our fellow guests at the table are astonished. Of course, they've never seen Christian with a date before. He smiles broadly at me. And he LTNKS____ happy. Well, come on, Annie MIA nags. Taking her outstretched hand, I follow her onto the stage where 10 more young women have assembled, and I note with vague unease that Lily is one of them. Gentlemen, the highlight of the evening, the MC Oxa, the babble of voices. The moment you've all been waiting for. These 12 lovely ladies have all agreed to auction their first dance to the highest bidder. Oh no, I blush from head to toe. I hadn't realized what this meant. How humiliating. It's for a cause, MIA hisses at me, sensing my discomfort. Besides, Christian will win. She rolls her eyes. I can't imagine him letting anyone outbid him. He hasn't taken his eyes off our all evening. Yes, focus on the Google cause, and Christian is to win. Let's face it, he's not short of a dime or two but TT means spending more money on you. My subconscious snarls at me. But I don't want to dance with anyone else, I can't dance with anyone else, and it's not spending money on me, he's donating it to the charity. Like the $24,000 he already spent. My subconscious narrows her eyes. Shit, one seemed to have gotten away with my impulsive bid. Why am I arguing with my now, gentlemen? Pray gather round, and take her at what could be yours for the first dance. 12 comely and compliant wenches Gs. I feel like I'm in a meat market. I watch, horrified, as at least 20 men make their way to the stage area, Christian included, moving with easy grace between the tables and pausing to say a few hellos on the way. Once the bidders are assembled, the MC begins. Ladies and gentlemen, in the tradition of masquerade, we shall maintain the mystery behind the masks and stick to first names only. First up we have the lovely Jada. Jada is giggling like a schoolgirl. Maybe I won't be so out of place. She's dressed head to foot in navy taffeta with a matching mask. Two young men step forward expectantly. Lucky Jada. Jada speaks fluent Japanese, is a qualified fighter pilot, and an Olympic gymnast. The MC winks. Gentlemen, what am I bid? Jada gapes, astounded at the MC, obvious, he's talking complete garbage. She grins shyly back at the two contenders. $1,000, one calls. Very quickly the bidding escalates to $5,000. Going once going twice sold, the MC declares loudly, I owe the gentleman in the mask. And of course all the men are wearing masks, so there are hoots of laughter, applause, and cheering. Jada beams at her purchaser and quickly exits the stage. See? This is whispers MIA_. I hope Christian wins you, though _ we don't want a brawl, she adds. Brawl, I answer horrified. Oh yes. He was very hot-headed when he was younger. She shudders. Christian brawling? Refined, sophisticated, likes Tudor choral music. Christian? I can't. The MC distracts me with his next instruction, a young woman in red, with long jet black hair. Gentlemen, may I present the wonderful Maria. What are we going to do about Maria? She's an experienced matador, plays the cello to concert standard, and she's a champion pole vaulter _____. How about that, gentlemen? Had I bid, please, for a dance with the delightful Maria. Maria glares at the MC and someone yells, very loudly, $3,000. It's a masked man with blonde hair and a rod _ there is one counter bid, but Maria sells for $4,000. Christian is watching me like a hawk brawler. Trevelyan Grey, who would hail Noom? How long ago? I ask MIA _ she glances at me, nonplussed. How long ago was Christian brawling? Early teens. Drove my parents crazy, coming home with cut lips and black eyes. He was expelled from 2 schools. He inflicted some serious damage on his opponents. I gape at her. Hasn't he told you? She sighs. He got quite a bad rep among my friends. He was really persona non grata for a few years. But it stopped when he was about 15 or 16. She shrugs. Hoy, I fuck, another piece of the jigsaw fills into place. So, what am I bid for the gorgeous Jill? $4,000. A deep voice calls from the left side. Jill squeals in delight. I stop paying attention to the auction. So Christian was in that kind of trouble at SCHTN1, fighting. I wonder why. I stare at him. Lily is watching us closely. And now, allow me to introduce the beautiful Anna. Oh shit, that's me. I glance nervously at MIA, and she shoos me center stage. Fortunately, I don't fall over, but stand embarrassed as hell on display for everyone. When I look at Christian, he's smirking at me. The bastard Busha Anna plays 6 musical instruments, speaks fluent Mandarin, and is keen on yoga ____. Well, gentlemen, Z. Before he can even finish his sentence, Christian interrupts him, glaring at the MC through his mask. $10,000. One here. Lily's gasped me. Oh fuck, why I heen _ what? We all turn as one to a tall, impeccable dressed man standing to the left of the stage. I blink at 50. Shit, what will he make of this? But he's scratching his chin and giving the stranger ironic smile. It's obvious Christian knows him. The stranger nods politely at Christian. Well, gentlemen, we have high rollers in the house this evening. The MC's excitement emanates through his harlequin mask as he turns to at Christian. This is a great show, but it's at my expense. I want to wail. To ente colon, counters Christian quietly. The babble of the crowd has died. Everyone is staring at me, Christian, and mysterious by the stage. 25, the stranger says. Could this any more embarrassing? Christian stares at him impassively, but he's amused. All eyes are on Christian. What's he going to do? My hen is in my mouth. I feel sick. $100,000, he says, his voice ringing clear and loud through the marquee at the flak. Lily hisses audibly "Erhind me," and a general gasp of dismay and amusement ripples through the crowd. The stranger holds his hands up in defeat, laughing, and Christian smirks at him from the corner of my eye. I can see MIA bouncing up and down with glee. My is gazing at Christian, utterly gobsmacked. $100,000 for the lovely Anna. Going once ____, going twice. The MC stares at the stranger, who shakes his head with mock regret and bows chivalrously. Sold, the MC cries out triumphantly in a deafening round of applause and cheering. Christian steps forward to take my hand and help me from the stage. He gazes at me with an amused grin as I make my way down _, kisses the back of my hand, then tucks it into the CRTNK of his arm, and leads me toward the marquee's exit. Mo was that? I ask. He gazes down at me. Someone you can meet later. Right now, I want to show you something. We have about 30 minutes until the first dance auction finishes. Then we have to be back on the dance floor so that I can enjoy that dance I've paid for. A very expensive dance / I mutter disapprovingly. I'm sure it'll be every single cent. He smiles down at me wickedly. Oh, he has a glorious smile, and the ache is back, blossoming in my we're out on the lawn _ I thought we would be heading to the but disappointingly we seem to be heading for the dance floor where the big band is now setting up. There are at least 20 musicians, and a few guests are milling about, furtively smoking, but since most of the action is back in the marquee, we don't attract too much attention. Christian leads me to the rear of the house and opens a French window leading into a large comfortable sitting that I've not seen before. He walks through the deserted hall toward the sweeping staircase with its elegant, polished balustrade. Taking my hand from the cocock off his arm, he leads me up to the second floor and up another flight of stairs to the third. Opening a low-height door, he ushers me into one of this was my room, he says quietly, standing by the door and locking it behind him. It's large, stark, and sparsely furnished _ the walls are white as is the espacious double bed, a desk and chair, shelves crème iluth and lined with various trophies for kickboxing by the look of them. The walls are hung with movie posters, The Matrix, Fight Club, The Truman Show, and 2 framed posters featuring Kick. One is named Giuseppe Donato 1E, I never heard of him. But who had catches my eye is the white pin above the desk. Studded with a myriad of photographs, mariners' pennants, and ticket stubs. It's a slice of young Christian. My eyes come back to the magnificent, beautiful man now standing in the center of the room. He at me darkly, brooding and sexy. I've never brought a girl in here, he murmurs. Never. I whisper. He shakes his head. I swallow convulsively, and the ache that has been bothering me for the last couple of hours is roaring now, raw and wanting. Seeing him standing there on the royal blue carpet in that mask _ it's beyond erotic. I want him. Now. Any way I can get him. I have to resist launching myself at him and ripping his clothes off. He waltzes over to me slowly. We don't have long, Anastasia, and the way I'm feeling right this moment, we won't need long. Turn round, let me get you out of that dress. I turn and stare at the door, grateful that he's leaked it. Bending down, he whispers softly in my ear, keep the mask 0 I groan as my body clenches in response. He's not even touched me yet. He grasps the top of my dress, his fingers sliding against my skin, and the touch reverberates through my body. In one swift move, he opens the zipper. Holding my dress, he helps me to step out of it, then turns and drapes it artfully over the back of a chair. Removing his jacket, he places it over my dress. He pauses, and stares at me for a moment, drinking me in. I'm in the basque and matching panties, and I revel in his sensuous gaze. You know, Anastasia, he says softly as he stalks toward me, undoing his bow tie so it hangs from either side of his neck, then undoing the top 3 buttons of his shirt. I was so mad when you bought my auction lot. All manner of ideas ran through my head. I had to remind myself that punishment is off the menu. But then you volunteered. He gazes down at me through his mask. Why did you do that? He whispers. Volunteer? I don't know. Frustration _ too much alcohol _ worthy cause, I mutter meekly, shrugging. Maybe to get his attention? I need him then. I need him more now. The ache is worse, and I know he can calm this roaring, salivating beast in me. With the trust in him, his mouth presses into a line, and he slowly licks his upper lip. I want that tongue on me. To myself, I would not spank you again, even if you begged me. Please, I beg. But then I realized, you're probably very uncomfortable at the moment, and it's not something you're used to. He smirks at me knowingly, arrogant bastard, but I don't care because he's absolutely right. Yes, I breathe. So, there might be a Keltane _ latitude. If I do this, you must promise me one thing. uv.il safe word if you need to, and I'll just make love to you, okay? Yes. I'm panting. I want his hands on me. He swallows, then takes my hand, and moves toward the bed. Throwing the diné aside, he sits down, grabs a pillow, and places it beside him. He gazes up at me standing beside him and suddenly tugs hard on my hand so that I fall across his lap. He shins slightly so my body is resting on my chest on the pillow, my face to one side. Leaning oxer, he sweeps my hair over my shoulder and nuns his fingers through the plume of feathers on my mask. Put your hands behind your back, he murmurs. Oh. He removes his tie and uses it to quickly bind my wrists so that my hands are tied behind me, resting in the small of my back. You really want this, Anastasia? I close my eyes. This is the first time since I met him that I really want this. One needed, yes, I whisper. He asks softly as he caresses my behind with his palm. I groan as his hand makes contact with my skin. I don't know why you tell me not to overthink. For after a day like today, arguing about the money, Layla, NFRS Robinson, the dossier on me, the roadmap, this lavish party, the masks, the alcohol, the silver balls, the auction. I want this. Do I need a reason? No, baby, you don't, he says. I'm just trying to understand you. His left hand curls round my waist, holding me in place as his palm leaves my behind and lands hard, just above the junction of my thighs. The pain connects directly with the ache in my belly. Oh man, I moan loudly. He hits me again, in exactly the same place. I groan again. Two, he murmurs. We'll go with TUELVE_. Oh my. This feels different than the last time, so carnal. So necessary. He caresses my behind with his long-fingered hands, and I'm helpless, TMSSED up and pressed into the mattress, at his mercy, and of my own free will. He hits me slightly to the side, and again, to the other side, then pauses as he slowly peels my panties down and pulls them off. He gently trails his palm across my hind again before continuing my spanking, each stinging smack taking the edge off my need, or allowing it, I don't know. I surrender myself to the rhythm of blows, absorbing each one, savoring each one. 12, he murmurs, his voice low and harsh. He caresses my behind again and trails his fingers down toward my sex and slowly sinks 2 fingers inside me, moving them in a circle, round and round and round, torturing me. I moan loudly as my body takes over, and one come, convulsing around his fingers. It's so intense, unexpected, and quick. That's right, baby, Zed, he murmurs appreciatively. He unties my wrists, keeping his fingers inside me as I lie panting and spent over him. I've not finished with you yet, Anastasia, he says and shifts without removing his fingers. He eases my knees onto the so that now I'm leaning over the bed. He kneels on the FLA behind me and undoes his zipper. He slides his fingers out of me, and I hear the familiar tear of a foil packet. Your legs, he growls, and one comply. He strokes my behind and eases into me. This is going to be quick, baby, he murmurs, and grabbing my hips, he eases out then slams into me. Ah! I cry out, but the L11ness is heavenly. He's hitting the belly square on, again, and eradicating it with each sharp, sweet thrust. The feeling is mind-blowing, just what I need. I push back to meet him, thrust for thrust. Anna, no, he grunts, oohing to still me. But I want him too much. And I grind against him, matching him thrust for thrust. Anna, shit, he hisses as he comes, and the toe-fueled sound sets me off again, spiraling into a healing orgasm that goes on and wrings me out and leaves me spent and breathless. Christian bends and kisses my shoulder, then pulls out of me. Placing his arms around me, he rests his head in the middle of my back, and we lie like this, kneeling at the bedside, for hat. Seconds. minutes even as our breathing calms. My bellyache has disappeared, and all I feel is a soothing, satisfying serenity. Christian stirs and kisses my back. I believe you owe me a dance, Miss Steele. HMRN, I respond, savouring the absence of achiness and basking in the afterglow. He sits back on his heels and pulls me off the bed onto his lap. We don't have long. Come on, he kisses my hair and forces me to stand. I grumble but sit back down on the bed and collect my panties from the and them on. Lazily I walk to the chair to retrieve my dress. I note with dispassionate interest that I did not remove my during our illicit Christian is tying his tie, having finished straightening himself and the bed. As I slip my dress back on, I check out the photographs on the pin. Christian as a sullen teen was gorgeous. Earn them with Elliot and Mia on the ski slopes, on his own in Paris, the Arc de Triomphe serving as a giveaway background, in London, New York, the Grand Canyon, Sydney, Wow House, even the Great Wall of China. Master Gray was well travelled at a young age. There are ticket stubs to various concerts, U2, Metallica, The Verve, Sheryl Crow, the New York Philharmonic performing Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet. What eclectic mix! And in the comer, there's a passport-size photograph of a young woman. It's in black and white. She LTNKS familiar, but for the life of me, I can't place her. Not NFRS_Robinson, thank one ask no one of, he mutters as he slips on his jacket and straightens his bow tie. Shall one zip you up? Please. Then why is she on your pin board? An oversight on my part. How's my tie? He raises his chin like a small boy, and I grin and straighten it for him. Now it's perfect. Like you, he murmurs and grabs me, kissing me passionately. Feeling much, thank you, Mr. Gray. The pleasure was all mine, Miss Steele. The guests are assembling on the dance floor. Christian grins at me, we've made it just in time, and he leads me onto the checkered floor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first dance. NFR_ and Dr. Gray, are you ready? Carrick nods in agreement, his arms around Grace. Ladies and gentlemen of the first dance auction, are you ready? We all in agreement. MIA is with someone I don't recognize. I wonder what happened to Sean. Then we shall begin. Take it away, Sam. A young man strolls onto the stage amid warm applause, turns to the band behind him and snaps his fingers. The familiar strains of LVE Got You Under My Skin fill the air. Christian smiles down at me, takes me in his arms, and stalls to move. Oh, he dances so well, making it easy to follow. We grin at each other like idiots as he whirls me around the dance. FLTNR_ I love this song, Christian murmurs, gazing down at me. Seems very fitting. He's no longer grinning, but serious. You're under my skin, TM, I respond. Or you were in your bum _ he purses his lips but he's unable to hide his amusement. Miss Steele, he admonishes me teasingly, I had no idea you could be so crude. Near. Gray, neither did L. I think it's all my recent experiences. They've educa. For both of us _ Christian is serious again, and it could just the two of us and the band. We are in our own private bubble. As the song finishes we both applaud. Sam the singer bows graciously and introduces his band. May I cut in? I recognize the man who bid on me at the auction. Christian grudgingly lets me go, but he's amused. Be my guest, Anastasia, this is John Flynn. John, Anastasia shit. Christian smirks at me and wanders off to one side. Off dance. FLTNR_ how do you do, Anastasia? DL Flynn says SMTHLY, and I realize he's British. Hello, I stutter. The band strikes up another song, and DL Flynn pulls me into his arms. He's much younger than I imagined, though I can't see his face. He's wearing a mask similar to Christian's _ he's tall, but not as tall as, and he doesn't move with Christian's easy grace. What do I say to him? TV%, why is Christian so flacked up? Did he bid on me? It's the only thing I want to ask him, but somehow that seems MDE_. I'm glad to finally met you, Anastasia. Are you enjoying yourself? He asks. I whisper. Oh, I hope I'm not responsible for your change of health. He gives me a brief, warm smile that puts me a little more at ease. Dr. Flynn, you're the shrink. You tell me, he grins. That's the problem, isn't it? The shrink bit. I giggle. I'm worried what I might reveal, so I'm a little self-conscious and intimidated. And really I only want to ask you about Christian. He smiles. First, this is a party, so I'm not on duty, he whispers conspiratorially. And second, I really can't talk to you about Christian. He teases, we'd need until Christiana's_. I gasp in shock. That's a doctor's joke, Anastasia. I flush, embarrassed, and then feel slightly resentful. He's making a joke at Christian's expense. You've just confirmed what I've saying to Christian___, that you're expensive charlatan, I admonish him. Dr. Flynn snorts with laughter. You could be onto something there. British. Yes. Originally from London. How did you find yourself here? Happy circumstance. You don't give much away, do you? There's not much to give away. I'm really a very dull WSOM. That's very self-deprecating. It's a British trait, part of our national character. And one could accuse you of the same, Anastasia. That I'm a dull person, too, Dr. Flynn. He snorts. No, Anastasia, that you don't give much away. There's not much to give away. I smile. I sincerely doubt that. He unexpectedly frowns. But the music finishes and Christian is once more by my side. Dr. Flynn releases, it's been a pleasure to meet you, Anastasia. He gives me his warm smile again, and I feel that I've passed some kind of hidden test. John_Christian NCDS at him. Christian Z. Dr. Flynn returns his NCRE, turns on his heel, and disappears through the. Christian pulls me into his arms for the next dance. He's much younger than I expect, I murmur to him. And terribly indiscreet. Christian cocks his head to one side. Indiscreet. Oh yes, he told me everything, I tease. Christian tenses. Well, in that case, I'll get your bag. I'm sure you want nothing more to do with me, he says softly. I stop. He didn't tell me anything. My voice fills with panic. Christian blinks for his face. He pulls me into his arms again. Then let's enjoy this dance. He beams down, reassumes me, then spins me round. Why would he think that I'd want to leave? It makes no sense. We dance for more numbers, and I realize I need the wrister. NN_L won't be long. As I make my way to the powder room, I remember I have left my purse on the dinner table, so I head down to the marquee. When I enter, it's still lit but quite deserted, except for a couple at the other end, who really ought to get a RTNM. I reach for my bag. Anastasia. A soft voice startles me, and I turn to a woman dressed in a long, tight, black gown. Her mask is unique. It covers her face to her nose but also covers her hair. It's stunning with elaborate gold filigree. I'm so glad you're on your own, she says softly. TVE been wanting to talk to you all evening. TM sorry, I don't know who you are. She pulls the mask from her face and releases her hair. Shit. It's Mrs. Robinson. TM sorry, I startled you, I gape at her. Holy cow, what the fuck does this woman want? I don't know what the social conventions are for meeting known molesters of children. She's smiling sweetly and gesturing for me to sit at the table. And cause I am lacking any sphere of reference, one do as she asks out of stunned politeness, gratia that I am still wearing my mask. T11 be brief, Anastasia. I know what you think of me ____. Christians told me. I gaze at her impassively, giving nothing away, but I'm pleased that she knows. It saves me telling her, and she's cutting to the chase. Part of me is beyond intrigued as to what she could have to say. She pauses, glancing over my shoulder. Taylor's watching us. I peek around to see him scanning the tent by the Sawyer is with him. They are unking anywhere but at us. Don't have long, she says hurriedly. It must obvious to you that Christian is in love with you. I have never seen him like this, ever. She emphasizes the last word underscore what? Loves me? No. Why is she telling me? To reassure me? I don't understand. He won't tell you because he probably realize it himself, notwithstanding what I've said to him, but that's Christian. He's not very attuned to any positive feelings and emotions he may have. He dwells far much on the negative. But then you've probably worked that out for yourself. He doesn't think he's worthy. I am reeling. Christian loves me. He hasn't said it, and this woman has told him that's how he feels. How bizarre. 100 images dance through my head, the iPad, the gliding. Flying to see me, all his actions, his possessiveness, $100,000 for a dance. Is this love? And hearing it from this woman, having her confirm it for me is, frankly, unwelcome. I'd rather hear it from him. My heart constricts. He feels unworthy? Why? I've never seen him so happy, and it's obvious that you have feelings for him. A brief smile flits across her lips. That's great, and I wish you the best of everything. But what I wanted to say is if you hunt him again, I will find you, lady, and it won't be pleasant when I do. She stares at me, ice-cold blue eyes boring into my skull, trying to get under my mask. Her threat is so astonishing, so off the wall that an involuntary, disbelieving giggle escapes me. Of all the things she could say to me, this is the least expected. You think this is Amni, Anastasia, she splutters in dismay. You didn't see him last Saturday. My face fills and darkens. The thought of Christian unhappy is not a palatable one, and last Saturday I left him. He must have gone to her. The idea makes me queasy. Why am I sitting here listening to this shit from her of all people? I slowly rise, gazing at her intently. I'm laughing at your audacity, NFRS Lincoln. Christian and I have nothing to do with you. And if I do leave him and you come looking for me, I'll be waiting, don't doubt it, and maybe I'll give you a taste of your own medicine on behalf of the 15-year-old child you molested and probably awked up even more than he already was. Her mouth falls open. Now if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do than waste my time with you. I turn on my heel, adrenaline and anger coursing through my body, and stalk toward the entrance of the tent where Taylor is standing just as Christian arrives, looking flustered. And there you are, he mutters, then frowns when he sees Elena. I stride past him, saying nothing, giving him the opportunity to awe me. He makes the right choice, Anna, he calls. I stop and face him as he catches up with me. What's wrong? He gazes down at me, concern etched on his face. Don't you ask your ex. I hiss acidly. His mouth twists and his eyes frost. I'm asking you, he says, his voice soft but with an undertone of something far more menacing. We glare at each other. Okay, I can see this will end in a fight if one don't tell him. She's threatening to come after me if I hurt you again, probably with a whip. I snap at him. Relief flashes across his face, his mouth softening with humor. Surely the irony of that isn't lost on you, he says, and I can tell he's trying hard to stifle his amusement. This isn't Amni, Christian. No, you're right. I'll talk to her. He adopts his serious HCE, though he's still suppressing his amusement. I'll do no such thing. I fold my arms, my anger spiking again. He blinks at me, surprised by my outburst. I know you're tied up with her financially, forgive the pun, but, I stop. What am I asking him to do? Give her up? Stop seeing her? Can I do that? One need the restroom. I glare up at him, my mouth set in a grim line. He sighs and cocks his head to one side. Could he any hotter? Is it the mask or just him? Please don't mad. I didn't know she was here. She said she wasn't coming. His tone is placating as if he's talking to a child. Reaching up, he runs his thumb along my pouting bottom lip. Don't let Elena ruin our evening, please, Anastasia. She's really old news. Old being the operative word, I think uncharitably, as he tips my chin up and gently grazes his lips against mine. I sigh in agreement, blinking up at him. He straightens and takes my elbow. I'll even accompany you to the powder so you don't get interrupted again. He leads me across the lawn toward the luxurious temporary restrooms. MIA said they had been delivered for the occasion, but I had no idea they came in deluxe versions. I'll wait here for you, baby, he murmurs. When one come out, my mood has moderated. I have decided not to let Affers_Robinson blight my evening because that's probably what she wants. Christian is on the phone some distance away and out of earshot of the few people laughing and chatting nearby. As I get closer, I can hear him. He's very terse. Did you change your mind? I thought we'd agreed. Well, leave her alone. This is the first regular relationship I've ever had, and I don't want you jeopardizing it through some misplaced concern for me. Leave her alone. I mean it, Elena. He pauses, listening. No, of course not. He frowns deeply as he says this. Glancing up, he sees me regarding him. I have to go. Google night. He presses the off button. I cock my head to one side and raise an eyebrow at him. Why is he phoning her? How's the old news? Cranky, he replies sardonically. Do you want to dance some more? Or would you like to go? He glances at his watch. The fireworks start in fur. I love fireworks. We'll stay and watch them. He puts his arms around me and pulls me close. Don't let her come between us, please. She cares about you / I mutter. Yes, and her __ as a friend. I'll think it's more than a friendship to her. His brow arrows _ Anastasia, Elena and I __ it's complicated. We hail a shared history _ but it is just that, history. As I've said to you time and time again, she is a good friend, that's all. Please, forget about her. He kisses my hair, and in the interest of not ruining our evening, I let it go. I am just trying to understand. We wander hand in hand back to the dance floor. The band is still in full swing. I turn to find Carrick standing behind us. Elkinded, if you do me the honor of the next dance. Carrick holds his hand out to me. Christian shrugs and smiles, releasing my hand, and I let Carrick lead me onto the dance. Sam, the bandleader, launches into Come Fly With Me, and Carrick puts his arm around my waist and gently whirls me into the throng. Wanted to thank you for the generous contribution to our charity, Anastasia. From his tone, I suspect this is his roundabout way of asking whether I can afford it. Near. Gray, call me Carrick, please, Anna. I'm delighted to able to contribute. I unexpectedly came into some money. I don't need it and it's such a worthy cause. He smiles down at me, and I seize the opportunity for some innocent inquiries. Carpe diem, my subconscious hisses from behind her hand. Christian told me a little his past, so I think it's appropriate to support your work, I add, hoping that this might encourage Carrick to give me a small insight into the mystery that is his son. Carrick is surprised. Did he? That's unusual. You certainly have had a very positive effect on him, Anastasia. I don't think I've ever seen him so _ buoyant. I flush. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Well, in my limited experience, he's a very unusual ma'ams, one murmur. Here's Carrick agrees quietly. Christian's early sounds hideously traumatic, from what he's told me. Carrick frowns, and I worry if I've overstepped the mark. My wife was the doctor on duty when the police brought him in. He was skin and bones, and badly dehydrated. He wouldn't speak. Carrick frowns again, lost in the air memory, despite the up-tempo music surrounding us. In fact, he didn't speak for nearly 2 years. It was playing the piano that eventually brought him out of himself. Oh, and MIA's arrival, of course. He smiles down at me fondly. He plays Bushel 11Y_ and he's accomplished so much, you must very proud of him. I sound distracted _ holy shit, didn't he speak for avo years? Immensely so. He's a very determined, very capable, very bright young man. But between you and me, Anastasia, it's seeing him like he is this evening, carefree, acting his age, that's the real thrill for his mother and me. We were commenting on it today. Believe we have you to thank for that. I think I blush to my echoes _ what am I supposed to say to this? He's always such a loner. We never thought we'd him with anyone. W% at ever you're doing, please don't stop. We'd like to see him happy. He stops suddenly as if he overstepped the mark. TM, sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. I shake my head. I'd like to see him happy, too, I mutter, unsure of what else to say. Well, I'm very glad you came this evening. It's been a real pleasure seeing the two of you together. As the final strains of Come Fly With Me fade away, Carrick releases me and bows, and I curtsy, mirroring his civility. That's enough dancing with old men. Christian is at my side again. Carrick laughs, less of the old son _ I've known to have my moments. Carrick winks at me playfully and saunters into the crowd. I think my dad likes you, Christian mutters as he watches his third mingle with them. It's not to like. I peek coquettishly up at him through my lashes. Point well made, Miss Steele. He pulls me into an embrace as the band starts to play It Had to Be You Dance With Me, he whispers seductively. With pleasure, Neil Gray. I smile in response, and he sweeps me across the dance floor once more. At midnight, we stroll down toward the shore between the marquee and the boathouse where the other partygoers are gathered to watch the fireworks. The MC, back in charge, has permitted the removal of masks, the urge to see the display. Christian has his arm around me, but I'm aware that Taylor and Sawyer are close by, probably because we're in the crowd now. They are looking anywhere but at the dockside where two pyrotechnicians dressed in black are making their final preparations. Seeing Taylor reminds me of Layla, perhaps she's here. Shit, the thought chills me and I huddle closer to Christian. He gazes down at me as he pulls me closer. You okay, baby? Cold. I'm fine. I glance quickly behind us and see the other two security guys, whose names I forget, standing close by. Moving me in front of him. Christian puts both his arms around me over my shoulders. Suddenly, a stirring classical soundtrack booms over the dock and two rockets soar into the air, exploding with a deafening bang over the bay, lighting it all in a dazzling canopy of sparkling orange and white that's reflected in a glittering shower oxer the still calm water of the bay. My jaw drops as several more rockets fire into the air and explode in a kaleidoscope of color _ I can't ever seeing a display this impressive, except perhaps on television, and it never looks this good on TV. They are all in time to the music. Volley after volley, bang after bang, and light after light as the crowd answers with gasps and ahs _ it is out of this world. In the bay several silver fountains of light up 20 feet in the air, changing color through blue, red, orange, and back to silver, and yet more explode as the music reaches its crescendo _ my face is beginning to ache from the ridiculous grin of wonder plastered across it. I glance at 50, and he's the same, marveling like a child at the sensational show. For the finale, a volley of 6 rockets shoot into the dark and explode simultaneously, bathing us in a glorious golden light as the crowd amps into frantic, enthusiastic applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the MC calls out as the cheers and whistles fade. Just one note to add at the end: office wonderful evening, your generosity has raised a total of $1,853,000. Spontaneous applause erupts, and out on the pontoon, a message lights up in silver streams of sparks, forming the words "Thank you" from Coping Together, sparkling and shimmering over the water. Christian ______ that was wonderful _ I grin up at him and he bends down to kiss me. Time to go, he murmurs, a broad smile on his beautiful HCE, and his words hold so much promise. Suddenly, I feel very tired. He glances up again, and Taylor is close, the crowd dispersing around us. They don't speak, but something passes between them. Stay with me a moment. Taylor wants us to wait while the crowd disperses. I'll think that firework display probably aged him 100 years, he adds. Doesn't he like fireworks? Christian gazes down at me fondly and shakes his head but doesn't elaborate. So, he says, and I know he is trying to distract me from something. It works. I haven't paid for my bid, I gasp. You can send it to, I have the address. You were really mad? Yes, I was. I grim, I blame you and your toys. You were quite overcome, Miss Steele. A most satisfactory outcome if I. He smiles salaciously. Incidentally, where are they? The silver balls. In my bag. Dear, like them back, he smirks down at me. They are far potent a device to be left in your hands. Worried I might be quite come again, maybe with somebody else. His eyes glitter dangerously. I hope that's not going to happen, he says, a cool edge to his voice. But no, Anna. I want all your pleasure. Whoa. Don't you trust me? Implicitly. Now, can I have them back? I'll think it. He narrows his eyes at me. There's music once more from the dance floor, but it's a DJ playing a thumping dance number, the bass pounding out a relentless beat. Do you want to dance? I'm really tired, Christian. I'd like to go, if that's okay. Christian glances at Taylor, who NTXLS, and we set off toward the house, following a couple of drunken guests. I'm Gratial one hen. Christian takes my hand, my feet are aching from the dizzying height and tight confinement of my shoes. MIA comes bounding up to us. You're not going, are you? The real music's just beginning come on, Anna. She grabs my hand. MIA, Christian admonishes her. Anastasia's tired. We're going home. Besides, we have a big day tomorrow. MIA pouts but surprisingly doesn't push Christian. You must come by sometime next week, maybe we can hit the mall. Oh sure, MIA I grin, though in the back of my mind I'm wondering how, since I have to work for a living. She gives me a quick kiss, then hugs Christian fierce, taking us by surprise. More astoundingly still, she places her hands directly on the lapels of his jacket, and he just gazes down at her, indulgently. "I like seeing you this happy," she says sweetly and kisses him on the cheek. "Bye. You guys have." She skips off toward her waiting friends, among them Lib, who even more sour-faced without her mask. I wonder idly who here Sean is. We'll say good night to my parents before we leave. Come. Christian leads me through a gaggle of guests to Grace and Carrick, who wish us fond and warm farewells. Please do come again, Anastasia, it's been lovely having you here, says Grace kindly. I am a little overwhelmed by both her and Carrick's reaction. Fortunately, Grace's parents have retired for the evening, so at least I am spared their enthusiasm. Quietly, Christian and I walk hand in hand to the front of the house where countless cars are lined up and waiting to collect guests. I glance up at 50. He looks happy and relaxed. It's a real pleasure to see him this way, though I suspect it's unusual after such an extraordinary day. Are you warm enough? he asks. Yes, thank you. I clasped my Saturn.wrap_L. Really enjoyed this evening, Anastasia. Thank you, me TCO, some parts more than others. I grim. He grins and nods, then his brow creases. Don't bite your lip, he warns in a way that makes my blood sing. What did you mean about a big day tomorrow? I ask to distract myself. Dr_Green is coming to sort you out, plus, I hail a surprise for you. Dr_Green? I halt. Yes. Because one hate condoms, he says quietly. His eyes glint in the soft light from the paper lanterns, gauging my reaction. It's I mutter, annoyed that he hasn't asked me. It's mine, he whispers. I gaze up at him as various guests pass by, ignoring us. He's so earnest. Yes, my body is his _____. He knows it better than I do. I reach up, and he flinches ever so slightly but stays still. Grasping the corner of his bow tie, I pull so it unravels, revealing the top button of his shin. Gently I undo it. You look hot like this, I whisper. Actually, he looks hot all the time, but really hot like this. He smirks at me. I'll need to get you home. Come. At the car, Sawyer hands Christian an envelope. He frowns at it and glances at me as Taylor ushers me into the car. Taylor looks relieved for some reason. Christian climbs in and hands me the envelope, unopened, as Taylor and Sawyer take their seats in the front. It's addressed to you. One of the staff gave it to Sawyer _ no doubt from yet another ensnared heart. Christian's mouth twists. It's obvious this is an unpleasant concept to him. I stare at the note. Mo, is this from? Ripping it open, I read it quickly in the dim light. Holy shit, it's from her. Why won't she leave me alone? /UAE_H. Fuck, she signed it. VFRS_Robinson. He told her. The bastard. You told her. Told who? What? That I call her NFRS_Robinson. I snap. It's from Elena. Christian is shocked. This is ridiculous, he grumbles, running a hand through his hair, and I can tell he's irritated. I'll deal with her tomorrow. Or Monday, he mutters bitterly. And though I'm ashamed to admit it, a very small part of me is pleased. My subconscious sagely. Elena is pissing him off, and this can only be good, surely. I decide to say nothing for now but stash her note in my bag, and in a gesture guaranteed to lighten his eye hand him back the balls. Until next time, I murmur. He glances at me, and it's hard to see his face in the dark, but I think he's smirking. He reaches for my hand and squeezes it. I gaze out of the window into the darkness, reflecting on this long day. I've learned so much about him, gleaned so many missing details, the salons, the road map, his child. There's still so much more to discover. And Mrs. R? Yes, she cares for him. And deeply, it would appear. I can see that, and he cares for her, but not in the same way. I don't know what to think anymore. All this information is making my head. Christian wakes me just as we pull up outside Escala_. Do I need to carry you in? He asks gently. I shake my head sleepily. No way. As we stand in the elevator, I lean against him, putting my head against his shoulder. Sawyer stands in front of us, shifting uncomfortably. It's been a long day, Anastasia? I nod. Tired? I nod. You're not very talkative. I nod and he grins. Come. I'll put you to bed, said he. Takes my hand as we exit the elevator, but we stop in the foyer when Sawyer holds up his hand. In that split second, I am instantly wide awake. Sawyer talks into his sleeve. I had no idea that he was wearing a radio. Will do, he says and turns to face us. NFR_Grey, the tires on Miss Steele's Audi have slashed and paint thrown all over it. Holy shit, car. Who would do that? And I know the answer as the question materializes in my mind. Layla. I glance up at Christian, and he blanches. Taylor is concerned that the perp may have entered the apartment and may still be there. He wants to make sure I see. Christian whispers. What's Taylor's plan? He's coming up in the Circus elevator with Ryan and Reynolds. They'll do a sweep, then give us the all clear. I'm to wait until you, sir. Thank you, Sawyer Christian tightens his arm around me. This day just gets urter, and he sighs bitterly, nozzling my hair. Listen, I can stand here and wait. Sawyer, take care of Miss Steele. Don't let her in until you have the all clear. I am sure Taylor is overreacting. She can't get into the apartment. What? No, Christian, you have to stay with me, I plead. Christian releases me. Do as you're told, Anastasia. Wait here. Sawyer. Christian says. Sawyer opens the foyer to let Christian enter the apartment, then shuts the behind him and stands in front of it, staring impassively down at me. Holy shit, Christian. All manner of horrific outcomes run through my mind, but all I can do is stand and wait. Chapter 8. Sawyer talks into his sleek suit again. Taylor, Gray, has entered the apartment. He flinches and grabs the earpiece, pulling it out of his ear, presumably receiving some powerful invective from Taylor. Oh no, if Taylor is worried, please let me go in, I plead. Sorry, Miss Steele. This won't take long. Sab_higher holds hands up in a defense-like gesture. Taylor and the guys are just coming into the apartment now. Oh. I feel so impotent standing stock still. I listen avidly for the slightest sound, but all I hear is my aggravated breathing. It's loud and shallow, my scalp prickles, my mouth is dry, and I feel faint. Please, let Christian be okay, I pray silently. I have no idea how much time passes, and still we hear nothing. Surely no sound is guxl, there are no gunshots. I begin pacing around the table in the foyer and examine the paintings on the walls to distract myself. I've never really looked at them, all figurative paintings, all religious, the Madonna and Child, all 16 of them. How odd. Christian isn't religious, is he? All of the paintings in the grate are abstracts. These are so different they don't distract me for long. Where is Christian? I stare at Sawyer and he watches me impassively. What's happening? No news, Miss Steele. Abruptly, the moves. Sawyer spins like a top and draws a gun from his shoulder holster. I freeze. Christian appears at the all clear / he says, frowning at Sawyer, who puts his gun away immediately and steps back to let me in. Taylor is overreacting, Christian grumbles as he holds out his hand to me. One stand gaping at him, unable to move, drinking in every little detail, his unruly hair, the tightness round his eyes, the tense jaw, the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone. I think I must hail aged 10 years. Christian frowns at me in concern, his eyes dark. It's all right, baby. He moves toward me, enveloping me in his arms, and kisses my hair. Come on, you're tired, bed. I was so worried, I murmur, rejoicing in his embrace and inhaling his sweet scent with my head against his chest. I know. We're all jumpy. Sawyer has disappeared, presumably into the apartment. Honestly, your exes are proving to be challenging. NFR_Gray1 mutter V.RYLY_Christian. Yes. They are. He releases me and, taking my hand, leads me across the hallway and into the grate. Taylor and his crew are checking all the closets and cupboards. I don't think she's 1%. Why would she here? It makes no sense. Exactly. Could she get in? Don't see how, but Taylor is overcautious sometimes. Have you searched your playroom? I whisper. Christian glances quickly at me, his brow creasing. Yes, it's locked, but Taylor and I checked. I take a deep, cleansing breath. Do you want a drink or anything? Christian asks. No. Fatigue sweeps through me, I just want to go to bed. Come. Let me put you to BL underscore you look exhausted. Christian's expression softens. I frown underscore isn't he coming, too? He want to sleep alone. I'm relieved when he leads me into his bedroom. I place my clutch bag on the chest of drawers and open it to empty the contents. I spy NFRS underscore Robinson's note. Here. I pass it to Christian. One don't know if you want to read this. One want to ignore. Christian scans it briefly and his jaw tenses. I'm not sure what blanks she can fill in, he says dismissively. I'll need to talk to Taylor underscore he gazes down at me. Let me unzip your dress. Are you going to call the police? The car. One asks as I turn around. He sweeps my hair out of the way, his fingers softly grazing my naked back, and tugs down my zipper. No, I don't want the police involved. Layla needs help, not police in Tuentine underscore, and I don't want them here. We just have to double our efforts to find her underscore. He leans down and plants a gentle kiss on my shoulder. Go to bed, he orders, and then he's gone. I lie, staring at the ceiling, waiting for him to return. So much has happened today, so much to process. Where to start? I wake with a jolt, disorientated. Have I been asleep? Blinking in the dim glow the hallway casts through the slightly open, I notice that Christian is not with me. Is he? I glance up. Standing at the end of the is a shadow. An woman, maybe? Dressed in black. It's difficult to tell. In my bewildered state, I reach across and switch on the light, then turn back to look, but there's no one there. I shake my head. Did I imagine it? Dream it? I sit up and around the room, a vague, insidious unease gripping me, but I am quite alone. I MB my face. What time is it? Where's Christian? The alarm says it's 2:15 in the morning. Climbing groggily out, I set off to hunt him down, disconcerted by my overactile imagination. I am seeing things now. It must a reaction to the dramatic events of the evening underscore. The main RCKTN is empty, the only light emanating from the 3 pendulum lamps abox the Brext bar. But his study CLCM is ajar, and I hear him on the phone. L don't know why you're calling at this hour. I have nothing to say to you underscore. Well, you can tell me now, you don't have to leave a message. I stand motionless by the eavesdropping guiltily. Yumo, is he talking to? No, you listen. I asked you, and now I am telling you, leave her alone. She's nothing to do with you, do you understand? He sounds belligerent and angry. I hesitate to knock. No you do. But I mean it, Elena. Leave her the heck alone. Do I need to put it in triplicate for you? Are you hearing me? Underscore night. He slams the phone down on the desk. Oh shit, I knock tentatively on the door. L% it, he snarls, and I almost want to MN and hide. He sits at his desk with his head in his hands. He glances up, his expression ferocious, but his BCE softens immediately when he sees me. His eyes are wide and cautious. Suddenly, he LKS so tired and my hem constricts. He blinks, and his eyes sweep down my legs and back again. Underscore I am wearing one of his t-shirts. You should in satin or silk, Anastasia. But even in my t-shirt you look beautiful. Underscore oh, an unexpected compliment. I missile you. Come to. He rises slowly out of the chair, still in his height shirt and black dress pants. But now his eyes are shining and full of promise. Underscore but there's a trace of sadness. He stands in front of me, staring intently but not touching me. Do you know what you mean to me? He murmurs. If something happened to you, because of m underscore his voice trails off, his brow creasing, and the pain that flashes across his BCE is almost palpable. He looks so vulnerable, his fear very much apparent. Nothing's going to happen to me, I reassure him, my voice soothing. I reach up and stroke his BCE, running my fingers through the stubble on his cheek. It's unexpectedly soft. Your grows quickly / I whisper, unable to hide the wonder in my voice at this beautiful one, thinked up man who stands before me. I trace the line of his lip, then trail my fingers down his throat, to the faint smudge of lipstick at the base of his neck. He gazes down at me, still not touching me, his lips parted. I run my index finger along the line, and he closes his eyes. His soft breathing quickens / my fingers reach the edge of his shin, and I in them down to the next fasten. TM not going to touch you, I just want to undo your shirt, I whisper. His eyes open wide, regarding me with alarm, but he doesn't move, and he doesn't stop me. Very slowly I unfasten the button, holding the material away from his skin, and move tentatively down to the next button, repeating the process, slowly, concentrating on what I am doing. I don't want to touch him. Well, I do, but on the fourth the red line reappears, and I smile shyly up at him. Back on home territory, I trace the line with my fingers before undoing the final button. I pull his shirt open and move to his cuffs, removing his black stone cuffs one at a time. Can I take your shirt off? I ask, my voice low. He nods, eyes still wide, as I reach up and pull his shin over his shoulders. He frees his hands so he's standing in front of me naked from the waist up. With his shirt on, he seems to recover his equilibrium. He smirks down at me. % at my pants, Miss Steele, he asks, raising an eyebrow. In the bedroom? I want you in your bed. Do you now? Miss Stele, you are insatiable. Can't think why. I grab his hand, pull him from his study, and lead him to his room. Is chilly. You opened the balcony door, he asks, frowning down at me as we arrive in his no. I don't doing that. I recall scanning the when I woke. There was definitely close _ oh shit all the lushes from my face, and I stare at Christian as my mouth falls open. But, he snaps, glaring at me. Man, I woke _ there was someone in here, I whisper. I thought it was my image. He horrified and dashes to the balcony, pass out, then steps back into and locks the door behind him. Are you sure? Yumo, he asks, his voice tight. A woman, I think. It was dark. I'd only just woken up. Get dressed, he snarls at me on his way back in. Now. My clothes are upstairs, I whimper. He pulls open one of the drawers in his chest of drawers and fishes out a pair of sweatpants _ put these 0m, they are far too big, but he is not to be argued with. He swipes a t-shirt, too, and quickly pulls it over his head. Grabbing the bedside phone, he presses 2 buttons. She's still fucking here, he hisses down the phone. Approximately 3 seconds later, Taylor and one of other security guys burst into Christian's. Christian gives them a précis of what has happened how long ago. Taylor demands, staring at me all businesslike. He's still wearing his jacket. Does this man ever sleep? About 10 minutes, I mutter, for some reason feeling guilty. She knows the apartment like the back of her hand, says Christian. I am taking Anastasia away now. She's hiding here somewhere. Find her. Unlen is Gail back? Tomorrow evening, sir. She's not to return until this place is secure. Understand? Christian snaps. Yes, sir. Will you be going to Bellevue? I'm not leading this problem to my parents. Book me somewhere, yes. I'll call you. Aren't we all overreacting slightly? I ask. Christian glowers at me. She may have a gun, he growls. Christian, she was standing at the end of she could have shot me if that's what she wanted to do. Christian pauses for a moment to rein in his temper, one think. In a menacingly soft voice he says, I'm not prepared to take the risk. Taylor, Anastasia needs her and _ Christian disappears into his closet while the security guy watches me. I can't remember his name, Ryan maybe. He looks alternately down the hall and to the balcony. Christian emerges a couple of minutes later with a leather messenger bag, wearing jeans and his pinstriped blazer. He drapes a denim jacket around my shoulders. He clasps my hand tightly, and I have to practically MN to keep up with his long strides into the grate. I can't believe she could hide somewhere in here, I mutter, staring out the balcony. It's a big place. You haven't seen it all yet. 1%. Why don't you just call her _____? Tell her you want to talk to her. Anastasia, she's unstable, and she may be armed, he says irritably. So we just run. For now, yes. Sir, she tries to Taylor. Taylor knows and understands guns, he says with distaste. He'll be quicker with a gun than she is. Ray was in the army. He's taught me to shoot. Christian raises his eyebrows and for a moment looks utterly bemused. You, with a gun, he says incredulously. Yes. I am offended. I can shoot, Mr. Gray, so you'd better beware. It's not just crazy ex-subs you need to worry. I'll bear that in mind, Miss Steele, he answers dryly, amused, and it feels good to know that even in this ridiculously tense situation, I can make him smile. Taylor meets us in the foyer and hands me my small suitcase and my black Converse. I am stunned that he's packed me some clothes. I smile shyly at him with gratitude, and his returning smile is swift and reassuring. Before I can stop myself, I hug him, hard. He's taken by surprise, and when I release him, he's pink in both cheeks. Be careful, doll, I murmur. Yes, Miss Stele / he mutters. Christian frowns at me and then questioningly at Taylor, who smiles very slightly and adjusts his tie. Let me know here I'm going, Christian says. Taylor reaches into his jacket, pulls out his wallet, and hands Christian a credit card. You might want to use this when you get there. Christian nods. Thinking. Ryan joins us. Sawyer and Reynolds found nothing, he says to Taylor. Accompany Gray and Miss Steele to the garage, Taylor orders. The garage is deserted. Well, it is nearly 3 a.m. the morning. Christian ushers me into the passenger seat of the RS and puts my case and his bag in the TMNK at the front of the car. The Audi beside us is a complete mess, every tire slashed, white paint splattered all over it. It's chilling and makes me grateful that Christian is taking me somewhere here else. A replacement will arrive on Monday, Christian says bleakly when he's seated side me. How could she have known it was my car? He glances anxiously at me and sighs. She had an Audi A3 I buy one for all my submissives, it's one of the safest cars in its class. Oh. So, not so much a graduation present, the Anastasia, despite who had I hoped, you have never my submissive, so technically it is a graduation present. He pulls out of the parking space and speeds to the exit. Despite what he hoped, oh no, my subconscious shakes her head sadly. This is what we come back to all the time. Are you still hoping? I whisper. The in-car phone buzzes. Grey. Christian snaps. Yamont Olympic. In my name. Thank you, Taylor. And, Taylor, be careful. Taylor pauses. Yes, sir, he says quietly, and Christian hangs up. The streets of Seattle are deserted, and Christian roars up Fifth Avenue toward the I-5. Once on the interstate, he FLCMS the gas pedal. Heading north, he accelerates so quickly I'm momentarily thrown back in my seat. I peek at him. He's deep in thought, radiating a deadly brooding silence. He hasn't answered my question. He glances frequently at the rearview mirror, and I realize he's checking that we're not being followed. Perhaps that's why we're on the 1 to 5. I thought the Fairmont was in Seattle. I gaze out of the window, trying to rationalize my exhausted, overactive mind. If she'd wanted to hurt me, she had ample opportunity in the bedroom. No. It's not hat I hope for, not anymore. I thought that was obvious. Christian interrupts my introspection. His eyes soft. I blink at him, pulling his denim jacket tighter around me, and I don't know if the chill is emanating from within me or from outside. I'll worry that, you know that I'm not enough, you're more than enough. For the love of Anastasia, what do I have to do? Tell me about Perse, tell me you love me. Did you think I did when I told you DL Flynn had told me all there was to know about you? He sighs heavily, closing his eyes for a moment, and for the longest time he didn't answer. You cannot begin to understand the depths of my depravity, Anastasia. And it's not something I want to share with you, and you really think I'd leave, if I knew? My voice is high, incredulous. Doesn't he understand that I love him? Do you think so little of me? No, Yulia, he says sadly. Christian __, I think that's very unlikely. I can't imagine being without you ever. You left me once, I don't want to go there again. Elena said she saw you last Saturday, I whisper quietly. She didn't. He frowns. You didn't go to see her, when I left? No, he snaps, irritated. I just told you I didn't, and I don't like to be doubted, he scolds. I didn't go anywhere last weekend. One sat and made the glider you gave me. Me forever, he adds quietly. My hilt clenches again. NFRS_Robinson said she saw him. Did she or didn't she? She's lying. Why? Contrary to what Elena thinks, I don't lush to her with all my problems. Anastasia, I don't lush to you. May have noticed, I'm not much of a talker. He tightens his hold on the steering wheel. Carrick told me you didn't talk for 2 years. Did he now? Christian's mouth presses into a hard line. I kind of pumped him for information. Embarrassed, I stare at my fingers. So what else did Daddy say? He said your mom was the dieter who you when you were brought into the hospital. After you were discovered in your apartment. Christian's expression remains blank. ___, L_, he said learning the piano helped, and MIA_, his lips curl in a fond smile at the mention of her name. After a moment he says, she was about 6 months old when she arrived. I was thrilled, Elliot less so. He'd already had to contend with my arrival. She was perfect. The sweet, sad in his voice is affecting. Less so now, of course, he mutters, and I recall her successful _L attempts at the ball to thwart our lascivious intentions. It makes me giggle. Christian gives me a sideways glance. You find that amusing, Miss Steele? She seemed determined to keep us apart. He laughs mirthlessly. Yes, she is quite accomplished. He reaches across and squeezes my knee. But we got there in the end. He smiles, then glances in the rearview mirror once more. I don't think we've followed Ed _. He turns off the 1 to 5 and heads back to Central Seattle. Can I ask you something, Alka_1T Elena? We are stopped at some traffic lights. He gazes at me warily. If you must, he mutters sullenly, but I don't let his irritability deter me. You told me ages ago that she locksu.du you in a way you found acceptable. What did that mean? Isn't it obvious? He asks. Not to me. I was out of control. One couldn't bear to be touched. I can't it now for a 14, 15-year-old adolescent boy with hormones raging. It was a difficult time. She showed me a way to let off steam. Oh, MIA said you were a brawler. Christ, what is it with my loquacious family? Actually, it's you. We've stopped at more lights, and he narrows his eyes at me. You inveigle information out of people. He shakes his head in mock disgust. MIA volunteered that information in HCT. She was very forthcoming. She was worried you'd start a brawl in the marquee if you didn't win me at the auction. I mutter indignantly. Baby, there was no danger of that. There was no way I would let anyone else dance with you. You let Dr_FLYNM. He's always the exception to the MLE_. Christian pulls into the impressive, leaf a driveway of the Fairmont Olympic Hotel and parks near the front side a quaint stone found time come. He climbs out of the car and retrieves our luggage. A valet rushes toward us, looking surprised, no doubt at our late arrival. Christian tosses him the car keys. "Name of Taylor," he says. The valet nods and can't contain his glee as he leaps into the 08 and drives off. Christian takes my hand and strides into the lobby. As one stand him at the reception desk, I feel utterly ridiculous. Here in Seattle's most prestigious hotel, dressed in an oversized denim jacket, oversized sweatpants, and an old t-shirt next to this elegant, beautiful, Greek god. No wonder the receptionist is looking from one to the other as if the equation doesn't add up. Of course, she's awed by Christian. I roll my eyes as she flushes crimson and stutters. "Geez, even her hands are shaking. You need a hand with your bags, NFR Taylor," she asks, going scarlet again. "No, NFRS Taylor and I can manage Mrs. Taylor. But I'm not wearing a ring." I put my hands behind my back. "You're in the Cascade Suite, Mr. Taylor, 11th floor. Our bellboy will help with your bags We're fine," Christian says curtly. "Where are the elevators?" Miss Flushing Crimson explains, and Christian grasps my hand once more. I glance briefly round the impressive, sumptuous lobby hill of overstuffed chairs, deserted save for a dark-haired woman sitting on a cozy sofa, feeding tidbits to her Westie. She glances up and smiles at us as we make our way to the elevators. So the hotel allows odd for a place so grand. The suite has a formal dining room, and comes complete with grand piano. A log fire blazes in the massive main RCKTN_Gs_. "This suite is bigger than my affers Taylor, I don't know you, but I'd really like a drink." Christian mutters, locking the front door securely. In the bedroom, he puts my case and his satchel on the ottoman at the foot of king-size 4-poster bed and leads me by the hand into the main room where the fire is burning brightly. It's a welcome sight. I stand and warm my hands while Christian fixes us a Armagnac. "Please." After a moment, he joins me by the fire and hands me a crystal brandy glass. "It's been quite a day, huh?" I nod and his grey eyes gaze at me searchingly, concerned. "I'm okay," I whisper reassuringly. "How about you?" "Well, right now I'd like to drink this and then, if you're not tired, take you to ERD and lose myself in you. Think that can be arranged, Taylor." I smile shyly at him as he shuffles out of his shoes and peels off his socks. "NFRS Taylor, stop biting your lip," he whispers. I blush into my glass. The Armagnac is delicious, leaving a burning warmth in its wake as it glides silkily down my throat. When one glance up at his sipping his brandy, watching me, his eyes dark, hungry. "You never cease to amaze me, Anastasia. After a day like today, or yesterday, rather, you're not whining off into the hills screaming. 1 a.m. in awe of you. You're very strong. You're a very good reason to stay," I murmur. "I told you, I'm not going anywhere, no matter what you've done. You know how I feel about you." His mouth mists as if he doubts my words, and his brow creases as if what I'm saying is painful for him to hear. "What do I have to do to make you realize how I feel?" "Let him beat you," my subconsciousness at me I scowl inwardly at her. Are you going to hang Jose's portraits of me?" I try to lighten that depends. His lips twitch. This is obviously a much more palatable topic of conversation for him. "On what circumstances?" he says mysteriously. "His show's not over yet, so I don't have to decide straight away." I cock my head to one side and narrow my eyes. "You can look as sternly as you like, NFRS Taylor. I'm saying nothing," he teases. "I may torture the TMTH from you." He raises an eyebrow. Really, Anastasia, I don't think you should make promises you can't fulfill. Oh my, is that what he thinks? I place my glass on the mantelpiece, reach over, and much to Christian's surprise, take his glass and place it beside mine. We'll just have to see about that / I murmur. Very bravely, emboldened by the brandy. Why? No doubt, I take Christian's hand and pull him toward the bedroom. At the fin of the bed I stop. Christian is trying to hide his amusement. Now you have me in here, Anastasia, what are you going to do with me? He teases, his voice low. I'm going to start by undressing you. I want to finish what one started earlier. I reach for the lapels on his jacket, careful not to touch him, and he flinch, but he's holding his breath gently. I push his jacket over his shoulders, and his eyes stay on mine, all traces of humor gone, as they grow larger, burning into me, wary and needful. There are so many interpretations of his look. What is he thinking? I place his jacket on the ottoman. Now your t-shirt, I whisper, and lift it by the hem. He curvates, raising his arms and backing away, making it easier for me to pull it off. Once off, he gazes down at me, intently, wearing just his jeans that hang so provocatively from his hips. The band of his boxer briefie is visible. My eyes move hungrily up across his taut stomach to the remains of the lipstick line, faded and smudged, then up to his chest. I want nothing more than to run my tongue through his chest hair to savor his taste. Now hat, he whispers, eyes blazing. I want to kiss you here. I run my finger from hip bone to hip bone across his belly. His lips part as he inhales sharply. I'm not stopping. Yows, he breathes. I take his hand. You'd better lie down then, I murmur, and lead him to the side of the four-poster bed. He seems bewildered, and it occurs to me that perhaps no one has taken the lead with him since. Her. No, don't go there. Lifting the covers, he sits on the edge of the bed, gazing up at me, waiting, his expression wary and serious. I stand before him and slip off his denim jacket and let it drop to the floor, then I shove out of his sweatpants. He rubs his thumb over the tips of his fingers. He's itching to touch me, I can tell, but he suppresses the urge. Taking a deep breath and beyond courageous, I reach for the hem of my t-shirt and lift it all my head so I am naked before him. His eyes don't leave mine, but he swallows and his lips halt. You are Aphrodite, Anastasia, he murmurs. I clasp his HCE in my hands, tip his head up, and to kiss him. He groans low in his throat. As one place my mouth on his, he grabs my hips, and before I know it, I am pinned neath him, his legs forcing mine apart so that he's cradled against my body between my legs. He's kissing me, ravaging my mouth, our tongues entwined. His hand trails from my thigh, over my hip, along my belly to my breast, squeezing, kneading, and pulling intickingly on my nipple. I groan and tilt my pelvis involuntarily against him, finding a delicious friction against the seam of his fly and his growing erection. He stops kissing me and gazes down at me bemused and breathless. He flexes his hips so his erection pushes against me. Yes. Right, I close my eyes and moan, and he it again, but this time I push back, relishing his answering moan as he kisses me again. He continues the slow delicious torture, rubbing me, rubbing him, and he's right, getting lost in him. It's intoxicating to the exclusion of everything else. All my worries are obliterated. I am here in this moment with him, my singing in my veins, thrumming loudly through my ears, mixed with the sound of our panting breaths. I bury my hands in his hair, holding him to my mouth, consuming him, my tongue as avaricious as his. I trail my fingers down his arms, down his lower back to the waistband of his jeans and push my intrepid, greedy hands inside, urging him on and on, forgetting everything, except us. You're going to unman me, Anna, he whispers suddenly, breaking away from me and kneeling up. He briskly pulls down his jeans and hands me a foil packet. You want me, baby, and I sure as hell want you. You know what to do. With dexterous fingers, I rip open the foil and unroll the condom over him. He grins down at me, his mouth open, eyes misty grey and full of carnal promise leaning over me, he nibs his nose against mine, his eyes closed, and deliciously, slowly, he enters me. I grasp his arms and tilt my chin up, reveling in the exquisitely frill feeling of his possession. He nms his teeth along my chin, eases back, and then slides into me again, so slow, so sweet, so tender, his pressing down on me, his hands on either side of my face. You make me forget everything. You are the best therapy. He moving at an achingly leisurely pace, savouring every inch of me. Please, Christian, faster, I murmur, wanting more, now. Oh no, baby. I need this slow. He kisses me sweetly, gently biting my lower lip and absorbing my soft moans. I move my hands into his hair and surrender myself to his rhythm as slowly and surely my body climbs higher and plateaus, then falls hard and fast as I come around. Anna, he breathes as he lets go, my name a benediction on his lips as he finds his head rests on my belly, his arms I've wrapped around me. My fingers forage in his unruly hair, and we lie like this for I don't know how long. It's so late and I am so tired, but I just want to enjoy the quiet serene afterglow of making law with Christian Grey, because that's what we've done, gentle, SWNT lovemaking. He's come a long way, as have I, in such a short time. It's almost much to absorb with all the flacked up stuff. I am losing sight of his simple, honest journey with me. I will never get enough of you. Don't leave me, he murmurs and kisses my belly. I'm not going anywhere, Christian, and I seem to remember that I wanted to kiss your belly, I grumble sleepily. He grins against my skin. Nothing stopping you now, baby. Don't think I can move, I'm so tired. Christian sighs and shifts reluctantly, coming to lie beside me with his head on his elbow and dragging the covers over us. He gazes down at me, his eyes glowing, warm, loving. Sleep now, baby. He kisses my hair and taps his arm around me and I drift. When I open my eyes, light is filling the room, making me blink. My head is from lack of sleep. Where am I? Oh, the hotel _high. Christian murmurs, smiling fondly at me. He's lying beside me, frilly dressed, on top of the BD. How long has he here? Has he been studying me? Suddenly, one feel incredibly shy as my face heats under his steady gaze. Hi, I murmur, grateful that I am lying on my front. How long have you been watching me? I could watch you sleep for hours, Anastasia. But I've only been here about 5 minutes _. He leans over and kisses me gently. Dr. Green will be here shortly. Oh, I'd forgotten Christian's inappropriate intercession. Did you sleep well? He inquires mildly. Certainly seemed like it to me, with all that playful teasing. 50. I do not snore. I pout petulantly. No. You don't. He grins at me. The faint line of red lipstick is still visible around his. Did you shower? No. Waiting for you. Oh _okay. %. At time is it? 10:15. I didn't have the heart to wake you earlier. You told me you didn't have a heart at all. He smiles, sadly, but doesn't answer. Breakfast is here, pancakes and bacon for you. Come, get. I'm getting lonely out here. He swats me sharply on my behind, making me jump, and rises from the him Christian's version of warm affection. As I stretch, I'm aware I ache all over no doubt a result of all the sex, dancing, and teetering in expensive high-heeled shoes. I stagger out of bed and make my way into the sumptuously appointed bathroom, going over the events of the previous day in my mind. Human, I come out, I don one of the over $50 bathrolls that hang on a brass peg in the bathroom. Layla, the girl who LTNKS like me, that's the most startling image my brain conjures for conjecture, that and her eerie presence in Christian's bedroom. What did she want? Me? Christian? To do what? And why the orc has she wrecked my car? Christian said I would have another Audi, like all his submissives. The thought is UN welcome. Since I was so generous with the money he gave me, there's not a lot I can do. I wander into the main of the suite, no sign of Christian. I finally locate him in the dining room. I take a seat, grateful for the impressive breakfast laid me. Christian is reading the Sunday papers and drinking coffee. His breakfast finished, he smiles at eat up. You're going to need your strength today, he teases. And why is that? You going to lock me in the bedroom? My inner goggles jerks awake suddenly, all disheveled doodle just orked iconic appealing as that idea is. I thought we'd go out today. Get some fresh air. Is it safe? I ask innocently, trying and failing to keep the irony from my voice. Christian's BCE falls, and his mouth presses in a line. Where we're going, it is. And it's not a joking matter / he adds sternly, narrowing his eyes. I flush and stare down at my breakfast. I don't feel like being scolded after all the drama and such a late night. I eat my breakfast in silence, feeling petulant. My soulrunchus is shaking her head at me. 50 doesn't joke about my safe V, I should know this by now. I want to roll my eyes at him, but I refrain. Okay, I'm tired and testy. I had a long day yesterday and not enough sleep. Umei, oh why does he get to look as fresh as a daisy? Life is not fair. There's a at the DR_that'll the good Dr. Christian grumbles, obviously still smarting from my irony. He stalks from the table. Can't we just have a calm, normal morning? One sigh heavily, leaving half my breakfast, and get up to greet Dr. D and D Pruvery. We're in the bedroom, and DL Green is staring at me open-mouthed. She's dressed more casually than last time in a pale pink cashmere twin set and black pants, and her fine blonde hair is loose. And you just stopped taking it? Just like that. I flush, feeling beyond yes. Could my voice be any smaller? You could be pregnant, she says matter-of-factly. What? The world falls away at my feet. My soulrunchus collapses on the retching, and I think I'm going to be sick. TCO no. Here, go pay in this. She's all business today, taking no prisoners. Meekly, I accept the small plastic container she's offering and wander in a daze into the bathroom. No. 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 No way ____ no way ____ please no. No. What will 50 do? I go pale. Heel freak. No, please. I whisper a silent prayer. I hand Dr. Green my sample, and she carefully places a small white stick in it. %en did your period start? How am I supposed to think about such minutiae when all one can do is stare anxiously at the white stick? Wednesday? Not the one just gone, the one before that, June 1st. And when did you stop taking the pill? Sunday. Last Sunday. She purses her lips. You should. Okay, she says sharply. I can tell by your expression that an UN-planned pregnancy would not be welcome news. So medroxyprogesterone is a good idea if you can remember to take the pill every day. She gives me a stem and I quail under her authoritative glare. Picking up the white stick, she peers at it. You're in the clear. You've not mutilated yet, so provided you've taking proper precautions, you shouldn't pregnant. Now, let me counsel you about this shot. We discounted it last time cause of the side effects, but quite frankly, the side effects of a child are far-reaching and go on for years. She smiles, pleased with herself and her little joke, but one can't begin to respond. I'm too stunned. Dr. Green launches into full disclosure mode about side effects, and I sit paralyzed with relief, not listening to a word. I think I'd tolerate any number of strange women standing at the end of my bed rather than confess to Christian that I might pregnant. Anna. Dr. Green snaps. Let's do this thing. She pulls me out of my reverie, and I willingly roll up my sleeve. Christian closes the door behind her and gazes at me warily. Everything okay? He asks. I nod mutely, and he tilts his head to one side, his face tense with concern. Anastasia, what is it? You mad? Did Dr. Green say? I shake my head. You're GWD to go in 7 days, I mutter. 7 days? Yes. Anna, what's you wrong? I swallow. It's nothing to worry about. Please, Christian. Just leave it. Christian looms in front of me. He grasps my chin, tipping my head back, and stares emphatically into my eyes, trying to decipher my panic. Tell me, Zed, he snaps insistently. There's nothing to tell. I'd like to get dressed. I pull my chin out of his reach. He sighs and nuns a hand through his hair, frowning at me. Let's shower, he says eventually. Of course, I mutter, distracted, and his mouth twists. Come, he says sulkily, clasping my hand firmly. He stalks toward the bathroom as I trail behind him. I am not the only one in a bad, it seems. Firing up the shower, Christian quickly strips before coming to me. Don't know what's upset you, or if you're just bad-tempered through lack of sleep, he says while unfastening my but I want you to tell me. My imagination is MNNMG away with me, and I don't like it. I roll my eyes at him, and he glares back at me, narrowing his eyes. Shit. Okay ___ here. DL Green scolded me about missing the pill. She said I could be pregnant L% it. He pales, and his hands freeze as he gazes at me, suddenly ashen. But I'm not. She did a test. It was a shock, that's all. I can't believe I was that stupid. He visibly. You're sure you're not? He blows out a deep breath. Yes, I can. That news like that would very upsetting. I frown _ upsetting. I was more worried your reaction. He arrows his brow at me, puzzled. My reaction? Well, naturally I'm real evil _ it would the height of carelessness and bad manners to nake you up. Then maybe we should abstain, I snap. He gazes at me for a moment, as if I'm some kind of science experiment. You are in a bad temper this morning. It was just a shCCK, that's all, I repeat petulantly. Clasping the lapels of my he pulls me into a warm embrace, kisses my hair, and presses my head against his chest. I'm by his hair as it tickles my cheek. Oh, if I could just nuzzle him. Anna, I'm not used to this, he murmurs. My natural inclination is to beat it out of you, but I seriously doubt you want that. Holy shit, no, I don't. This helps. I hug Christian tighter, and we stand for age in a strange embrace, Christian knackered and me wrapped in a roll's iron once again by his honesty. He knows nothing about relationships, and neither do I, except what I've learned from him. Well, he's asked for faith and patience, maybe I should do the same. Come, let's shower, Christian says eventually, releasing me. Stepping back. He peels me out of my robe, and I follow him into the cascading water, holding my face up to the torrent. There's 4 of us under the gargantuan show ahead _ Christian reaches for the shampoo and starts washing his hair. He hands it to me and I follow suit. Oh, this feels good. Closing my eyes, I succumb to the cleansing, warming water. As I rinse off the shampoo, I feel his hands on me, soaping my body, my shoulders, my arms, under my arms, my breasts, my back. Gently he turns me around and pulls me against him as he continues down my body, my stomach, my belly, his skilled fingers between my legs. My oh, that feels GTND and so intimate. He turns me around to face him again. Here, he says quietly, handing me the body wash. I want you to wash off the remains of the lipstick. My eyes open in a flurry and dart quickly to his. He's staring at me intently, soaking wet and beautiful, his glorious, bright grey eyes giving nothing away. Don't stray far from the line, Please, he mutters tightly. Okay, I murmur, trying to absorb the enormity of what he's just asked me to do, to touch him on the edge of the forbidden zone. I squeeze a small amount of soap on my hand, rub my hands together to create a lather, then place them on his shoulders and gently wash away the line of lipstick on each side. He stills and closes his eyes, his face impassive, but he's breathing rapidly, and I know it's not lust but fear. It cuts me to the quick with trembling fingers. I carefully follow the line down the side of his chest, soaping and rubbing softly, and he swallows, his jaw tense as if his teeth are clenched. Oh! My heart constricts and my throat tightens. Oh no, I'm going to go. I stop to add more soap to my hand and feel him relax in front of me. I can't up at him. I can't bear to see his pain, it's too much. One swallow. Ready. I murmur and the tension is loud and clear in my voice. Yes, he whispers, his voice husky, laced with fear. Gently, I place my hands on either side of his chest, and he freezes again. It's much I am overwhelmed by his TMST in me, overwhelmed by his fear, by the damage done to this beautiful, fallen, flawed man. Tears pool in my eyes and spill down my face, lost in the water from the shower. Oh, Christian! Who did this to you? His diaphragm moves rapidly with each shallow breath, his body is rigid, tension radiating off him in waves as my hands move along the line, erasing it. Oh, if I could just erase you I would, I'd do anything, and I want nothing more than to kiss every single scar I see, to kiss away those hideous years of neglect, but I know I can't, and my tears fall unbidden down my cheeks. No. Please, don't call, he murmurs, his voice anguished as he wraps me tightly in his arms. Please don't cry for me. And I burst into full-blown sobs, burying my face against his neck, as I think of a little boy lost in a sea of fear and pain, frightened, neglected, abused, hurt beyond all endurance. Pulling away, he clasps my head with hands, tilts it backward, and leans down to kiss me. Don't cry, Anna, please, he murmurs against my mouth. It was long ago. I am aching for you to touch me, but I just can't bear it. It's much. Please, please don't CLY_. I want to touch you, more than you'll ever know, to see you like this _____, so hurt and afraid, Christian _____, it wounds me deeply. I love you so much. He NMS his thumb across my lip. No one know, he whispers, you're very easy to law _ don't you see that? No, baby, I don't. You are. And I do, and so your family. So do Elena and Layla, they have a strange way of showing it, but they do. You are worthy. Stop. He puts his finger over my lips and shakes his head, an agonized expression on his BCE _ I can't hear this. I'm nothing, Anastasia. I'm a husk of a man. One don't have a yes, you do. And I want it, all of it. You're a Google man, Christian, a really man. Don't ever doubt that at what you've done ____, what you've achieved. One sob. Look what you've done for me ____, what you've turned your back on, for me, I whisper. No, I know how you feel about me _. He gazes down at me, his eyes wide and panicked, and all we can hear is the steady stream of water as it flows over us in the shower. You love me, I whisper. His eyes widen further and his mouth opens. He a huge breath as if winded. He looks tortured, vulnerable _. Yes, he whispers. I do. Chapter 9. I cannot contain my jubilation. My subconscious gapes at me open-mouthed, in stunned silence, and I wear a face-splitting grin as I gaze longingly up into Christian's wide, tortured eyes _. His soft sweet confession calls to me on some deep elemental level as if seeking absolution. His small words are my manna from heaven. Tears prick my eyes once more. Yes, you do, I know you do. It's such a liberating realization, as if a crushing millstone has been tossed aside. This beautiful one, alked-up man, whom I once thought of as my romantic hero, strong, solitary, mysterious, possesses all these traits, but he's also fragile and alienated and full of self-loathing. My heart swells with joy but also pain for his suffering. And I know in this moment that my heart is big enough for both of us. I hope it's big enough for of us. I reach up to clasp his dear, handsome face and kiss him gently, pouring all the love I feel into this one sweet connection. I wanted to lure him beneath the hot cascading water. Christian groans and encircles me in his arms, holding me as if I am the air he needs to breathe. _ch.a_nay he whispers hoarsely, I want you, but not here. Yes, I murmur fervently into his mouth. He switches off the shower and takes my hand, leading me out and enfolding me in my bathrobe. Grabbing a towel, he wraps it around his waist, then takes a smaller one and begins to gently dry my hair. He's satisfied. He swathes the towel around my head so that in the large mirror over the sink I look like I'm wearing a real _ He's standing behind me and our eyes meet in the mirror, smoldering grey to bright blue, and it gives me an idea. Can I reciprocate? I ask. He nods, though his brow creases. One reach for another towel from the plethora of $FLL towels stacked beside the vanity, and standing before him I start to dry his hair. He bends von Val, making the process easier, and as I catch the glimpse of his face beneath the towel, I see he's grinning at me like a small boy. It's a long time since anyone did this to me. A very long time, he murmurs, but then frowns. In fact, I don't think anyone's dried my hair. Surely Grace did? Dried your hair when you were young? He shakes his head, hampering my progress. No. She respected my boundaries from day one, even though it was painful for her. I was very self-sufficient as a child, he says quietly. I feel a swift kick in the ribs as one think of a small copper-haired child looking after himself because no one else cares. The thought is sickeningly sad, but I don't want my melancholy to hijack this blossoming intimacy. Well, I'm honored, I gently tease him. That you are, Miss Steele. Or maybe it is I who am honored _ that goes without saying, NFR Grey one respond tartly. I finish with his hair, reach for another small towel, and move round to stand behind him. Our eyes meet again in the mirror, and his watchful one, questioning look prompts me to can I try something. After a moment, he warily, and very gently, in the soft cloth down his left arm, soaking up the water that has on his skin. Glancing up, I check his expression in the mirror. He blinks at me, his eyes burning into mine. I lean forward and kiss his bicep, and his lips part infinitesimally. I dry his other arm in a similar trailing kisses around his bicep, and a small smile plays on his lips. Carefully, I wipe his back beneath the faint lipstick line, which is still visible. I hadn't got 10 round to washing his back. Lay back forward / he says quietly, with the towel. He takes a sharp breath and screws his eyes closed as I briskly dry him, careful to touch him only with the towel. He has such an attractive back, broad, sculptured shoulders, all the small muscles clearly defined. He really ain't himself. The sight is only by his with difficulty, I ignore them and suppress my overwhelming urge to kiss each and every one. When I finish he exhales, and I lean forward and reward him with a kiss on his shoulder. Putting my arms around him, I dry his stomach. Our eyes meet once more in the mirror, his expression amused but wary, too. Hold this. I hand him a smaller face towel, and he gives me a amused frown. In Georgia? You made me touch myself using your hands, I add. His face darkens, but I ignore his reaction and put my arms around him, gazing at us both in the mirror, his beauty, his nakedness, and me with my covered hair. We look almost biblical, as if from an Old Testament painting. I reach for his hand, which he willingly entrusts to me, and guide it up to his chest to dry it, sweeping the towel slowly, awkwardly across his body. Once, twice, then again he's completely immobilized, rigid with tension, except for his eyes, which follow my hand clasped around his underscore. My subconscious looks on with approval, her normally pursed mouth smiling, and I am the supreme puppet master. His it ripples off his back in waves, but he maintains eye contact, though his eyes are darker, more deadly. Showing their so reds maybe. Is this a place I want to go? Do I want to confront his demons? I'll think you're dry now, I whisper as I drop my hand, gazing into the grey depths of his eyes in the mirror. His breathing is accelerated, lips parted. I'll need you, Anastasia, he whispers. I need you, too. And as I say the words, I am STMCK, how TME they are. I cannot imagine being without Christian, ever. Let me love you / he says hoarsely. Yes, I answer, and turning, he hauls me into his arms, his lips seeking mine, beseeching me, worshipping me, cherishing me loving me. He trails his fingers up and down my spine as we gaze at each other, basking in our postcoital bliss, replete. We lie together, me on my front hugging my pillow, he on his side, and am treasuring his tender touch. I know that right now he needs to touch me. I am a balm for him, a source of solace, and how could one deny him that? I feel exactly the same about him, so you can be gentle, I murmur. So it would seem, Miss Steele. I grim. You weren't particularly the first time we earn, did this, no? He smirks. Hen, are you our virtue? Don't think you robbed me, I mutter haughtily, Jec, I'm not a helpless maiden. I think my virtue was offered up pretty freely and willingly. I wanted you, TCO, and if I remember correctly, I rather enjoyed myself. I smile shyly at him, biting my lip. So did I, if I recall, Miss Steele. We aim to please, he drawls, and his face softens, serious. And it means you're mine, completely. All trace of humor has vanished as he gazes at me. Yes, I murmur back at him. I wanted to ask you something. Go ahead, your biological ____. Do you know who he was? This thought has iron bugging his brow creases, and then he shakes his head. I have no idea. Was it the savage who was her pimp, which is GTND _ how do you know? Something my dad _ something Carrick said to me. I gaze at my 50 expectantly, waiting. He smirks at me. So hungry for information, Anastasia, he sighs, shaking his head. The pimp discovered the crack whore's body and phoned it into the authorities. Him 4 days to make the discovery, though he shut the door when he left left me with her her body. His eyes cloud at the memory I inhale sharply. Poor baby boy, the horror is grim to contemplate. Police interviewed him later. He denied flat out I was anything to do with him, and Carrick said he nothing like me. Do you remember what he did look like? Anastasia, this isn't a part of my life I revisit very one and yes, what he looked like. I'll never forget him. Christian's face darkens and hardens, becoming more angular, his eyes frosting with anger. Can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. He shakes his head. It's old news, Anna. Not something I want to think about. So what's this surprise, then? I need to change the subject. He goes all 50 on me. His expression lightens immediately. Can you face going out for some fresh air? I want to show you something. Of course. I marvel how quickly he turns, mercurial as ever. He grins at me with his boyish, I am only 27 smile, and my hen lurches into my mouth, so it's something close to his heart, I can tell. He swats me playfully on my behind. Get dressed, jeans will be good, I hope Taylor's packed some for you. He rises and pulls on his boxer briefer. I could sit here all day, watching him wander around my inner goddess agrees, stunning as she ogles from her chaise long. Up he scolds, bossy as ever. I gaze at him, grinning, just admiring the view. He rolls his eyes at me. As we dress, I notice that we move with the synchronization of two people who know each other well, each watchful and acutely aware of the other, exchanging the occasional shy smile and suet touch, and it dawns on me that this is just as new for him as it is for dry your hair. Christian orders once we're dressed, domineering as ever. I smirk at him, and he leans down to kiss my hair. That's never going to change, baby. I don't want you sick. I roll my eyes at him, and his mouth twists in amusement. My palms still twitch, you know, Miss Steele. I am glad to hear it, NFR_Grey. One was beginning to think you were losing your edge, I retort. I could easily demonstrate that is not the case, should you so wish. Christian drags a large, cream, cable knit sweater out of his bag and drapes it artfully over his shoulders. With his white t-shirt and jeans, his artfully rumpled hair, and now this, he looks as if he's stepped out of the pages of a high-end glossy magazine. No one should LTNK this good, and I don't know if it's the momentary distraction of his sheer perfect looks or the knowledge that he loves me, but his threat no longer fills me with dread. This is my 50 Shades, this is the way he is. As I reach for the hairdryer, a tangible ray of hope blossoms. We will find a middle way. We just have to recognize each other's needs and encapsulate them. I can do that, surely? I gaze at myself in the dresser mirror. I'm wearing the pale blue shirt that Taylor bought and had packed for me. My hair is a mess, my face flushed, my lips swollen. I touch them, remembering Christian's searing kisses, and I can't help a small smile as I stare. Yes, one do, he said. Mere are we gummed exactly? I ask as we wait in the lobby for the parking valet. Christian taps the side of his nose and winks at me conspiratorially, looking like he's desperately trying to contain his glee. Frankly, it's very fry_. He was like this when we went gliding, perhaps that's what we're doing. I beam back at him. He stares down his nose at me in that superior way he has with his lopsided grim leaning cloml_. He kisses me gently. Do you have any idea how happy you make me feel? He murmurs. Yes I know exactly. Because you do the same for me. The valet up in Christian's car, wearing a face-splitting grin. Geez, everyone is so happy today. Great car, sir, he mumbles as he hands Oxer the keys. Christian minks and gives him an obscenely large tip. I frown at him honestly. As we cruise through the traffic, Christian is deep in thought. A young woman's voice comes over the loudspeakers. It has a beautiful, rich, mellow timbre, and I lose myself in her sad, soulful voice. I need to make a detour. It shouldn't take long, he says absent-mindedly, distracting me from the song. Oh, why? I'm intrigued to know the surprise. My inner goddess is bouncing like a 5-year-old. Sure, I murmur. Something is amiss. Suddenly, he grimly determined, he pulls into the parking lot of large car dealership, stops the car, and turns to face me, his expression wary. We need to get you a new car, he says. I gape at him. Now? On a Sunday? What the hell? And this is a Saab dealership, not an Audi, is, stupidly, the only thing I can think of to say, and bless him, he actually flushes. Holy cow, Christian, embarrassed, this is a first. I thought you might like something else, he mutters. He's almost squirming. Oh, please __, this is valuable an opportunity not to tease him. I smirk a Saab. You're _ 9 to 3. Come. L% it is it you and foreign cars. The Germans and the Swedes make the safest cars in the world, Anastasia, do they? I thought you'd already ordered me another Audi A3. He gives me a darkly amused I can cancel that. Come climbing smoothly out of the car, he strolls gracefully to my side and opens my DR_LOU a graduation present, he says softly and holds his hand out for me. Christian, you really don't have to do this. Yes, I do. Please come. His tone says he's not to be trifled with. I resign myself to my fate. A sub? Do I want a sub? I quite like the Audi Submissix Special. It was very nifty. Of course, now it's under a ton of white paint ______. I shudder. And she's still out there. I take Christian's hand, and we wander into the showroom. Troy Turniansky, the salesman, is all over 50 like a cheap suit. He can smell a sale. Weirdly his accent sounds mid-Atlantic, maybe British. It's difficult to tell. A sub, sir? Pre-owned. He rubs his hands with glee. New. Christian's lips set into a hard line. New. Did you have a model in mind, sir? And his smarmy, 9232_OT Sport Sedan. An excellent choice, sir. L% color, Anastasia. Christian inclines his head. Black. I shrug. You really don't need to do this. He frowns. Black's not easily seen at night. Oh, for heaven's sake, one resists the temptation to roll my eyes. You hire a black car. He scowls at me. Bright canary yellow. I shrug. Christian makes a BCE, canary yellow is obviously not his thing. L% color do you want me to have? I ask as if he's a small child, which he is in many ways. The thought is unwelcome, sad and sobering at once. Silver or white? Silver, then you know I'll take the Audi, I add, chastened by my thoughts. Troy pales, sensing he's losing a sale. Perhaps you'd like the convertible, he asks, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. My subconscious is cringing in disgust, mortified by the whole buying a car business, but my inner goddess tackles her to the floor. Convertible? Drool. Christian frowns and pisses at me. Convenable, he asks, raising an eyebrow. I flush. It's like he has a direct hotline to my inner goddess, which of course, he has. It's most inconvenient at times. I stare down at my hands. Christian turns to Troy. What are the safety stats on the convertible? Troy, sensing Christian's vulnerability, heads in for the kill, reeling off all manner of course, Christian wants me safe. It's a religion with him, and like the zealot he is, he listens intently to Troy's well-honed patter. 50 really care? Yes, I do. I remember his whispered, choked words from this morning, and a melting glow spreads like warm honey through my veins. This man, goddess gift to. I find myself grinning goofily at him, and when he glances down at me, he's amused yet puzzled by my expression. I just want to hug myself. I am so happy. May TV you're high on, I'd like some, Miss Steele, he murmurs as Troy heads off to his computer. I'm high on you, Nira_Grey. Really? Well, you certainly look intoxicated. He kisses me briefly. And thank you for accepting the car. That was easier than last time. Well, it's not an Audi A3, he smirks. That's not the car for you. I liked it, sir. The 9-3. I've located one at our Beverly Hills dealership. We can have it here for you in a couple of days. Troy glows with triumph. Top of the range? Yes, sir. Excellent. Christian produces his credit card, or is it Taylor's? The thought is unnerving. I wonder how Taylor is, and if he's L-teenage Layla in the apartment. I rub my forehead. Yes, there's all of Christian's baggage, too. If you'll come this way, Mr. Troy glances at the name on the card. Grey. Christian opens my door, and I climb back into the passenger seat. Thank you, I say when he's seated me. He smiles. You're most welcome, Anastasia. The music stalls again as Christian starts the engine. Please. One ask Eva Cassidy. She has a lovely voice. She did she died young. Are you hungry? You didn't finish all your breakfast. He glances quickly at me, disapproval outlined on his HCE_lunch first, them. Christian drives toward the waterfront then heads north along the Alaskan Way. It's another day in Seattle. It's uncharacteristically fine for the last few weeks, I muse. Christian looks happy and relaxed as we sit back listening to Eva Cassidy's sweet, soulful voice and cruise down the highway. Have I ever felt this comfortable in his company before? I don't know. I am less nervous of his confident that he won't punch me, and he seems more comfortable with me. He turns Lee, following the coast road, and eventually pulls up in a parking lot opposite a vast marina. We'll eat here. I'll open your, he says in such a way that I know it's not wise to move, and I watch him move around the car. Will this ever get old? We stroll arm in arm to the waterfront where the marina stretches out in front of us. So many boats, I murmur in wonder. There are hundreds of them in all shapes and sizes, bobbing up and down on the calm, still waters of the marina. Out on the Sound there are dozens of sails in the wind, weaving to and fro, enjoying the fine weather. It's a wholesome, outdoorsy sight. The wind has picked up a little, so I pull my jacket around me. Cold? He asks and pulls me tightly against him. No, just admiring the view. I could stare at it all day. Come, this way. Christian leads me into a large seafront bar and makes his way to the counter. The decor is more New England than West Coast, white-limbed walls, pale blue furnishings, and boating paraphernalia hanging everywhere. It's a bright, cheery place near Gray. The barman greets Christian warmly. Can I get you this afternoon? Dante, GWD _. Christian grins as we both slip onto bar STMLS. This lovely lady is Anastasia Steele _ welcome to SB's place. Dante gives me a friendly smile. His black and his dark eyes assessing me and not finding me wanting. It seems. One large diamond stud winks at me from his ear. I like him in immediately _L% at would you like to drink, Anastasia? I glance at who regards me expectantly. Oh, he's going to let me CHTNSE_ please, call me Anna, and I'll have whatever Christian's drinking. I smile shyly at Dante. 50 so much at wine than I am. I'm going to have a beer. This is the only bar in Seattle where you can get an arms explorer. Yes. He grins at me. 2 explorers, please, Dante. Dante nods and sets up the beers on the bar. They do a delicious chowder here, Christian says. He's asking me. Chowder and beer sounds great. I smile at him. Turo chowders. Dante asks please. Christian grins at him. We talk through our meal, as we never have before. Christian is and calm, he looks young, happy, and animated despite all that transpired yesterday. He recounts the history of Gray Enterprises Holdings, and the more he rerolls, the more I sense his passion for fixing problem companies, his hopes for the technology he's developing, and his dreams of making land in the third world more productive. One listen enraptured. He's funny, clever, philanthropic, and beautiful, and he loves me. In turn, he plagues me with questions. Ray and my mom, growing up in the lush forests of Montesano, and my brief stints in Texas and Vegas. He demands to know my favorite and films, and I'm surprised by how much we have in common. As we talk, it strikes me that he's turned from hard as Alec to angel, debasement to high ideal in such a short space of time. It's an hour or two when we finish our meal. Christian settles the tab with Dante, who wishes us a fond farewell. This is a great place. Thank you for lunch, I say as Christian takes my hand and we leave the bar. We'll come again, he says, and we stroll along the waterfront. I wanted to show you something I know and I can't wait to see it, whatever it is. We wander hand in hand along the marina. It is such a pleasant people are out enjoying their Sunday, walking dogs, admiring the IKTS, watching their kids MN along the promenade. As we head down the marina, the boats are getting progressively larger. Christian leads me onto the dock and stops in front of a huge catamaran. Elle thought we'd go sailing this afternoon. This is my holy cow. It must be at least 40, maybe 50 feet, two sleek white hulls, a desk _ a roomy and towering over them a very tall mast. I know nothing about boats, but I can tell this one is special. I murmur in wonder. Built by my company, he says proudly, and my health swells. She's been designed from the ground up by the very best naval architects in the world and constructed here in Seattle at my yard. She has hybrid electric drives, asymmetric dagger, square-topped mainsail. OK _ you've lost me, Christian, he grins. She's a great boat. She looks mighty fine, NFR _ That she, Miss Steele. M's her name. He pulls me to the side so I can see her name, the Grace. I'm surprised you named her after your mom. Yes. He cocks his head to one side, quizzical. TV%. Why do you find that strange? ISHMG _ I am surprised, he always seems ambivalent in her presence. Elle adore my mom, Anastasia. Why couldn't I name a boat after her? I flush. No, it's not that _ it's just _ shit, how can I put this into words? Anastasia, Grace Trevelyan saved my life. I owe her everything. I gaze at him, and let the reverence in his softly spoken admission wash over me. It's obvious to me, for the first time, that he loves his mom. You my then his strange strained ambivalence toward her? Do you want to come aboard? He asks, his eyes bright, excited. Yes, please. I smile. He delighted and delightful in one yummy scrumptious package. Grasping my hand, he strides up the small gangplank and leads me aboard so that we are standing on deck, a rigid canopy. To one side there's a table and a U-shaped banquette covered in pale blue leather, which must seat at least 8 people. I glance through the sliding doors to the interior of the cabin and jump, startled ahen I spy someone there. The tall blonde man opens the slitting and emerges, all tanned, curly-haired and brown-eyed, wearing a pink short-sleeved polo shirt, shorts, and SHTRS _ he must be in his early 30s. Mac. Christian beams. Near. Gray. Welcome back. They shake hands. Anastasia, this is Liam McConnell. Liam, my girlfriend, Anastasia STELE girlfriend. My inner goddess performs a quick arabesque. She's still grinning over the convertible. I have to get used to this, it's not the first time he's said it, but hearing him say it is still a thrill. How do you do? Liam and I shake hands. Call me Mac, he says warmly, and I can't place his accent. Welcome aboard, Miss Steele. Anna, please, I mutter, flushing. He has deep brown eyes. How's she shaping up, Mac? Christian interjects quickly, and for a moment, I think he's talking about me. She's ready to rock and roll, Sir Mac. Oh, the boat, the Grace, silly me. Let's get underway, then you going to take her out? Yep _ Christian flashes Mac a quick wicked grim quick tour. Anastasia. Yes, please. I follow him inside the cabin. An L-shaped cream leather SOH is directly in front of us, and above it, a massy arcued window offers a panoramic view of the marina. To the left is the kitchen area, very appointed, all pale. This is the main galley beside, Christian says, waving his hand in the direction of the kitchen. He takes my hand and leads me through the main cabin. It's surprisingly spacious. The floor is the same pale, it looks modern and sleek and has a light, airy feel, but it's all very amtional, as if he doesn't spend much time here. Bathrooms on either side. Christian points to two doors, then opens the small, awkwardly shaped directly in front of us and steps in. We're in a plush. It has a king-size cabin bed and is all pale blue linen and pale like his at Escali. Christian obviously chooses a theme and sticks to it. This is the master cabin. He gazes down at me, grey eyes glowing. You're the first girl in here, apart from family, he smirks. They don't count. I flush under his heated stare, and my pulse quickens. Really? Another first. He pulls me into his arms, his fingers tangling in my hair, and kisses me, long and hard. We're both breathless when he pulls away. Might have to christen this bed, he whispers against my mouth. Oh, at sea. But not right now. Come, Mac will be casting off. One, ignore the stab of disappointment as he takes my hand and leads me back through he indicates another office in there, and at the front here, 2 more cabins. So how many can sleep on board? It's a 6-bed cat. I've only ever had the Millie on board, though I like to sail alone, but not when you're here. I need to keep eye on you. He delves into a chest and pulls out a bright red life jacket here. Putting it over my head, he tightens all the straps, a faint smile playing on his lips. You love strapping me in, don't you? In any form, he says, a wicked grin playing on his lips. You are a pervert _L no. He raises his eyebrows and his grin broadens. My pervert, I whisper. Yes, yours. Once secured, he grabs the sides of the jacket and me. Always, he breathes, then releases me before I have a chance to respond. Always. Holy shit, come. He grabs my hand and leads me outside, up some steps, and onto the upper deck to a small that houses a big steering wheel and a raised seat at the prow of the boat. Mac is doing something oodle ropes. Is this who here you learn all your rope tricks? I ask Christian innocently. Clove hitches have come in handy, he says, looking at me appraisingly. Miss Steele, you sound curious. I like you curious, baby. I'd more than happy to demonstrate what I can do with a rope. He smirks at me, and I gaze back impassively as if he's upset me. His face falls _gotcha_ I grim. His mouth twists and he narrows his eyes. The 1st of May, have to deal with you later, but right now, I've got to drive my boat. He sits at the controls, presses a button, and the engines roar into life. Mac comes sitting back down the side of the grinning at me, and jumps down to the deck. Here he staffs to unfasten a rope. Maybe he knows some rope tricks, too. The idea unwelcome into my head and I flush. My subconscious glares at me. Mentally, one shrug at her and glance at Christian. I blame $. He picks up the receiver and radios the Coast Guard as Mac calls up that we are set to go. Once more, I am dazzled by Christian's expertise. He's so competent. Is there nothing that this man can't do? Then I remember his earnest attempt to chop and dice a pepper in my apartment on Friday. The thought makes me smile. Slowly, Christian eases the grace out of her beng and toward the marina entrance behind us. A small crowd has gathered on the deck side to watch our departure. Small children are waving, and I wave back. Christian glances over his shoulder, then pulls me between his legs and I indents out various dials and gadgets in the cockpit. Grab the wheel, he orders, bossy as ever, but I do as I'm told. Aye, Captain. I giggle, placing his hands snugly over mine. He continues to steer our course out of the marina, and within a few minutes, are out on the open sea, slap into the cold blue waters of Puget Sound. Away from the shelter of the marina's protective wall, the wind is stronger, and the sea pitches and rolls beneath us. I can't help but feeling Christian's excitement. This is such. We make a large curve until we are heading west toward the Olympic Peninsula. The wind hind us. Sail time, Christian says, excited here. You take her. Keep her on this course. What? He grins, reacting to the horror in my face. Baby, it's really easy. Hold the wheel and keep your eye on the horizon over the bow. You'll do great, you always do. When the sails go up, you'll feel the drag. Just hold her steady. I'll signal. Like makes a slashing motion across his throat, and you can cut the engines. This button here. He points to a large black button. Understand? Yes. I nod frantically, feeling panicky. Geez, I'll expected to do more thing. He kisses me quickly, then he steps off his captain's chair and bounds up to the front of the to join Mac, where he stalls unwinding sails, untying ropes, and operating winches and pulleys. They work well together in a turn, shouting various nautical terms to each other, and it's warming to see 50 interacting with someone else in such a carefree man. Perhaps Mac is 50's friend. He seemed to have many, as far as I can tell, but then, I don't harm any either. Well, not here in Seattle. The only friend I have is on vacation sunning herself in St. James on the west coast of Barbados. I har a sudden pang for Kate. I miss my roommate more than one thought I would when she left. One hopes she changes her mind and comes home with her brother Ethan, rather than prolong her stay with Christian's brother Elliot. Christian and Mac hoist the mainsail. It fills and billows out as the wind seizes it hungrily, and the boat lurches suddenly, zipping forward. I file it through the woe. They get to work on the headsail, and I watch as it up the mast the wind catches it, stretching it taut. Hold her steady, baby, and cut the engines. Christian cries out to me over the wind, motioning me to switch off the engines. I can only just hear his voice, but I nod enthusiastically. See Ali, gazing at the man I look Sue, all windswept, exhilarated, and bracing himself against the pitch and yaw of the I press the button, the roar of the engines ceases, and the Grace soars toward the Olympic Peninsula, skimming across the water as if she's flying. I want to yell and scream and cheer. This has to be one of the most exhilarating experiences of my life, except perhaps the glider, and maybe the Red Room of Pain. Holy cow, this boat can move. I stand firm, grasping the wall, fighting the rudder, and Christian is behind me once more, his hands on mine. El percent, do you think? He shouts, the sound of the wind and the sea. Christian. This is fantastic. He beams, grinning from ear to ear. You wait until the spinny's up. He points with his chin toward Mac, who is unwinding the spinnaker, a sail that's a dark, rich red. It reminds me of the walls in the playroom. Interesting color, I shout. He gives me a wolfish grin and winks. Oh. It's the spinny out, a large, odd elliptical shape, putting the Grace in overdrive. Finding her head, she speeds over the sound. Asymmetrical sail. For speed, Christian answers my unasked question. It's amazing. I can think of nothing better to say. I have the most ridiculous grin on my face as we whip through the water, heading for the majesty of Olympic Mountains and Bainbridge Island. Glancing back, one sees Seattle shrinking behind us, Mount Rainier in the far distance. One had not really appreciated how beautiful and rugged Seattle's surrounding landscape is, verdant and temperate, tall evergreens and cliff faces jutting out here and there. It has a wild but serene beauty on this glorious sunny that takes my breath away. The stillness is stunning compared to our speed as we whip across the water. How fast are we going? She's doing knots. I have no idea what that means. It's 17 miles an hour. Is that all? It feels much faster. He squeezes my hands, smiling. You look lovely, Anastasia. It's good to see some color in your cheeks. And not from blushing. You like you do in Jose's photos. I turn and kiss him. You know how to show a girl a GWD time, Mr. Gray. We aim to please, Miss Steele. He scoops my hair out of the way and kisses the back of my, sending delicious tingles down my spine. Like seeing you happy. He mews and tightens his arms around me. I gaze out over the wide blue water, wondering what I could possibly have done in the past to half-fortune smile and deliver this beautiful man to me. Yes, you real lucky hitch, my subconscious snaps. But you have per work cut out with him, he is not going to want this vanilla crap forever. Underscore. You going to have to compromise underscore. I glare mentally at her snaky, insolent face and rest my head against Christian's kist, but deep down I know my subconscious is right, but I banish the thoughts. I don't want to spoil my day. An hour later, we are anchored in a small, secluded cocks off Bainbridge Island. Mac has gone ashore in the inflatable, Fulu hat. I don't know, but I have my suspicions because as soon as Mac starts the engine, Christian grabs my hand and practically drags me into his cabin, a man with a mission. Now he stands me, exuding his intoxicating sensuality as his deft fingers make quick work of the straps on my life jacket. He tosses it to one side and gazes intently down at me, eyes dark, dilated. I'm already lost and he's barely touched me. He raises his hand to my face, and his fingers move down my chin, the column of my throat, my sternum, searing me with his touch, to the first button of my blue blouse. I want to SEU, he breathes and dexterously and S the button. Bending, he plants a soft kiss on my parted lips. I am panting and eager, aroused by the potent combination of his captivating beauty, his raw sexuality in the confines of this and the gentle sway of the he stands back strip for me, he whispers, eyes burning. Oh my, I'm only happy to comply. Not taking my eyes off his, one slowly undo each button. Savoring his scorching gaze. Oh, this is heady stuff. I can see his desire, it's evident on his face underscore and elsewhere. I let my shield fall to the floor and reach for the button on my jeans. Stop, he orders. Sit. I sit down on the edge of the ide, and in one fluid movement he's on his knees in front of me, undoing the laces of first one and then the other sneaker, pulling each off, followed by my socks. He picks up my left FT and raising it, plants a soft kiss on the pad of my big toe, then grazes his teeth against it. Ah! I moan as I feel the effect in my groin. He stands in one SMTH move, holds his hand out to me, and pulls me up off the bed. Continue, he says, and stands back to watch me. I ease the zipper of my jeans down and hook my thumbs in the waistband as I sashay, then slide the denim down my legs. A soft smile plays on his lips, but his eyes remain dark, and I don't know if it's because he made love to me this morning, and I mean really made love to me, gently, sweetly, or if it was his impassioned declaration, yes. Underscore. One do, but I don't feel embarrassed at all. I want to sexy for this man. He deserves sexy, he makes me feel sexy. Okay, it's new to me, but I'm learning under his expert tutelage. And then again, so much is new to him, too. It balances the seesaw virtue in us, a little, I think. I am wearing some of my new underwear, a white lacy thong and matching bra, a designer brand with a price tag to match. I step out of me jeans and stand there for him in the lingerie he's paid for, but I no longer feel cheap. I feel he's reaching behind. I unhook my bra, sliding the straps down my arms, and drop it on top of my blouse. Slowly, I slip my panties off, letting them fall to my ankles, and step out of them, surprised by my grace. Standing him, 1 a.m. naked and unashamed, and I know it's because he loves me. I no longer have to hide. He says nothing, just gazes at me. All I see is his desire, his adoration even, and something else, the depth of his need, the depth of his love for me. He reaches down, lifts the hem of his cream-colored sweater, and pulls it over his head, followed by his T-shirt, revealing his chest, never taking his bold grey eyes off mine. His shoes and seeks follow. He grasps the button of his jeans. Reaching over, I whisper, "Let me." His lips purse briefly into an U shape, and he smiles. "Be my guest." I step toward him, slip my fearless fingers inside the waistband of his jeans, and tug so he's forced to take a step closer to me. He gasps involuntarily at my unexpected audacity, then smiles down at me. I undo the button, but before I unzip him I let my fingers wander, tracing his erection through the sun anew. He flexes his hips into my palm and closes his eyes briefly, relishing my touch. "You're getting so bold, Anna, so brave," he whispers and clasps my face with hands, bending to kiss me deeply. I put my hands on his hips, half on his cool skin and half on the low-slung waistband of his jeans. "So are you?" one murmur against his lips as my thumbs MB slow circles on his skin. And he smiles. "Getting there." I move my hands to the front of his jeans and pull down the zipper. My intrepid fingers move through his pubic hair to his erection, and I grasp him tightly. He makes a low sound in his throat, his sweet breath washing all me, and he kisses me again, lovingly. As my hand moves over him, around him, stroking him, squeezing him tightly, he puts his arms around me, his right hand flat against the middle of my back and his fingers spread. His left hand is in my hair, holding me to his mouth. "I want you so much, baby," he breathes, and steps back suddenly to remove his jeans and boxers in one swift, agile move. He is a fine sight in or out of clothes. Every single inch of him. He is perfect, his beauty desecrated only by his scars, I think sadly. And they run so much deeper than his skin. "Wrong, Anna," he murmurs and gently strokes my cheek with his knuckles. "Nothing. Love me." Now he pulls me into his arms, kissing me, twisting his hands into my hair. Our tongues entwined, he walks me backward to the bed and gently lowers me onto it, following me down so that he's lying by my side. He nms his nose along my jawline as my hands move to his hair. "Do you have any idea how exquisite your scent is, Anna? It's irresistible." His words do what they always do, flame my blade, quicken my pulse, and he trails his nose down my throat, across my breasts, kissing me reverentially as "You are so beautiful," he murmurs, as he takes one of my nipples in his mouth and softly suckles. I moan as my body bows off the ERD. "Let me hear you, baby." His hand trails down to my waist, and I glory in the feel of his touch, skin to skin, his hungry mouth at my breasts and his skilled long fingers caressing and stroking me, cherishing me. Moving over my hips, over my behind, and down my leg to my knee, and all this time he's kissing and sucking my breasts. Oh my! Grasping my knee, he suddenly hitches my leg up, curling it over his hips, making me gasp, and I feel rather than see his responding grin against my skin. He rolls over so that I am astride him and hands me a foil packet. I shift back, taking him in my hands, and I just can't resist him in all his glory. I bend and kiss him, taking him in my mouth, swirling my tongue around him, then sucking hard. He groans and flexes his hips so that he's deeper in my mouth. All NM_. He tastes good. I want him inside me. I sit up and gaze at him, his breathless, mouth open, watching me intently. Hurriedly I tear open the condom and unroll it over him. He holds out his hands for me. I take one and with my other hand, position myself over him. Then slowly claim him. He groans low in his throat, closing his eyes. Feel of him in me stretching filling me. I moan softly, "It divine." He places his hands on my hips and maws me up, cloudy, and pushes into me. "Oh, it's so good, baby," he whispers, and suddenly he sits up so we're nose to nose, and the sensation is extraordinary. "So he'll..." I gasp, grabbing his upper arms as he clasps my head in his hands and gazes into my eyes, his intense and grey, burning with desire. "Anna, what you make me feel .. He murmurs and kisses me passionately with fervent ardor. One kiss him back, dizzy with the delicious feeling of him bury deep inside me. "I murmur. He groans as if pained to hear my whispered words and rolls over, taking me with him without breaking our precious contact, so that I'm lying beneath him. I wrap my legs around his waist. He stares down at me with adoring wonder, and I am sure I mirror his expression as I reach up to caress his beautiful face. Very slowly, he starts to move, closing his eyes as he sees and moaning softly. The gentle sway of the boat and the peace and quiet tranquility of the cabin are broken only by our mingled breaths as he moves slowly in and out of me, so controlled and so graceful, it's heavenly. He puts his arm over my head, his hand on my hair, and he caresses my face with the other as he bends to kiss me. I'm cocooned by him, as he loves me, slowly moving in and out, savoring me. I touch him, sticking to the boundaries, his arms, his hair, his lower back, his beautiful one behind, and my breathing accelerates as his steady rhythm pushes me higher and higher. He's kissing my mouth, my chin, my jaw, then nibbling my ear. I can hear his staccato breaths with each gentle THMST of his body. My body stalls to quiver. Oh this feeling that I now know so well I am close, oh that's right, baby give it up for me please Anna, he murmurs, and his words are my undoing. Christy RV, I call out, and he groans as we come together. Chapter 10 Mac will back soon, he murmurs. My eyes flicker open to meet his sun-grey gaze. Lord, his eyes are an amazing color, especially here, out on the sea, reflecting the light bouncing off the water through the small portholes into the cabin. As much as I'd like to lie here with you all, he'll ned a hand with the dingy leaning over. Christian kisses me tenderly. Anna, you look so beautiful right now, all mussed up and sexy. Makes me want you more. He smiles and rises from the I lay on my front admiring the view. You ain't so bad yourself, Cap. Time one smack my lips in admiration and he grins. I watch him move gracefully about the cabin as he dresses. He really is divinely Phil, and what's more, he's just made such sweet love to me again. I can hardly believe my guxel fortune. I can't quite believe that this man is mine. He sits down beside me to put on his SHCE_Captain, L, he says dryly. Well, I am master of this vessel. I cock my head to one side. You are master of me heart, NFR_Grey. And my body and my soul. He shakes his head incredulously and bends to kiss me. I'll on deck. There's a shower in the if you want one. Do you need anything? A drink? He asks solicitously, and all I can do is grin at him. Is this the same man? Is this the same 50? Mut, he says, reacting to my stupid grimumet about me. L% are you, and what have you done with Christian? He lips twitch with a sad smile. He's not very far away, baby, he says softly, and there's a touch of melancholy in his voice that makes me instantly regret asking the question. But he shakes it off. You'll see him soon, smirks at me, especially if you don't get up. Reaching over, he smacks me hard on my behind so I yelp and laugh at the same time. You had me worried did I, now? Christian's brow creases. You do give off some mixed signals, an how's a man supposed to keep up? He leans down and kisses me again. Baby, he adds, and with a dazzling smile, he gets up and leaves me to my scattered thoughts. When I surface on deck, Mac is back on, but he disappears onto the upper deck as I open the saloon. DCMS_Christian is on his BlackBerry. Talking to whom? I wonder. He wanders over and pulls me close, kissing my hair. Great news good. Yeah really? The fire escape stairwell? Yes, tonight. He hits the end button, and the sound of engines firing up startles me. Mac must be in the cockpit above. Time to head back, Christian says, kissing me once more as he straps me into my life jacket. The sun is low in the sky behind us as we make our way back to the marina. And one reflect on an wonderful afternoon. Under Christian's care, real, patient I are now stowed a mainsail, a headsail, and a spinnaker, and to tie a reef knot, clove hitch, and sheep shank. His lips high air twitching throughout the lesson. "Il may tie you up one day," I mutter crabbily. His mouth twists with humour. "You'll have to catch me first, Miss Steele." His words bring to mind him chasing me round the apartment, the thrill, then the hideous aftermath. I frown and shudder. After that, I left him. Would I leave him again now that he's admitted he loves me? I gaze up into his clear grey eyes. Could I ever leave him again, no matter what he did to me? Could I betray him like that? No, I don't think I could. He's given me a more thorough tour of this beautiful boat, explaining all the innovative designs and techniques, and the high-quality materials used to build it. If interview when I first met him, I picked up then on his passion for ships. I thought his love was only for the ocean-going freighters his company builds, not for super sexy, slick catamarans, and, of course, he's made sweet, unhurried love to me. I shake my head, remembering my body bowed and wanting beneath his expert hands. He is an exceptional lover, I'm sure, though, of course, I hail no comparison. But Kate would have raved more if it was always like this. It's not like her to hold back on details. But how long will this be enough for him? I just don't know, and the thought is now he sits, and I stand in the safe circle of his arms for hours, it seems, in comfortable, companionable silence as the Grace glides closer and closer to Seattle. I have the wheel, Christian advising on adjustments every so often. "There is in sailing as old as the world," he murmurs in my ear. That sounds like a quote. I sense his grin. It is. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Oh I adore the little prince. Me, it is early evening as Christian, his hands still on mine, steers us into the marina. There are lights winking from the boats, reflecting off the dark water, but it is still light, a balmy, bright evening, an overture for what is sure to be a spectacular sunset. A crowd gathers on the dockside as Christian slowly turns the around in a relatively small space. He does it with ease and reverses smoothly into the same berth you left earlier. Mac jumps onto the and ties the Grace securely to a bollard. "Back again," Christian murmurs. "Thank you," I murmur shyly. "That was a perfect." Christian grins. "I thought so. Perhaps we can enroll you in sailing so we can go out for a few days, just the two of us. _TD love that we can christen the Erdrum again and again _." He leans forward and kisses me under my ear. I fond to it, Anastasia," he whispers, making every single hair follicle on my body stand to attention. "How he do that?" "Come, the apartment is clean. We can go back. % at our things at the hotel. Taylor has collected them already." "Oh. When?" "Earlier today, after he did a sweep of the Grace with his team." Christian answers my unspoken question. "Does that man ever sleep?" _Antwi _night flight. By Hall, 1932 PUK, lished in 1931. Original of DS Ruff, he sleeps. Christian quirks an eyebrow at me, puzzled. "He's just doing his job, Anastasia, which he's very good at." Jason is Ariel. Find Jason Taylor. I remember when I thought Taylor was his first name. Jason. It suits him, solid, reliable. For some reason it makes me smile. "You're fond of Taylor," Christian says, eyeing me with speculation. "I suppose I am." His question derails me. He frowns. "I'm not attracted to him, if that's why you're frowning." "Stop." Christian is almost pouting, sulky. He's such a child. Sometimes I think Taylor after you very well. That's why I like him. He seems kind, reliable and loyal. He has an avuncular appeal to me." "Avuncular? Okay, avuncular." Christian is testing the word and meaning. I laugh. Grow up, for heaven's sake. His mouth drops open, surprised by my outburst, but then he frowns as if considering my statement. I'm dying, he says eventually. That you are. Very. I answer softly but then roll my eyes at him. Memories you evoke when you roll your eyes at me, Anastasia. He grins. I smirk at him. Well, if you behave yourself, maybe we can relive some of those. His mouth twists with humor. Behave myself. He raises his eyebrows. Really, Miss Steele, what makes you think I want to relive them? Probably the way your eyes lit up like Chryserna's when I said that you know me so well already, he says dryly. I'd like to know you better. He smiles softly. And are you, Anastasia? Thanks, Mac. Christian shakes McConnell's hand and steps on the deck. Always a pleasure, Gray, and GD. Bye. Anna, great to meet you. I shake his hand shyly. He must know what Christian and I were up to on the while he went ashore. _GOK day, Mac, and thank you. He grins at me and winks, making me flush. Christian takes my hand, and we walk up the dock to the marina's promenade. %s Mac from? I ask, curious about his accent. Ireland ____ and Hearn Ireland. Christian Gratis himself. Is he your friend? Mac. He works for me. Helped build the Grace. Do you have many friends? He frowns. Not really. Doing what I do _____, I don't cultivate friendships. There's only, he stops, his frown deepening, and I know he was going to mention NFRS _Robin hungry, he asks, trying to change the subject. I nod. Actually, I'm famished. We'll eat where I left the car. Come. Next to SB's is a small Italian bistro called B's. It reminds me of place in Pondland. A few tables and the D&O are very crisp and modern, with a large black and white photograph of a turn-of-the-century Fiesta serving as a mural. Christian and I are seated in a poring over the menu and sipping a delicious light frascati. When I glance up from the menu, having made my choice, Christian is gazing at me speculatively. One ask. You look lovely, Anastasia. The rs agrees with you. I flush. I feel rather windburned, to tell the TMTH, but I had a lovely fast afternoon. Thank you. He smiles, his eyes warm. My pleasure, he murmurs. Can I ask you something? I decide on a fact-finding mission. Anything, Anastasia. You know that. He seeks his head to one side, looking deli. You don't seem to have many friends. Is that? He shrugs and frowns. I told you, I don't really have time. I have business associates, though that's very different from friendships, I suppose. I have my family and that's it. Apart from Elena. I ignore the mention of bitch troll _ no male friends your own age that you can go out with and let off steam. You know how like to let off steam, Anastasia. Christian's mouth twists. And I've been working, building up the business. He puzzled. That's all I see, except sail and fly occasionally. Not even in college. Not really. Just Elena, then. He nods, his expression wary. Must lonely. His lips curl in a small wistful smile. What would you like to eat? He asks, changing the subject again. I'm going for the risotto. GOK choice. Christian summons the waiter, putting an end to that conversation. After we've placed our order, I shift uncomfortably in my seat, staring at my knotted fingers. If he's in a talking mocktail, I need to take advantage. I have to talk to him about his expectations, his, ____ Neds _. Anastasia. What's wrong? Tell me. I glance up into his concerned face. Tell me, he says more forcefully, and his concern evolves into what? Fear? Anger? I take a deep breath. I'm just worried that this isn't enough for you, to let off steam. His jaw tenses and his eyes harden. Have I given you any indication that this isn't enough? Then why do you think that? I know what you're like. Mate, you underscore need I stutter. He closes his eyes and rubs his forehead with long fingers. What do I have to do? His voice is ominously soft as if he's angry, and my heart no, you misunderstand, you hail amazing, and one no it's just a few days, but I hope I'm not forcing you to be someone you're not. I'm still me, Anastasia, in all my 50 shades of fuckjupness yes, one have to fight the urge to be controlling but that's my nature, how I've dealt with my life. Yes, I expect you to behave a certain way, and when you don't it's challenging and refreshing. We still do what one like to do. You let me spank you after your outrageous bid yesterday. He smiles fondly at the memory. I'll enjoy punishing you. I don't think the urge will ever go, but I'm trying, and it's not as hard as I thought it would be. I squirm, and remembering our illicit tryst in his bedroom L didn't mind that I whisper, smiling shyly. L no. His lips curl in a reluctant smile. Neither did L, but let me tell you, Anastasia, this is all new to me and these last few days have the worst in my life. I don't want to change anything. They've the worst in my life, without exception, I murmur, and his smile broadens. My inner goddess frantically in agreement, and nudges me hard. Okay, so you don't want to take me into your playroom? He swallows and pales, all trace of humor gone. No, I don't not. I whisper. This is not the answer I expected, and yes, there it is, that little pinch of disappointment. My inner goddess stomps off pouting, her arms crossed like an angry toddler. The last time we were in there you left me, he says quietly. Il will shy away from anything that could make you leer me again. I was devastated when you left, I explained that. I never want to feel like that again. I've told you how I feel you. His grey eyes are wide and intense with his sincerity. But it hardly seems fair. It can't very relaxing for you, to be constantly concerned about how I feel. You've made all these changes for me, and I I think I should reciprocate in some way. I don't know, maybe try some role-playing games, I stutter, my face as crimson as the walls of the playroom. Why is this so hard to talk about? I have done all manner of kinky orkery with this man, things I hadn't even heard of a few weeks ago, things that I would never have thought possible, yet the hardest of all is talking to him. Anna, you do reciprocate, more than you know. Please, please don't feel like this. Gone is carefree Christian, his eyes are wider now, oodle alarm, and it's gut-wrenching. Baby, it's only been one weekend, he continues. Give us some time. I thought a great deal about us last week when you left. We need time. You need to trust me, and you maybe in time we can indulge, but I like how you are now. I like seeing you this happy, this relaxed and carefree, knowing that I had something to do with it. I have never. He stops and nms his hand through his hair. We ha to walk we can rum. Suddenly he smirks it's so finny. FLYNM, he says that all the time. I nexa thought I'd quoting him. A flinism Christian laughs. Exactly. The waiter arrives with our starters and biscuita, and our conversation changes tack as Christian relaxes. But when the unfeasibly large plates are placed before us, I can't help think how I hail thought of Christian today, relaxed, happy and carefree at least he's laughing now, at ease agam I breathe an inward sigh of relief as he starts quizzing me places I've been. This is a short discussion, since I have never anywhere except the continental US. Christian, on the other hand, has traveled the world. We slip into easier, happier conversation, talking all the places he's visited after our tasty and filling meal. Christian drives back to Escala, Eva Cassidy's gentle sweet voice singing over the speakers. It allows me a peaceful interlude in which to think. I had a mind-blowing day. Dr. Green, our shower, Christian's admission, making love at the hotel and on the boat, buying the car. Even Christian himself has been so different, it's as if he's letting go of something or rediscovering something, I don't know. Knew he could be so sweet? Did he? When I glance at him, he, too, looks lost in thought. It strikes me then that he never really had an adolescence, a normal one anyway. I shake my head. My mind drifts back to the ball and dancing with Dr. Flynn and Christian's fear that Flynn had told me all him. Christian is still hiding something from me. How can we move on if he feels that way? He thinks I might leave if one know him. He thinks that I might leave if himself. Oh, this man is so complicated. As we get closer to his home, he starts radiating tension until it becomes palpable. As we drive, he scans the sidewalks and side alleys, his eyes darting everywhere, and I know he's king for Layla. I start looking, every young brunette is a suspect, but don't see her. When he pulls into the garage, his mouth is set in a tense, grim line. I wonder why we've come back here if he's going to be so wary and uptight. So I is in the garage, patrolling. The defiled Audi is gone. He comes to open my door as Christian pulls in beside the SUV. Hello, so I murmur my greeting. Miss Steele. He NFR_grey. No sign. Christian asks. No, sir. Christian grasps my hand, and heads for the elevator. I know his brain is working overtime, he's distracted. Once we're inside he turns to me. You are not allowed out of here alone. You understand, he snaps. Okay. Geez, keep your hair on. But his attitude makes me smile. I want to hug myself, now this man, all domineering and shonoodle me. I know. I marvel that I would have found it so threatening only a or so ago when he spoke to me this way. But now, I understand him so much better. This is his coping mechanism. He's stressed about Layla, he loves me, and he wants to protect me. So Finny, he murmurs, a hint of amazement in his expression. You are? Me? Miss Stele? Why am I Finny? He pouts. Christian pouting is ___ hot. Don't pout. He's even more amused because it has the same on me as I have on you when one do this. I bite my lip deliberately. He raises his eyebrows, surprised and pleased at the same time. Really? He again and leans down to give me a swift chaste kiss. I raise my lips to meet his, and in the nanosecond when our lips touch, the nature of the kiss changes, wildfire spreading through my veins from this intimate point of contact, driving me to him suddenly. My fingers are curling in his hair as he grabs me and pushes me against the elevator wall, his hands framing my face, holding me to his lips as our tongues thrash against each other. And I don't know if it's the confines of the elevator making everything much more real, but I feel his need, his his passion. Holy SHTT, I want him, here, now. The elevator pings to a halt, the doors slide open, and Christian drags his face from mine, his hips still pinning me to the wall, his erection digging into me. Moe, he murmurs, panting. Moe, one mirror him, dragging a welcome breath into my lungs. He gazes at me, eyes blazing. What you do to me, Anna? He traces my lower lip with his thumb out of the corner of my eye. Taylor steps backward so he's no longer in my line of sight. I reach up and kiss Christian at the corner of his beautifully sculptured mouth. El percentage you do to me, Christian. He steps back and takes my hand, his eyes darker now. Come, he orders. Taylor is still in the foyer, waiting discreetly for us. Gok KL evening, Taylor, Christian says cordially. Nira. Gray, Miss Steele. I was near _Taylor yesterday. I grin at Taylor, who flushes. That has a nice ring to it, Miss Steele, Taylor says matter-of-factly. Elle thought so, too. Christian tightens his hold on my hand, scowling. If you two have quite finished, I'd like a debrief. He glares at Taylor, who now looks uncomfortable, and I cringe inwardly. I have overstepped the mark. Sorry, I mouth at Taylor, who shrugs and smiles kindly before I turn to follow Chris. TIIB with you shortly _ I just want a word with Miss Steele, Christian says to Taylor, and I know I'm in trouble. Christian leads me into his bedroom and closes the don't hilt with the staff. Anastasia, he scolds. I open my mouth to defend myself, then close it again, then open it. I wasn't hilting. I was being friendly. There is a difference. Don't be friendly with the staff or hilt with them. I don't like it. Oh, goodbye, carefree Christian. I'm sorry, I mutter and stare down at my fingers. He hasn't made me feel like a child all day. Reaching down, he cups my chin, pulling my head up to meet his eyes. You know how jealous I am, he whispers. You have no reason to be jealous, Christian. You own me body and soul. He blinks as if he's finding this fact hard to process. He leans down and kisses me quickly, but with none of passion we experienced a moment ago in the elevator. Elle won't be long. Make yourself at home, he says sulkily and turns, leaving me standing in his dazed. And why on earth would he be jealous of Taylor? I shake my head in disbelief. Glancing at the alarm clock, I notice it's just after 8. I decide to get my clothes ready for work tomorrow. I head upstairs to my room and open the walk-in closet. It's empty. All the clothes have gone. Oh no. Christian has taken me at my word and disposed of the clothes. Shit, my subconscious glares at me. Well, that will be you and per big mouth. Why did he take me at my MRD? My mother's advice comes back to haunt me. Men are so literal, darling, I pout, staring at the empty space. There were some lovely clothes, too, like the silver dress I wore to the ball. I wander disconsolately into the bedroom. What a moment, what is going on? The iPad is gone. New mirrors, my Mac. Oh no. My first uncharitable thought is that Layla may have stolen them _ I fly back downstairs and back into Christian's bedroom _ on the bedside table are my Mac, my iPad, and my satchel. It's all here. I open the walk-in closet. My clothes are here, all of them, sharing space with Christian's clothes. When did this happen? He never warned me before. He things like this. I turn, and he's standing in the doorway. They managed the move, he mutters, distracted mong. I ask. His face is grim. Taylor thinks Layla was getting in through the emergency Stainville _ she must have had a key. All the iron changed now. Taylor's team has done a sweep of every room in the apartment. She's not here. He stops and runs a hand through his hair. I'll wish I knew where she was. She's evading all our attempts to find her when she needs help. He frowns, and my earlier peak vanishes. I put my arms around him. Folding me into his embrace, he kisses my hair. %@ v.'ll you do when you find her? I ask. Dr Flynn has a place. %@ her husband. He's washed his hands of her. Christian's tone is bitter. Her family is in Connecticut. I think she's very much on her own out there. That's sad. Are you okay with all your stuff being here? I want you to share my RCKTN, he muo, quick change of direction. Yes. I want you sleeping with me. I don't have nightmares when you're with me. You have nightmares. Yes. I tighten my hold around him. Holy cow. More baggage. My heart contracts for this. I was just getting my clothes ready for work tomorrow, I mutter. Work. Christian exclaims as if it's a dirty word, and he releases me, glaring. Yes, work. I reply, confused by his reaction. He stares at me with complete incomprehension. But Layla, she is out there. He pauses. I don't want you to go to work. What? That's ridiculous, Christian. I have to go to work. No, you don't. I have a new job. Which one? Enjoy. Of course I have to go to work. What does he mean? No, you don't, he repeats, emphatically. Do you think I am going to stay here twiddling my thumbs while you're off being master of the universe? Frankly, yes. O, F, FTY, 50, 50. Give me strength, Christian, I need to go to work. No, you don't. Yes. 1 do. I say it slowly as if as a child. He scowls at me. It's not safe. Christian I need to work for a living, and I'll fine. No, you don't need to work for a living, and how do you know you'll be fine? He's almost shouting. What he mean? He's going to support me? Oh, this is beyond ridiculous. He knew him for hat, for weeks. He's angry now, his grey eyes stormy and flashing, but I don't give a shit. For heaven's sake, Christian, Layla was standing at the end of your bed, and she didn't harm me, and yes, I do need to work. I don't want to be beholden to you. Have my student loans to pay. His mouth presses into a grim line, as I place my hands on my hips. I am not budging on this. You mow the flack. Does he think he is? Don't want you going to work. It's not up to you, Christian. This is not your decision to make. He nms his hand through his hair as he stares at me. Seconds, minutes tick by as we glare at each other. So I will come with you, Christian. That's not necessary. You're being irrational, he growls. Either he comes with you, or I will really irrational and keep you here. He wouldn't he, would he? How, exactly? Chid find a way, Anastasia. Don't push me. Okay. I concede, holding up both my hands, placating him. Holy fuck, FTFRYTS, back with a vengeance we stand, scowling at each other. Okay, so I can come with me if it makes you feel better. I concede, rolling my eyes. Christian narrows his and takes a menacing step in my direction. I immediately step back. He stops and takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and MNS both his hands through his hair. Oh no. 50 is well and duly wound up. Shall one give you a tour? For tour? Are you kidding me? Okay, I mutter warily. Another change of tack. NFR_Mercurial is back in town. He holds out his hand, and when one take it, he squeezes mine softly. I didn't mean to frighten you. You didn't. I was just getting ready to run, I quip. Run? Christian eyes widen. I'm joking. Oh geez, he leads me out of the closet, and I take a moment to calm down. Adrenaline is still coursing through my body. A fight with 50 is not to be undertaken lightly. He gives me a tour of the apartment, showing me the various along with the playroom and 3 spare bedrooms upstairs. I'm intrigued to find that Taylor and NFRS_Jones have a wing to themselves, a kitchen, spacious living area, and each NFRS_Jones has not yet returned from visiting her sister who lives in Portland. Downstairs, the room that catches my eye is opposite his study, a TV with a 2 large plasma screen and assorted games consoles. It's cozy so you do have an Xbox. I smirk yes, but I'm crap at it. Elliot, always me. That was funny, when you thought I meant this was my play run. He grins down at me, his snit fit forgotten. Thank heavens he's recovered his good mood. TM, glad you find me amusing, NFR_Grey, I respond haughtily. That you are, miss, you're not being exasperating, of course. I'm usually exasperating when you're being unreasonable. Me? Unreasonable? Yes, Grey. Unreasonable. Could your middle name? L don't har are a middle name. Unreasonable would suit them. L think thou's a matter of Miss Steele. L would be interested in D.L. Flynn's professional opinion. Christian smirks. I thought Trevelyan was your middle name. No. Surname. But you don't use it. It's long. Come here. Command D. I follow him out of the TV through the great room to the main corridor past the utility and an impressive in cellar and into Taylor's own large, well-equipped office. Taylor stands when we enter. There's room in here for a meeting table that seats 6. One desk is a bank of monitors. I had no idea the apartment had CCTV. It appears to monitor the balcony, stairwell, service elevator, and foyer. Hi, Taylor. I'm just giving Anastasia a tour. Taylor nods but doesn't smile. I wonder if he's been told off and why is he still working? Then I smile at him, he politely. Christian grabs my hand once more and leads me to the library. And, of course, you've been in here. Christian opens the I spy the green baize of the billiard table. Shall we play? I ask. Christian smiles, surprised. Okay. Have you played before? A few times, I lie, and he narrows his eyes, cocking his head to one side. You're a hopeless liar, Anastasia. Either you've never played or, I lick my lips. Frightened of a little competition? Frightened of a little girl like you? Christian scoffs good-naturedly. A wager, near_grey. You're that confident, Miss Steele. He smirks, amused and incredulous at once. Would you like to wager? If you'll take me back into the playroom? He gazes at me as if he can't quite comprehend what I've said. And if I win, he asks after several shell-shocked beats. Then it's your choice. His mouth twists as he contemplates his answer. Okay, deal. He smirks. Do you want to play English snooker or carom billiards? Please, I don't know the others. From a cupboard beneath one of the Christian takes out a large leather case. Inside the pool balls are nested in velvet. Quickly and immaculately, he racks the balls on the baize. I don't think I've ever played pool on such a large table. Christian hands me a cue and some chalk. Would you like to break? He feigns politeness. He's enjoying himself. He thinks he's going to win. Okay. I chalk the end off me cue, and blow the excess chalk off, staring up at Christian through my lashes. His eyes darken as I do. I line up on the white ball and with a swift clean stroke, hit the center ball off triangle square on with such force that a striped ball spins and plunges into the top right pocket. I've scattered the rest of the balls. I stripes, I say innocently, smiling coyly at Christian. His mouth mists in amusement. Be my guest, he says politely. I proceed to pocket the next 3 balls in quick succession. Inside, I'm dancing. At this moment, I am so grateful to Jose for teaching me to play pool and play it well. Christian watches impassively, giving nothing away, but his amusement seems to ebb. I miss the green stripe by a hair's breadth. You know, Anastasia, I could stand here and watch you leaning and stretching across this billiard table all day, he says appreciatively. I flush. Thank heavens I am wearing my jeans. He smirks. He's trying to put me off my game, the bastard. He pulls his creatine sweater over his head, tosses it onto the back of a chair, and grins at me. As he saunters over to take his first shot, he bends low over the table. My mouth goes dry. Oh, I see what he means. Christian in tight jeans and white t-shirt, bending, like that _ is something to behold. I quite lose my train of thought. He sinks 4 solids rapidly, then fouls by sinking the white. A very elementary mistake, near. Grey /its. He smirks. Ah, Miss Stele, I am but a foolish mortal. Your go, he waves at the table. You're not trying to lose, are you? Oh no. For who I have in mind as the prize, I want to win, Anastasia. He shrugs casually. but then, one always want to win. I narrow my eyes at him. Right then I'm so glad I'm wearing my blue blouse, which is pleasingly low cut. I stalk around the table, bending low at every available opportunity, giving Christian an eyeful of my behind and my cleavage whenever I can play at that game. I glance at him. Know what you're doing, he whispers, his eyes dark. I tilt my head coquettishly to one side, gently fondling my cue, running my hand up and down it slowly. Oh. I am just deciding here to take my next shot, I murmur distractedly. Leaning across, I hit the orange stripe into a better position. I then stand directly in front of Christian and take the rest from underneath the table. I line up my next shot, leaning right opposite the table. I hear Christian's sharp intake of breath, and of course, I miss. SHTT. He comes to stand behind me while 1am still bent over the table and places his hand on my backside. Whom are you waving this around to taunt me, Miss Steele? And he smacks me, hard. I gasp. Yes, I mutter, because it's TME_ be careful what you wish for, baby. I rub my behind as he wanders to the other end of the table, leans oxer, and takes his shot. Geez, I could at him all day. He hits the rod ball, and it into the left side PK_. He aims for the yellow, top right, and it just misses. I grim. Red room, here we come, I taunt him. He merely raises an eyebrow and directs me to continue. One make quick work of the green stripe and by some fluke, manage to knock in the final orange stripe. Name your pocket, Christian murmurs, and it's as if he's talking about something else, something dark and lewd. Top left hand. I take aim over the black, hit it, but miss. It skins wide. Damn. Christian smiles a wicked grin as he leans over the table and makes shon work of the two remaining solids. I am practically panting, watching him, his lithe body stretching over the table. He stands and chalks his cue, his eyes bumming into me. If I win, oh yes, I am going to spank you, then freak you over this billiard table. Holy shit, every single muscle south of my navel clenches hard. Top right, he murmurs, pointing to the black, and to take the shot. Chapter 11. With easy grace, Christian taps the white ball so that it glides across the table, kisses the black, and oh so slowly the black rolls, teeters on the edge, and finally drops into the top right pocket of the billiard table. He stands, and his mouth twists in a triumphant I saw our ust and la smile. Putting down his cue, he saunters casually toward me, all tousled hair, jeans, and white t-shirt. He and SNTLK like a CEO. He looks like a bad boy from the Uyong side of town. Holy cow, he's so freaking sexy. You're not going to a sore loser, are you? He murmurs, barely containing his grin. Depends how hard you spank me, I whisper, holding on to my cue for support. He takes my cue and puts it to one side, hooks his finger into the top of my shirt, and pulls me toward him. Well, let's count your misdemeanors, Miss Steele. He counts on his long fingers. 1. Making me jealous of my own staff. 2. Arguing with me about working. And 3. Waving your delectable derriere at me for the last 25 minutes. His eyes glow a soft grey with excitement, and leaning down, he rubs his nose against mine. I want you to take your jeans and this very fetching shirt off now. He plants a feather-soft kiss on my lips, wanders nonchalantly over to the and LTNKS it. Oh my, when he turns and gazes at me, his eyes are burning. I stand paralyzed like a complete zombie, my blood pumping, not actually able to move a muscle. In my mind, all one can think is, this is for him, the thought repeating like a mantra. Oxer and overclothes, Anastasia. You appear to still be wearing them. Take them off, or I will do it for you. You do it. I finally find my voice, and it sounds low and heated. Christian grins. Miss Steele. It's a dirty job, but I think I can rise to the challenge. You normally rise to most challenges, Grey. One raise an eyebrow at him, and he Why, Miss Steele, whatever do you mean? On his way over to me, He pauses at the small desk built into one of the bookshelves. Reaching over, he picks up a 12-inch Perspex ruler. He holds each end and flexes it, his eyes not leaving mine. Holy SHTT, his weapon of choice. My mouth goes dry. Suddenly, I'm hot and bothered and damp in all the right places. Only Christian could turn me on with just and the flex of a ruler. He slips it into the back pocket of his jeans and ambles toward me, eyes dark and all of promise. Without saying a word, he drops to his knees in front of me and starts to undo my laces, quickly and efficiently, dragging both my Converse and socks off. I lean on the side of billiard table so I don't fall. Gazing down at him as he undoes my laces, one marvel at the depth of feeling that I have for this beautiful flawed man. I love him. He grabs my hips, slips his fingers into the waistband of my jeans, and the button and zipper. He peers up through his long lashes, grinning his most salacious grin as he slowly peels my jeans off. I step out of them, glad that I'm wearing these pretty panties, and he grasps the back of my legs and nans his nose along the apex of my thighs. I practically melt. I want to quite rough with you, Anna. You'll have to tell me to stop if it's much. He breathes oh my. He kisses me there. I moan softly. Safe word. I murmur. No safe word, just tell me to stop, and I'll stop. Understand? He kisses me, nuzzling me. Oh, that feels good. He stands, his stare intense. Answer me, he orders, his voice velvet soft. Yes, I understand. I'm puzzled by his insistence. You've dropping hints and giving me mixed signals all day, Anastasia. He says you said you were worried I'd lost my edge. I'm not sure what you meant by that, and I don't know how serious you are, but we are going to find out. I don't want to go back into the playroom yet, so we can talk this now, but if you don't like it, you must promise to tell me. A burning intensity of his anxiety replaces his earlier cockiness. Whoa, please don't be anxious, Christian. I'll tell you, no safe word, I reiterate to reassure him. We're lovers, Anastasia. Lovers don't need safe words. He frowns. Do they? I'll guess not, I murmur. Geez, how do one know? I promise. He searches my face for any clue that I might lack the courage of my convictions, and I'm nervous but excited, too. I'm much happier to do this, knowing that he loves me. It's very simple to me, and right now, I don't want to overthink it. A slow smile stretches across his face, and he starts to unbutton my shin, his deft fingers making short work of it, though he doesn't take it off. He leans over and picks up the oh fuck, what he going to do with that? A frisson off the MNS fraff me. You plain fool, Miss Stele. I must say I'm surprised, don't you sink the black? My fear forgotten, I pout, wondering why the hell he should be surprised. Sexy, arrogant bastard. My inner goddess is limbering up in the background, doing her exercises, a great fat smile on her face. I position the white ball. Christian strolls back around the table and stands right behind me as I lean over to take my shot. He places his hand on my right thigh and runs his fingers up and down my leg, up to my behind and back, lightly stroking me. I am going to miss if you keep doing that, I whisper, closing my eyes and relishing the feel of his hands on me. I don't care if you hit or miss, baby, one just wanted to see you like this, partially dressed, stretched out on my billiard table. Do you have any idea how hot you look at the moment? I flush. And my inner goddess grabs a rose between her teeth and starts to tango. Taking a deep breath, I try to ignore him and line up my shot. It's impossible. He caresses my behind, over and over again. Top left, I murmur, then hit the white ball. He smacks me hard, squarely on my backside. It's so unexpected, one yelp. The white hits the black, which off the cushion wide of the pocket. Christian caresses my behind again. I think you need to that again, he whispers. You should concentrate, and as I am panting now, excited by this game. He strolls to the end of the table, sets up the black ball again, then nuns the white ball back down to me. He looks so carnal, dark-eyed with a lascivious smile. How could I ever resist this man? I catch the ball and line it up, ready to strike again. He admonishes. Just wait, oh, he just loves prolonging the agony. He wanders back and stands behind me again. I close my eyes once more as he strokes my left thigh this time, then fondles my backside again. Take aim, he breathes. I can't help my moan as desire twists and turns inside me. And I try, really try, to think about where I should hit the black with the white. I shift slightly to my right, and he follows me. I bend over the table once more. Using every last vestige of inner strength, which has diminished considerably since I know what will happen once I strike the white ball, I take aim and hit the white again. Christian smacks me once more, hard. Ow! I miss again. Oh no! I groan once more, baby, and if you miss this time, I'm really going to let you have it. What? Have what? He sets up the black ball once more and walks, achingly slow, back to me until he's standing me, caressing my backside once more. You can do it, he coaxes. Oh, not when you re-distracting me like this. I push my behind back against his hand, and he smacks me lightly. Eager, Miss Steele, he murmurs. Yes, I want you well, let's get rid of these. He gently slides my panties down my thighs and off. I can't see what he does with them, but he leaves me feeling exposed as he plants a soft kiss on each cheek. Take the shot, baby. I want to whimper, this is so not going to happen. I know I am going to miss. I line up the white, hit it, and in my impatience, miss the black completely. I wait for the blow, but it doesn't come. Instead he leans right on me, flattening me against the table, takes the cue out of me hand and rolls it to the side cushion. I can feel him, hard, against my backside. You missed, he says softly in my ear. My cheek is pressed against the base. Put your hands flat on the table. I do as he says. GOKKL_ I'm going to spank you now, and next time, maybe you won't. He shifts so he's standing to my left side, his erection against my hip. I groan and my hilt leaps into my mouth. My breath comes in short pants and a hot, heavy excitement courses through my rinse. Gently, he caresses my behind and curls his other hand around the nape of my neck, his fingers fisting in my hair, his elbow at my back, holding me down. I am completely helpless. Open your legs forward / he murmurs, and for a moment, I hesitate. And he smacks me hard, with the ruler. The noise is harsher than the sting, and it me by surprise. I gasp, and he hits me again. Legs, he orders. I open my legs, panting. The ruler strikes again. Ow, it stings, but its crack across my skin sounds worse than it feels. I close my eyes and absorb the pain. It's not too bad, and Christian's breathing becomes harsher. He hits me again, and I moan. I am not sure how many more strokes I can bear, but hearing him, knowing how turned on he is, feeds my arousal and my willingness to continue. I am crossing to the dark side, a place in my psyche I don't know but have visited in the playroom, with the talus _ the ruler strikes once more, and I moan loudly, and Christian groans in response. He hits me again, and again _ and once more _ harder this time, and I wince. Stop. The word is out of my mouth before I'm even aware that I've said it. Christian drops the ruler immediately and releases me. Enough, he whispers. Yes. I want to flack you now, he says, his voice strained. Yes, one murmur with longing. He undoes his fly, as one lie panting on the table, knowing that he's going to be rough. I marvel once more at how I have managed, and yes, enjoyed, what he's done to me up to this point. It's so dark but so him. He eases TMN fingers inside me and maws them in a circular motion. The feeling is exquisite. Closing my eyes, I revel in the sensation. I hear the telltale rip of foil, then he's standing me, between my legs, pushing them wider. Slowly he sinks into me, filling me. I hear his groan of pure pleasure, and it stirs my soul. He grasps my hips firmly, eases out of me again, and this time slams back into me, causing me to cry out. He stills for a moment again, he asks softly. Yes I'm fine. Lose yourself take me with you I murmur breathlessly. He moans low in his throat, eases out of me once more, then slams into me, and repeats this over and over slowly, deliberately. A punishing, brutal, heavenly rhythm. Oh fucking my insides begin to quicken. He feels it, and increases the RHYTHRN pushing me, higher, harder, faster, and I surrender, exploding around him, a draining, soul-grabbing orgasm that leaves me spent and exhausted. I'm vaguely aware that Christian is letting go, calling my name, his fingers digging into my hips, and then he stills and collapses on me. We sink to the end. He cradles me in his arms. Thank you, baby, he breathes, covering my upturned face in soft feather-light kisses. I open my eyes and gaze up at him, and he taps his arms tighter around me. Your cheek is pink from the bays, he murmurs, rubbing my face tenderly. How was that? His eyes are wide and cautious. Teeth clenchingly good, I mutter. I like it rough, Christian, and one like it gentle, too. I like that it's with you. He closes his eyes and hugs me eggs and tighter. Jetty, I'm tired. You never HIL_Anna. You are beautiful, bright, challenging, sexy, and I thank divine providence every day that it was you that came to interview me and not Catherine Kavanagh. He kisses my hair. I smile and yawn against his chest. I'm wearing you out, he continues. Come. Bath, then we are both in Christian's bath, facing each other chin deep in foam, the sweet scent of jasmine enveloping us. Christian is massaging my feet, one at a time. It feels so good it should illegal. Can I ask you something? I murmur. Of course. Anything, Anna. You know that. I take a deep breath and sit up, flinching only slightly. Tomorrow, when I go to work, can I just deliver me to the front of the office, then pick me up at the end of the day? Please, Christian. Please, I plead, his hands still as his brow creases. I thought we agreed, he grumbles. Please, I beg. I persent at lunchtime. I'll make myself something to take from here so I don't have to go out. Please, he kisses my instep. I'll find it very difficult to say no to yows, he mutters as if senses this is a failing on his part. You won't go out. Okay. I beam at him. Thank you. I lean up onto my knees, sloshing water even beer, and kiss him. You're most welcome, Miss Steele. How's your behind? Sore. But not too bad. The water is thing _ I'm glad you told me to stop, he says, gazing at me. So is my behind, he grins _ I stretch out in bed, so tired. It's only 10:30, but it feels like 3 in the morning _ This has to be one of the most exhausting weekends of my life. Didn't he, Miss Acton, provide any nightwear? Christian asks, his voice lacked with disapproval as he stares down at me. I have no idea. I like wearing your t-shirts, I mumble sleepily. His face softens, and he leans over and kisses my forehead. I'll need to work. But I don't want to leave you alone. Can I use your laptop to log into the office? Will I disturb you if I work from here? It's not my laptop. I drift. The alarm clicks on, startling me awake with the Trump news. Christian is still asleep beside me. Rubbing my eyes, I glance at the 6:30, too early. It's raining outside for the first time in ages, and the light is muted and mellow. I'm C04 and comfortable in this vast MC&RN monolith with Christian at my side. I stretch and turn to the delicious man beside me. His eyes spring open and he blinks sleepily. Gok morning. I smile and caress his face, leaning down to kiss him. Morning, baby. I usually wake before the alarm goes off, he murmurs in one it's set so early. That it is, Miss Stle. Christian grins. I have to get up. He kisses me, and then he's up and out of I flop back against the pillows. Wow, waking up on a day next to Christian Grey. How did this all happen? I close my eyes and doze. Come on. Sleepyhead, get up. Christian leans over me. He's shaved, clean, fresh, he smells so good, in a crisp white shirt and black suit, no tie. The CEO is back, holy Moses, he looks good like this, he asks. I wish you'd come back to his lips, pan surprised by my come on, and he smiles almost shyly. You are insatiable, Miss Steele. As much as that idea appeals, I have an 8:30 meeting, so I hail to go shortly. Oh, I've slept for another hour or so. Shit, I leap out of much to Christian's amuse. I shower and dress quickly, wearing the clothes I set out yesterday, a fitted, grey pencil skirt, pale grey silk shin, and high-heeled black pumps, all care of my new wardrobe. Blush my hair and carefully put it up, then wander out to the grate, not really knowing what to expect. How am I going to get to work? Christian is sipping coffee at the breakfast bar. NFRS_Jones is in the kitchen making pancakes and bacon. You look lovely, Christian murmurs. Wrapping an arm around me, he me under my ear. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch RVFRS_Jones's smile. I flush. Morning, Miss Steele, she says as she places pancakes and bacon in front of CH. Thank you. Morning, I mumble. Geez, I could get used to this nearer. Gray says you like to take lunch with you to QRK Unlat. Would you like to eat? I glance at who is trying very hard not to smirk. I narrow my eyes at him. A sandwich ___salad. I really don't mind. I beam at NFRS_Jones. I-11 rustle up a packed lunch for you, ma'am please. NFRS_Jones, call me Anna. She smiles and turns to make me tea. Wow. This is so cool. I turn and cock my head at Christian, challenging him. Go on, accuse me of flirting with NFRS_Jones. I have to go, baby. Taylor will come back and drop you at work with Sawyer. Only to the DR_yes. Only to the door. Christian rolls his eyes. Be careful, though. I glance around and spy Taylor standing in the entranceway. Christian stands and kisses me, grasping my chin. Laters, baby, have a good day at the office, dear, I call after him. He turns and flashes me his teal smile, then he's gone. NFRS_Jones hands me a cup of tea, and suddenly I feel awkward with just the two of us here. How long have you worked for Christian? I ask, thinking I ought to make some kind of conversation. 4 years or so, she says pleasantly, as she sets about making my packed lunch. You know, I can do that, I mutter, embarrassed that she should be doing this for me. You eat your breakfast, Anna. This is what I do. I enjoy it. It's nice to look after someone other than Nira. Taylor and NFR_Grey. She smiles very sweetly at me. My cheeks pink with pleasure, and I want to this woman with questions. She must know so much about 50, and although her manner is warm and friendly, it's also very professional. I know I'll only embarrass both of us if I stand quizzing her, so I finish my breakfast in a reasonably comfortable silence, punctuated only by her questions on my food preferences for lunch. 25 minutes later, Sawyer appears at the entrance to the great room. I hail blushed my teeth, and I'm waiting to go. Clutching my brown paper lunch bag, I can't even remember my mom doing this for me, Sawyer and I head to the first floor via the elevator. He's very taciturn, too, giving nothing away. Taylor is waiting in the Audi, and climb into the rear passenger seat ahead so I opens the Book.part morning. Taylor, I say brightly, Miss Steele. He smiles. Taylor, I'm sorry yesterday and my inappropriate remarks. I hope I didn't get you into trouble. Taylor frowns in bemusement at me from the rearview mirror as he pulls out into the Seattle traffic. Miss Steele, I'm really in trouble, he says reassuringly. Oh good, maybe Christian didn't he tell him of just me, then, I think sourly. I'm glad to hear it, Taylor. I smile. Jack gazes at me, assessing my appearance, as one make my way to my desk. Morning, Anna. Weekend? Yes, thanks. You? It was good. Get settled in, I have work for you to do. I nod and sit down at my computer. It seems like years since I was at work. One switch on my computer and fire up my email program, and of course there's an email from Christian_from, Christian Grey. Subject, boss date, the 13th of June, 2011 8:24 to Anastasia Steele. Good morning, Miss Steele. I just wanted to say thank you for a wonderful weekend in spite of all the drama. I hope you never leave, ever. And just to remind you that the news of SIP is embargoed for 4 weeks. Delete this email as soon as you've read it. Yours, Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated, and your boss's boss's boss. Hope I never leave. Does he want me to move in? Holy Moses. I press delete from Anastasia Steele. Subject, bossy date, the 13th of June, 2011, 09032, Christian Grey. Dear Mr. Grey, I barely know the man. Are you asking me to move in with you? And of course I remembered that the evidence of your epic stalking capabilities is embargoed for another 4 weeks. Do I make a check out to Coping to Getner and send to your dad? Please don't delete this email. Please respond to it. ILYXXX. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. Anna. Jack makes me jump. Yes, I flush, and Jack frowns at me. Everything okay? Sure. I scramble up and take my into his office. God, as you probably, I'm going to that commissioning fiction symposium in New York on Thursday. I have tickets and reservations, but I'd like you to come with me. To New York? Yes. We'll need to go Wednesday and stay overnight. I think you'll find it a very educational experience. His eyes darken as he says this, but his smile is polite. Would you make the necessary travel arrangements? And book an additional at the hotel where I am staying? I think Sabrina, my previous pa, left all the details handy somewhere. Okay. I smile wanly at Jack. Crap. I wander back to my desk. This is not going to go down myth 50, but the fact is, one want to go. It sounds like a real opportunity, and I'm sure I can keep Jack at arm's length if that's his ulterior motive. Back at my desk there's a response from Christian.from, Christian Grey. Subject, me, bossy. Date, the 13th of June, 2011 9072, Anastasia Steele. Yes please. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. Geez _____. He does want me to move in. Oh, Christian, it's too soon. I put my head in my hands to try and recover my wits. This is all I need after my extraordinary weekend. I haven't had a moment to myself to think through and understand all that I have experienced and discovered these last 2 days. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, Flinisms. Date, the 13th of June, 2011, 0922, Christian Grey. Christian, what happened to walking before we run? Can we talk about this tonight, please? I've been asked to go to a conference in New York on Thursday. It means an overnight stay on Wednesday. Just thought US old no. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, what? Date, the 13th of June, 2011 9:21 to Anastasia Steele. Yes, let's talk this evening. Are you going on your own? Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: no bold shouty capitals on a Monday morning. Date: the 13th of June, 2011, 09:32. Christian Grey, can we talk about this tonight? Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject: you haven't seen shouty yet. Date: the 13th of June, 2011 9:35 to Anastasia Steele. Tell me. If it's with the sleazeball you work with, then the answer is no, over my dead body. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. My health sinks. Shit, it's like he's my dad. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: no yolly, haven't seen shouty yet. Date: the 13th of June, 2011 9:46 to Christian Grey. Yes, it is with Jack, and I have heaver been to. For me, don't get your knickers in a twist. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject: no yolly, haven't seen shouty yet. Date: the 13th of June, 2011 9:52. Anastasia Steele. Anastasia, it's not my fucking knickers I am worried about. The answer is no. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. No. I shout at my computer, causing the entire office to come to a standstill and stare at me. Jack peers out from his office. Everything all right, Anna? Yes. Sony, I mutter. I just didn't save a denouement I am scarlet with embarrassment He smiles at me but with a puzzled expression. I take several deep breaths and quickly type a response 1 a.m. so mad. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: 50 Shades. Date: the 13th of June, 2011 9:55 to Christian Grey. Christian, you need to get a grip. I am not going to sleep with Jack, not for all the tea in chin, my love thou. That's what happens when people love each other. They trust each other. I don't think thou are going to sleep with, spank, flick, or whip anyone else. I have faith and trust in you. Please extend the same courtesy to me. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. I sit waiting for his response. Nothing arrives. One call the airline and LMK a ticket for myself, ensuring I am on the same flight as Jack. I hear the ping of new mail. From Lincoln, Elena. Subject: lunch. Date: the 13th of June, 2011 10:15 to Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, I would really like to have lunch with you. I think we ate off on the wrong foot, and I'd like to make that right. Are you free sometime this week? Elena. Lincoln. Holy crap, not 11 RS_Robinson. How the hell did she find out my email address? I put my head in my hands. Can this day get any worse? My phone rings and wearily I lift my head from my hands and answer, glancing at the CLTXK_. It is only 10:20, and already I wish one hadn't left Christian's Jack Hyde's office. Anna Steele speaking. An achingly familiar voice snarls at me, will you please delete the last email you sent me and try to be a little more circumspect in the language you use in your work email? I told you, the system is monitored. One shall endeavor to do some damage limitation from here. He hangs up. Holy fuck. I sit staring at the phone. Christian hung up on me. That man is stomping all over my fledgling career, and he hangs up on me? I glare at the receiver, and if it wasn't completely inanimate, I know it will shrivel in horror under my withering stare. I open my emails and delete the one I sent him. It's not that bad, I just mentioned spanking and well, whipping. Geez, if he's so ashamed of it, he damn well shouldn't do it. I pick up my BlackBerry and call his mobile. %, he snaps. I am going to New York whether you like it or not, I hiss. Don't count, I hang up, cutting him off mid-sentence. Adrenaline is coursing through my body. There, that told him. I am so mad. I take a deep breath, trying to compose myself. Closing my eyes, I imagine that I am in my happy place. A boat cabin with Christian. I shake the image off. I am mad at 50 right now for him to be anywhere near my happy place. Opening my eyes, I calmly reach for my and really mn through my to-do list. I take a long, deep breath. My equilibrium restored. Anna. Jack shouts, startling me. Don't book that flight. Too late. I've done it, I reply as he strides out of his office over to me. There's something going on for some reason. Suddenly, all travel and hotel expenses for staff have to be approved by senior management. This has come right from the top. I am going up to see old Roach. Apparently, a moratorium on all spending has just been implemented. I don't understand it. Jack pinches the bridge of his nose and closes his eyes. Most of the drains from my face and knots form in my stomach. 50. Take my calls. I'll go see what Roach has to say. He winks at me and strides off to see his boss, not the bosses, damn it. Christian Grey. My starts to boil again. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, what have you done? Date, the 13th of June, 2011. 10:43 to Christian Grey. Please tell me you won't interfere with my work. I really want to go to this conference. I shouldn't have to ask you. I have deleted the offending email. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde, Commissioning Editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, what have you done? Date, the 13th of June, 2011. 10:46 to Anastasia Steele. I am just protecting what is mine. The email that you so rashly sent is wiped from the SIP server now, as are my emails too. Incidentally, I trust you implicitly. It's him I don't trust. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. I checked to see if I still have his emails, and they have disappeared. This man's influence knows no bounds. How does he do this? Does he know that can stealthily delve into the depths of SIP's SEMers and remove emails? I am so out of me league here. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, grown update, the 13th of June, 2011. 10:43 to Christian Grey. Christian, I don't need protecting from my own boss. He may make a pass at me, but I shall say no. You cannot interfere. It's wrong and controlling on so many levels. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde, Commissioning Editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, the answer is no. Date, the 13th of June, 2011. 10:52 Anastasia Steele. I have seen how effective you are at fighting off unwanted attention. I remember that show. I had the pleasure of spending my first night with you. At least the photographer has feelings for you. The sleazeball, on the other hand, does not. He is a serial philanderer, and he will try to seduce you. Ask him what happened to his previous par and the one before that. I don't want to fight about this. If you want to go to New York, I'll take you. We can go this weekend. I have an apartment there. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. Oh, Christian. That's not the point. He's so damn frustrating. And of course he has an apartment there. Where else does he own property? Trust him to bring up Jose. Will I ever live that down? I was DMNK, for heaven's sake I wouldn't get drunk. Oodle Jack. I shake my head at the screen, but figure I cannot continue to argue with him over email. I shall have to bide my time until this evening. I check the clock. Jack is still not back from his meeting with Jerry, and I need to deal with Elena. I read her email again and decide that the way to handle it is to send it to Christian. Let him concentrate on her rather than me. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, FW lunch date or irritating baggage. Date, the 13th of June, 2011. 11:15 to Christian Grey. Christian, while you have been busy interfering in my career and saving your ass from my careless missives, I received the following email from Mrs. Lincoln. I really don't want to meet with her. Even if I did, I am not allowed to leave this house. She got hold of my email address. I don't know. What would you suggest I do? Her email is below. Dear Anastasia, I would really like to have lunch with you. I think we got off on the wrong foot, and I'd like to make that right. Are you free sometime this week? Elena Lincoln. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, irritating baggage. Date, the 13th of June, 2011, 11:23. To Anastasia Steele. Don't be mad at me. I have your best interests at heart. If anything happened to you, I would never forgive myself. I'll deal. W17H. Mrs. Lincoln. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings Incorporated. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, latest date, the 13th of June, 2011, 11:32. To Christian Grey. Can we please discuss this tonight? I am trying to work, and your continued interference is very distracting. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, commissioning editor, SIP. Jack returns after midday and tells me that New York is off for me, though he is still going and there's nothing he can do to change senior management policy. He strides into his office, slamming the door. Obviously hilarious. Is he so angry? Deep down, I know his intentions are less than honorable, but I am sure I can deal with him, and I wonder hat Christian knows Jack's previous past. I park these thoughts and continue with some work, but resolved to make Christian change his mind, though the prospects are bleak. At 1 o'clock, Jack pokes his head out of the office. Anna, please could you go and get me some lunch? Sure. What would you like? Pastrami on rye. Hold the mustard. I'll give you the money when you're back. Anything to drink? Coke, please. Thanks, Anna. He heads back into his office as I reach for my purse. Crap. I promised Christian I wouldn't go out. I sigh. He'll never know, and I'll be. Claire from reception offers me her umbrella since it is still pouring oodle rain. As I head out of the front, I pull my jacket around me and take a furtive glance in both directions from beneath the overlarge golf umbrella. Nothing seems amiss. There's no sign of Ghost Girl. I march briskly, and I hope inconspicuously, down the Blake to the deli. However, the closer I get to the deli, the more I har a creepy sense that I am being watched, and I don't know if it's my heightened feeling of paranoia or a reality shit. I hope it's not Layla with a gun. It's just your imagination, my subconscious snaps. W710, the hell would want to shoot you? Within 15 minutes, I am back, safe, sound but relieved. I think Christian's extreme paranoia and his overprotective vigilance is beginning to get to me. As I take Jack's lunch into him, he glances up from the phone. Anna, thanks. Since you're not coming with me, I'm going to need you to work late. We need to get these briefs ready. Hole, you don't have plans? He smiles up at me warmly, and I flush. No, that's fine, I say with a bright smile and a sinking heart. This is not going to go down well. Christian will freak, I'm sure. As I head back to my desk, I decide not to tell him immediately, otherwise he might have time to interfere in some way. 1. Sit and eat the chicken salad sandwich NFRS_Jones made for me. It's delicious. She makes a mean sandwich. Of course, if I moved in with Christian, she will make lunch for me every weekday. The idea is unsettling. I have never had dreams of obscene wealth and all the trappings, only love to find some aim who loves me, and D&SNT try to control my every move. The phone rings. Jack Hyde's office. You assured me you wouldn't go out. Christian interrupts me, his voice cold, and my heart sinks for the millionth time this day. Shit, how the hell he know? Jack sent me out for some lunch. I couldn't say no. Are you having me watched? My scalp prickles at the notion. No wonder I felt so paranoid, someone was watching me. The thought makes me angry. This is why I didn't want you going back to work. Christian snaps. Christian, please, you're suffocating. Suffocating, he whispers, surprised. Yes. You have to stop this. I'll talk to you this evening. Unfortunately, I have to work late cause I can't go to New York. Anastasia, I don't want to, he says quietly, appalled. Well, you are. I hail to do. I'll talk to you later. I hang up, feeling drained and vaguely depressed after our wonderful weekend. The reality is hitting home. One have never felt more like running. Running to some quiet retreat so I can think about this man, about how he is, and about how to deal with him on one level. I know he's broken, I can see that clearly now, and it's heartbreaking and exhausting. From the small pieces of precious information that he's given me about his life, I understand why. An unloved child, a hideously abusive environment, a mother who couldn't protect him, whom he couldn't protect, and who died in front of him. I shudder. My 51 a.m. his, but not to kept in some gilded cage. How am going to make him see this? With a heavy hand I drag one of manuscripts Jack wants me to summarize into my lap and continue to read. I can think of no easy solution to Christian's finked-up control issues. One will just have to talk to him later. BCE to HCE. Half hour later, Jack emails me a document that I need to tidy up and polish, ready for printing tomorrow in time for his conference. It will take me not just the rest of the afternoon but well into the evening, too. I set to UMK_ when I look up, it's after 7 and the office is decent, though the light in Jack's office is still on. I hadn't noticed everyone leaving, but I am nearly finished. I email the document back to Jack for his approval and check there's nothing new from Christian, so I quickly glance at my BlackBerry, and it startles me by buzzing. It's Chris. Hi, I murmur. Hi, when will you be finished? By 7:30, I think T11 meet you outside. Okay. He sounds quiet, nemorous even. Why? Wary of my reaction? I'm still mad at you, but that's all I whisper. We have a lot to talk about. I know. See you at 7. Jack comes out of his office have to go. See you later I hang up. I up at Jack as he strolls casually toward me. I'll just need a couple of tweaks. I've emailed the brief back to you. He leans over me while I retrieve the rather close, uncomfortably close his arm blushes mine. Accidentally? I flinch, but he pretends not to notice. His other arm rests on the back of my chair, touching my back. I sit up so I'm not leaning against the backrest. Pages 16 and 23, and that should be it, he murmurs, his mouth inches from my ear. My skin crawls at his proximity, but I CHTNSE to ignore it. Opening the document, I shakily start on the changes. He's still leaning over me, and all my senses are hyper-aware. It's distracting and awkward, and inside I am screaming, back off. Once this is done, it'll be good to go to print. You can organize that tomorrow. Thank you for staying late and doing this, Anna. His voice is gentle, like he's talking to a wounded animal. My stomach twists. I'll think the least I could do is reward you with a quick drink. You deserve one. He tucks a strand of my hair that's come from my hair tie my ear and gently caresses the lobe. I cringe, gritting my teeth, and I jerk my head away. Shit. Christian was right. Don't touch me. Actually, one can't this evening. Or any other evening, Jack, just a quick one, he coaxes. No, I can't, but thank you. Jack sits on the end of my desk and frowns. Alarm bells sound loudly in my head. I'm on my own in the office. I cannot leave. I glance nervously at the clock. Another 5 minutes before Christian is due. Anna, I think we make a great team. I'm sorry that I couldn't pull off this New York trip. It won't be the same without you, I'm sure. At 1 T. I smile weakly up at him. I can't think of what to say. And for the first time all day, I feel the tiniest hint of relief that 1 a.m. not going. So, did you have a weekend? He asks McHugh, THLY_yes, thanks. Where is he going with this? See your boyfriend? He do. Owns per _. He's in business. That's interesting. What kind of business? He has his fingers in all sons of pies. Jack seeks his head to one side as he leans in toward me, invading my personal space. You're being very coy, Anna. Well, he's in telecommunications, manufacturing, and agriculture. Jack raises his eyebrows. So many things. Does he work for? He works for himself. If you're happy with the dénouement, road like to go, if that's. He leans back. My personal space is safe again. Of course. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep you, he says disingenuously. L% at time. Does the building close? Security is here until 11 gok KL_. I smile, and my subconscious flops down in her armchair, relieved to know that we are not alone in the building. Switching off my computer, I grab my purse and stand up, ready to leave. You like him then? Your boyfriend? I love him, I answer, Jack squarely in the eye. I see. Jack frowns and he stands up from my desk. What's his surname? I flush. Gray. Christian Gray, I mumble. Jack's mouth drops open. Seattle's richest bachelor? That Christian Gray? Yes. The same? Yes, that Christian Gray, your filcher who will have you for breakfast if you invade my personal space again. Elle thought he looked familiar, Jack says darkly, and his brow creases again. Well, he's a lucky man. I blink at him. What do I say to that? Have a good evening, Anna. Jack smiles, but the smile doesn't touch his eyes, and he walks stiffly back into his office without a backward glance. I let out a long sigh of relief. Well, that problem might solved. 50 works his magic again. Just his name is my talisman, and it has this man retreating with his tail between his legs. I allow myself a small victorious smile. You see, Christian? Even your name protects me. You didn't have to go to all the trouble of clamping down on expenses. I tidy my desk and check my watch. Christian should outside. The Audi is parked up against the sidewalk, and Taylor leaps out to open the rear passenger door. I have never been so pleased to see him, and I scramble into the car. Out of the Christian is in the rear seat, gazing at me, his eyes wide and wary. He's bracing himself for my anger, his jaw tight and tense. Hi, I murmur. Hi, he replies cautiously. He reaches over and grasps my hand, squeezing it tightly, and my heart thaws a little. I'm so confused. I haven't even worked out what I need to say to him. Are you still mad? He asks. I don't know, I murmur. He raises my hand and lightly grazes my with soft $1 kisses. It's been a shitty day, he says. Yes, it has. But for the first time since he left for work this morning, I begin to relax. Just being in his company is a soothing balm, and all the shit from Jack, and the snooky emails to and fro, and the nuisance that is Elena fade into the background. It's just me and my control freak in the back of the car. It's better now that you're here, he murmurs. We sit in silence as Taylor weaves through the evening traffic, of us brooding and contemplative, but I feel Christian slowly unwind beside me as he, gently running his thumb across my knuckles in a soft, soothing rhythm. Taylor drops us outside the apartment building, and we duck inside, out of the rain. Christian clasps my hand as we wait for the elevator, his eyes scanning the front of the building. I take it you haven't found Layla yet? No. Welsh is still for her, he mutters dissonantly. The elevator arrives and in step. Christian glances down at me, his grey eyes unreadable. Oh, he just glorious, tousled hair, white shirt, dark suit, and suddenly it's there, from nowhere, that feeling. Oh no, the longing, the lust, the electricity. If it were visible, it would an intense blue aura around and between us, it's so strong. His lips part as he gazes at me. Do you feel it? He breathes. Yes. Anna. He groans and he grabs me, his arms snaking around me, one hand at the nape of my neck, tipping my head back as his lips find mine. My fingers are in his hair and caressing his cheek as he pushes me back against the elevator wall. Hate arguing with you, he breathes against my mouth, and there's a desperate, passionate quality to his kiss that mirrors mine. Desire explodes in my all the tension of the day, seeking an outlet, straining against him, seeking more. We're all tongues and breathing and hands and touch and sweet sensation. His hand is on my hip, and abruptly he is pulling up my skin, his fingers stroking my thighs. Sweet Jesus, you're wearing stockings? He moans in appreciative awe as his thumb caresses the flesh above my stocking line. I want to see this, he pulls my skirt right up, exposing the tops of my thighs. Stepping back, he reaches over to press the stop button, and the elevator coasts smoothly to a halt between the 22nd and 23rd. His eyes are dark, lips parted, and his breathing as hard as am I. We gaze at each other, not touching. I am great for the wall against my back, holding me up while I bask in this erotiful man's sensual, carnal appraisal. Take your hair down, he orders, his voice husky. I reach up and undo the tie, releasing my hair so it tumbles in a thick cloud around my shoulders to my breasts. Undo the top 2 buttons of your shin, he whispers, his eyes wilder now. He makes me feel so wanton. My inner goddess is writhing on her chaise longue, waiting, wanting, and panting. I reach up and undo each button, achingly, slowly, so that the tops of my breasts are tantalizingly revealed. He swallows. Do you have any idea how alluring you right now? Very deliberately, I bite my lip and shake my head. He closes his eyes briefly, and when he opens them again, they are blazing. He steps forward and places his hands on the elevator walls on either side of my face. He's as close as he can be without touching me. I tip my face up to meet his gaze, and he leans down and nms his nose against mine, so it's the only contact between us. I am so hot in the confines of this elevator with him. I want him, now. Think you do, Miss Steele? I think you like to drive me wild. Do I drive you wild? I whisper. In all things, Anastasia. You are a siren, a goddess. And he reaches for me, grasping my leg over my knee and hitching it around his waist, so that I am standing on one leg, leaning into him. I feel him against me, feel him hard and wanting above the apex of my thighs as he runs his lips down my throat. I moan and you wrap my arms around his neck. I'm going to take you now, Anastasia, for he breathes, and I arch my back in response, pressing myself against him, eager for the friction. He groans deep and low in the back of his throat and costs me higher as he undoes his fly. Hold tight, baby, he murmurs, and magically produces a foil packet that he holds in front of my mouth. I take at my teeth, and he tugs, so that between us, we rip at burl. He steps back a fraction as he slides on the condom. God, I can't wait for the next 6 days, he growls and gazes down at me through tinted eyes. I do hope you're not overly fond of these panties. He tears through them with his adept fingers, and they disintegrate in his hands. My blade is pounding through my rinse_iron, panting with need. His words are intoxicating, all my angst from the day forgotten. It's just him and me, doing what we do best. Without taking his eyes off mine, he sinks slowly into me. My body bows and I tilt my head back, closing my eyes, relishing the feel of him inside me. He pulls back and then moves into me again, so slow, so sweet. I groan. You're mine, Anastasia, he murmurs against my throat. Yes. Yours. When will you accept that? I pant. He groans and starts to move, really move. And I surrender myself to his relentless rhythm, savoring each push and pull, his ragged breathing, his need for me, reflecting mine.